Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with Sunday Show, the last Sunday of the year. Oh my gosh, with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast, Adam Friend.
What's up, Sitch? How are you doing? Where the hell did this year go?
It's just we blunk and it's been blinked.
Yeah,
it's just gone. I don't know what happened. It's amazing. It's so disturbing as you get older. Time just keeps on slipping.
It does, yeah. Well, I did 4 videos this year. How many videos did you do this year?
Why do you got to be like that? Why did right at the start of the stream?
That is
right
one,
at the beginning. Adam's gonna video. Slap me in the face.
One video a quarter. Look at this. One video every 3 months.
What a jerk. What a jerk this guy is. I can't believe it.
One of them was just kind of a fun video, so it took me like 5 minutes to do, but I'm counting it anyway.
Okay, well, anyway, today we'll be watching a couple, well, actually maybe three things. Okay, obviously there's the Epstein stuff exploded over Christmas, right? There's nothing
is
you want
exploded
more.
The right word to use in an Epstein story? Come on.
Maybe you're right there.
It exploded all over where?
Yes. The Epstein stuff had some big updates, I guess would be the nice way of saying it.
Go.
People are not very happy about what's going on, and I don't blame them at all. They shouldn't be very happy.
No, not at all. Yeah.
No. And so we're gonna watch a video on that. We also obviously the big scandal of Minnesota that's been rocking Minnesota and the Somali community of fraud, all the fraud going on all over the place in Minnesota. Nick Shirley did a fantastic video about this, which is kind of like, it is kind of amazing that something that you feel like you would see the local news, and I don't know, maybe, listen, I don't watch the Minnesota local news, so maybe they did, but something you feel like you would see the local news or 60 Minutes do, where they just kind of go around to these random places and be like, hey, are there any children here? Are there actually any children who come to this place or something to just knock on doors? You feel like you'd see that, but Nick Shirley has done that for them. Fantastic video. And then, but first...
Maybe you're being unfair, though, Sitch. Maybe Somali children are actually invisible. Have you ever considered that?
You know what? I never actually... That never occurred to me.
Come on!
That never actually
Show some grace here.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. And then this video that I haven't seen that you just randomly snuck up and threw in here, 2041, the end of white America. White America is going away.
Andre Jick is a finance YouTuber, and he's gone full Groiper on us here. He's gone full Nick Fuentes.
Holy crap!
He's dropping
I feel like you're joking.
I
feel like you're being sarcastic. People are gonna freak out. Who know? I don't know anything about this guy, but
Andre J. He's like huge. I think he has 5 million subscribers or something like that.
2.9 million.
2.9 million.
Yeah.
Look at that. I'm feeling generous. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
But this is the white identitarian stuff going mainstream, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what is he pro the end of white America? Is he against the end of white America?
I guess we'll find out.
Yes.
What's the name of the video?
The End of White America, 2041.
Okay. Look at that.
But right before we start, I do want to read. Well, first of all, I want to thank so much Mr. Ubercross for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
What's up? Welcome,
That's
new members.
Generous.
Look at this. Painting the chat green.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross. And also, I want to read Pig Venus's super chat for $10. Says, in 2025, I quit alcohol and caffeine. I started longsword fencing. I got back into game design. I lost my muffin top. Expect to hear an update on my game soon. I'm looking forward to 2026. Now, this is fantastic. And this really shows you how even when the year sucks, because I think most people think 2025 was not the best year, which I would agree with. Okay.
Really?
A lot of weird things were going on in 2025, but it really shows you how so much of it is all on you. You can really change things. You can really take life, grab it by the balls and squeeze it and say, you're mine, bitch, and make it what you want.
Yeah, that's great. I got no complaints about 2025. I saw people in the chat saying 2026 might be terrible, and I was thinking, ooh, I hope not.
We'll see. I mean, you played the markets fairly well, so I guess you're like sitting there like, yeah,
I'm like, I'm like,
I
what
totally timed the markets properly.
What are you talking about? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you're like 2025 was what terrible? What happened in 2025?
Yeah, exactly.
What did I miss?
Look at this guy over here. Jeez. Okay.
Look, I have DMs to prove that I told you exactly when to buy.
That is true. I have no one to blame but myself. That is true.
Exactly.
That's 100% true. Adam was like, Sitch, you should buy here. Sitch, you should sell here. And I was just like, whatever.
I told Sitch when to go in big, and then I swear 2 hours later, Trump dropped a tweet that said, this would be a great time to buy the stock market.
Obviously, Adam has DMs that he hasn't shared with me with Barron Trump. So he's fully aware of what's going on.
I wish. I wish. I totally wish. Mm-hmm. I feel bad because I think on a live stream I told Sammy not to buy Tesla when it was around $200 a share. You know what it is today?
Oh God, what?
It's almost $500 a share.
You asshole!
I know.
You could have made us rich, Adam, but you ruined it. It's all your fault.
Oh, I feel bad.
You should feel bad. Anyways, that's enough of that. I'm curious to see the end of white America.
Oh, you so you're into this.
I want to know.
Happy about it.
I want to know. No, I'm not happy about it. Okay. As a fellow white, I'm a little worried.
Fellow white.
Yes. As a fellow white boy, I'm a little worried about the end of white America. Okay. Am I going to be deported? What's going on here?
Look up the stats on Andre Jick, the guy who made this video.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know he's Russian because he mentions that in the video.
Oh, hey, look, just like me.
Yeah, that's what
Look at that.
But he might be Jewish too, which is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which would be interesting. But
anyway,
all right, I guess we'll
hit
it up. Yeah, let's do that. Let's watch this video and see if it's any good.
So this is probably the most controversial video I'll ever make. It's about a topic that, depending on who you ask, is either a total racist conspiracy theory or something that's actually happening.
Isn't the end of white America, as we see the rise of Hispanics, a good thing? Proof that America is a melting pot, that anybody can succeed here, no matter the color of your skin or your religion or whatever.
What is going to hold us together when we don't have a common religion, we don't have common beliefs about right and wrong and morality as we used to? We are at war over whether or not equality means equality of rights or equality of reward.
Now, there's a lot of names for it. Some people call it the end of white America or the replacement theory, which is the idea that white populations in Western nations are being replaced on purpose through immigration, low birth rates, and corporate policies.
And what you hear that touching music in the background?
I don't have it loud enough to hear. Maybe that's why the music doesn't bother me.
Sad, touching music.
Oh
my God. The end of white people.
I have little sensitive ears. Okay. Mm-hmm. I have little sensitive ears. I listen to things very quietly.
Oh, okay.
I can barely hear this music. Maybe that's why the music bothers you so much. You listen to stuff so loud.
I do. I like turning it up.
I just found out because you said to Google this guy because I don't know anything about this guy.
Andre Jick, yeah.
Yes. It says that he worked on the movie Now You See Me.
Okay.
That movie is fucking horrible.
Well,
I hate those movies.
Are you blaming him?
I'm blaming him. I'm blaming this guy. It says he contributed his expertise to the film's magic. So I guess he's a magician.
He's like an amateur magician.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's some kind of magician.
Hilarious.
Right. I hate those movies. Those are some of the worst movies.
For the magic tricks? Really?
Why would you even do? Okay. This doesn't make any sense. If you've seen
now he's going to make white America disappear.
It makes sense.
He knows exactly how to do it.
He intentionally made the Now You See Me movies bomb because he's like, we have a bunch of white magicians and we're going to make this movie horribly cringe so people want to see the whites disappear. That's exactly what you called. Oh my, no. If you
they have
haven't seen
representation like mad in that movie, though.
do that in the
they
first
have black magicians and Latino
no,
magicians.
like the whole cast. The black guy's the bad. Morgan Freeman's the bad guy. The only black magician's
But
the bad guy.
in the last one, they totally upped their game. They've got all
I saw in the trailer
90
for
colors of
you're
Benetton.
right.
What are you talking about?
You're right. But the first two, I think it was like almost entirely white.
Right. Okay.
But if you haven't seen these movies, I
what,
fucking
is that
hate
the
these
good
movies.
one? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. I hate these movies because it's supposed to be like magicians doing a heist,
Mhm.
but like all the quote magic that they do, like okay, here's a quick side rant. If you're gonna make a movie about magicians doing bank heists, which is a fine like concept, I like the idea of that. It's fine. It's goofy. It's campy. I'm fine with the concept. Okay. I'm fine with the idea of it. Adam is not, but I'm fine with the idea of it. The way to do it properly would be that you actually have them using like sleight of hand and like quote magician skills to do the heist in some creative and smart way, right? Like, oh wow, okay, like blah blah blah. But they don't do that. They just use like real fucking magic. Like these are magical wizards. They pretend like it's just card tricks, but it's not. They have actual psychic powers to fling cards around the room that are controlled by telekinesis and to do things that no human could fucking ever do. It's so stupid. What is the point of the concept if you're just going to have them be actual wizards? Just make it Harry Potter wizards robbing a bank at that point.
Really? That's the movie?
Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense.
It doesn't.
They're like mutants? This is like X-Men?
They are like the X-Men, but magicians, so far lamer.
Yeah, sounds stupid. So
and it's this guy's fault. I'm going to blame this YouTuber entirely, even though he probably had nothing to do with the writing or the plot whatsoever.
They come to him and they're like, hey, we want this magic to really happen, though. Don't give us the tricks, okay? Yeah. How do we make it really happen?
Like, well, you have this amazing thing. It's called CGI. Okay, you can just make anything happen, right?
Oh, yeah. That's it. Yeah, why do they have CGI? Why do they need this guy?
Who knows?
White Americans will soon be a minority, and that's great.
Whites will not be the majority. I mean, it's an exciting transformation of the country. It's an exciting evolution and progress of our country.
We are going.
Okay, like Anderson Cooper.
Exciting.
Why would you frame it like that?
I don't know.
Can you imagine saying, "Oh, guess what? There's going to be no more black people in America." That's such an exciting evolution for our country.
I know.
Don't you think?
Amazing
evolution.
Obviously, I'm just completely shocked that white identitarianism would be on the rise now. I can't imagine why this would ever be happening. This is quite a shock to me. Oh my God. Who could have foreseen this?
It can be true. You can be excited about it. You might want to keep that to yourself, Anderson Cooper.
Shut your fucking mouth. Okay.
Exactly.
To be a white minority very, very soon. I'm okay with that.
America is going to look very different in 100 years. You're not going to be able to tell you're black, you're white, you're Hispanic, you're Puerto Rican, whatever. It's going to be very complex.
For the first time.
Wasn't that Chris Rufo?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Chris Rufo is happy about white people dying out.
No,
Traitor.
I think it looked like he was on Tim Pool. I think he's probably complaining about it.
Rob.
In American history.
His wife, I think, is Asian. So.
Oh, he's an infiltrator.
Yeah.
The number of white people went down.
Jimmy Fallon has the only appropriate response where the crowd starts clapping and he's like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, why they shouldn't have. He shouldn't have cut that out. Yeah, his response is like, "Why? That's a weird thing to clap for."
Why are you clapping?
Yeah,
you dumb motherfuckers.
Yes, it was. That's like the Rob Schneider thing that we saw, where people were clapping when he was being sarcastic, and he's like, "I'm being sarcastic. Hold your applause. Please don't clap."
Population is declining for the first time in history in America.
White people will not be the majority in the country anymore.
This will be the first generation ever in American history in which whites will be a minority.
Now, you might have seen videos from far-right media, or maybe you've seen a few viral videos on TikTok about how a lot of countries used to be a certain way and how they've completely changed over time. And that has led people to, in some cases, wake up in their own country where the laws that are meant to protect them are now putting them in prison over just speaking up about them. Arguably, the best example of this is, of course, the UK, where saying something offensive on the internet can get you in jail.
You went on to say that you did not want your money going to immigrants who, quote, rape our kids and get priority, end quote.
Okay. I have something that's very important to say.
Okay.
About
very
this
important.
topic of kid
I'll
raping.
try not to laugh, okay?
Okay. This is very important.
serious.
Okay, very serious. England is a joke.
No,
the country
shit.
of England is a fucking joke. And you know how I know it's a joke? It's not just because you need a license for everything. It's not just because you have free speech. It's because they're like, okay, judges, you need to put on a fucking wig that makes you look like it's the 1800s. You have to put on a powdered fucking wig from 1776 because they can't get over the fact that they lost America. So they have to like forever be stuck in those glory days of old before they lost us. Their judges got to put on a fucking wig.
It's a little Lord Fauntleroy
are you out of your
as
fucking,
well?
What?
Like, what's up with the little collar thingy?
Yes!
A little bow around his
What
neck.
is this? What the fuck is this? Come on.
Yeah. You
what
look
are you
like
doing?
a fucking cosplayer, dude.
Yes. It looks so fucking stupid. How could you look at that man? This is a man who has the power to send your ass to jail.
I know, and he's
for
a
your
fucking
life.
clown. He belongs at a kid's costume party.
Actually, you know what? I've changed my mind completely. I want all judges to be in full clown regalia. Okay, like the nose.
He
the
just
face
needs
paint.
the nose. That's all he needs.
Yes,
He's got the whole getup.
Yes, I want them. No, change the wig. It should be like an afro that's like multicolor. So that when they like, it'll add a sense of levity when they send people to jail for the rest of their lives. When it's a fucking clown that does it.
For posting on the internet, I don't like paying taxes.
Life in prison.
Exactly.
That way, when the people go to jail for writing nasty social media posts, but then they release the person who's committed like 27 assaults and like 10 rapes, and you see it's a guy in a clown outfit, you're like, well, at least it makes sense. At least when I visually look at it, it all makes sense now because it's a fucking clown show.
Yeah, it is a clown show.
Though you said that you had no intention of carrying out any act of violence, there can be no doubt that you were inciting others to do so. Otherwise, why post the comment?
And that's made people worry that if we don't talk about this now, if we don't do anything about it, the U.S. will find itself in the same situation.
And it's coming so fast, within 5 or 10 years, it is going to be way out of control. We have a prime example of this, Europe. Europe is gone, and they will have to fight in the streets to get it back, and that's coming.
So today, I really want to look at this as objectively as I can, because when you take away the anger and the
I think it's Mad World playing in the background. He's like, let's look at this objectively. It's a mad world. It's a mad. Dude,
No, I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
not
still,
objective.
I don't care about the end of the white race anymore. I'm so fixated on the wig thing.
Oh, okay. You can't get over the clown world.
I can't
thing.
I typed in why do UK judges and the first
dress like clowns.
The first fill-in was wear wigs. And there's all these that wasn't even the dumbest wig. I sent you a picture. They wear like the even stupider wigs.
No
what
way.
The fuck? Like
they have a
what is
hierarchy
wrong?
of wigs.
They have a hierarchy of wigs. Different judges or barristers wear different fucking wigs.
That's impossible.
What is this? UK, you're not a real country. You're a fake country. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
You have your judges where like fucking it looks okay. You know how you see the pictures I sent you? I want you to bring it up for a second.
Bring it up.
Okay. I want you to bring this picture up. Okay.
What happens if it's a lady judge with a huge afro? How the hell she get her afro into that?
They gotta. I guess they gotta pat
What's
it
up
down.
with that
okay?
wig?
The women gotta wear the wigs too. I saw pictures of the women wearing the wigs. You know those like, you know how some people put those little bathroom mats around their toilets?
Do the size of the wig grow as a
Every
gay
time
seniority?
Every time you let a rapist free, your wig grows another half inch.
Oh my God.
Yes. No, it looks like one of those toilet mats. You know, like the ones that you put around the toilet.
Yeah, you wipe your feet on it. Yeah.
Yes, that's what it looks like. They're literally wearing toilet mats on their heads. England, and their heads look like butts. What are you doing?
Whose idea was this?
I can't. I cannot wrap my brain around this.
Whose idea was a toilet mat wig?
No one tell them about Canada. Oh my God, do they wear wigs in Canada too? No.
Not only that, look, what is up with the getup? They got the fucking lacy, frilly cuffs on their. What the hell is up with this outfit?
This is insane.
This is the outfit you wear to a cult sex party, not as a judge.
You know how there's all those people that are like, we need to bring back tradition. Oh, the tradition was the best. And they have all like the picture of like the old architecture. And they're like, oh, the new architecture sucks. Okay. For the people that want to push back against that, just show them this picture. Yeah. They're like, you want to go back to tradition? Fuck this. Okay. Put on a fucking modern suit. What are you doing?
What's up with the penis hole in the top of this one guy's wig? He looks like a giant dickhead.
That's what
He's got.
Well, that's why
you can pee out of the top of this guy's head.
Because obviously he is a giant dickhead because he's a judge in the UK, Adam. It's a requirement.
How many rapists have you let out this week? 25, mate.
My God.
They're overrunning our country.
Okay,
right,
I'll stop. I'll stop. I'm off the wigs. I'm done with the wigs. We can move on. We can talk about the end of the white race or whatever.
Mad world.
Headlines. I think there's a very real explanation for it. And the reason I wanted to make this video is not just to prove to you that this is in fact happening, but it's also to ask a bigger question. Why is this happening? And what does it mean when the identity of a country changes? And why are some people upset while the leaders celebrate it?
And the wave still continues. It's not going to stop, nor should we want it to stop.
So let's...
Oh, telling. Very telling. Joe Biden saying, yeah, we want as many immigrants to come over the border as humanly possible. I bet he regrets saying that.
Take a look at the data and what it actually shows, the emotional reactions people are having, the incentives behind it, and at the end of this video, I'll share my own story as an immigrant and my family's experience. So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Henri Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for immigration. Now, let me first sort of explain how we got here, because we have to go back to one law that changed everything. In 1965, the United States passed something called the Immigration and Nationality Act. Some people call it the Hart-Celler Act. Now, the goal was to end an old immigration system that prioritized European immigrants over everyone else. Before 1965, the US used quotas that favored immigrants from countries like the UK and Germany, Italy, and it limited immigration from Asia, Africa, and parts of Latin America. Now, at that time, in the context of the civil rights movement, they were trying to change that. So Hart-Celler did actually three big things. First, it got rid of those quotas completely. Second, it replaced it with a system that was based mostly on something called family reunification and employment-based visas. And three, it placed a cap on immigration from the Western world for the first time.
From this day forth, those wishing to immigrate to America shall be admitted on the basis of their skills and their close relationships to those already here.
Now, here's something really important. At that time, politicians told the public that this law would not really change the demographic makeup of the United States. President Lyndon Johnson said himself that the law would not reshape America. It would not be flooded with immigrants, and it would not change its cultural identity. And a lot of people voted for it, probably believed it, because on paper, the law was not about mass immigration.
They thought, well, people who have family members who want to reunify with them, that's mostly going to be Europeans. As it turns out, that really wasn't the case.
What lawmakers either didn't understand,
and they're like, we love it in Europe. Why would we leave? It's great here.
or did not explain to the public is how something called chain migration works. You see, when you prioritize that concept of family reunification, one immigrant coming here does not just mean one person. It means their parents and their siblings, their spouses, their children. Multiple generations of people could come here all because of one person. And that created exponential growth. Now, once the door was open to the rest of the world, especially to places with much bigger populations and much higher demands to move to the US, everything changed. Now, it wasn't immediate, didn't happen overnight, but over decades and decades, it completely changed the flow of immigration into the US, because before 1965, the majority of immigrants came from Europe. After 1965, immigrants came mostly from Latin America, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. So when people argue about whether demographic change was planned or accidental, the truth is, at the very least, it was underestimated. Whether that was intentional or not is up for debate, but once it started, it became politically and economically impossible to reverse. And this is how the country has changed. In 1960, about 90% of the US population was white. Today it's closer to 58%. By 2045, white Americans are projected to become a minority. Now, that's not some fringe alt-right prediction. That is according to the US.
Okay, so this comes up a lot. I don't know why it comes up. It's like this weird talking point that just keeps getting circulated that's completely wrong. Okay, when people keep bringing up the Hart-Celler Act, which did change the immigration system, and I would agree that a lot of the changes were bad, including what he talked about. The chain migration was a big problem. That was the biggest problem we had until we had like the refugee situation that we now have, which is different. The chain migration problem was the biggest problem. Exactly what he was saying. I think most people would agree having an immigration system based on merit or something would be fine. I don't even care, whether it's like you have to have a good job or a good education. Fucking give these people IQ tests for all I care. Okay, that's fine. But then when you have, it's like, oh, well, you have like a family member or an uncle or a cousin or whatever. And it just keeps allowing more and more people to kind of skip the line or to come over. Like, that's obviously a huge fucking problem, and was not like, there's an argument that it was a conspiracy. When I've read about it, the stuff I've read about it says that the people that put in really just didn't anticipate what happened to happen. And then you get in this problem that once something is in place, nobody wants to change it for political reasons or because Congress is lazy or whatever. So that's 100% true. Chain migration sucks, horrible. That needs to be done away with 100%. Just because your family member it comes to America doesn't mean that you should come to America or get to skip the line and not have to come based on merit. But the thing that like is weird to me, and he repeats it, and I assume he just doesn't know, and this is completely not true, is that the Immigration Act of 1924 was basically the quota system that was in place that the Hart-Celler Act did away with. That quota system was put in place for two reasons. It was to limit immigration from Asian countries, really specifically China, because you had all the Chinese immigrants coming to work on the railroads like way back in the day. So it's really to stop like a lot of Chinese immigration and a lot of Asian immigration. And the second reason was that it was put in place to stop the immigration of white Europeans from Central and South Europe that were deemed not good white people to come to the country. Because in that act that everyone talks about, all these people talk about how, oh, we should have never got rid of this or all this other stuff. That Immigration Act did not stop any immigration from South or Central America at all. There was no Western Hemisphere immigration under the 1924 Act was not touched. So even if we never had the big spooky Hart-Celler Act come in, there'd be no limitations. There'd be no stopping the people from South and Central America who are the majority of immigrants coming in now. So it's, to me, I don't know why people keep pointing to that as like, that was the way it should have been, when it doesn't actually solve the issue of immigration we have currently.
Okay. Good fix.
Which is also now, because now a lot of it's not even chain migration. Now, a lot of it is we have this refugee problem where people come in because either there's some sort of real problem, or there's like a civil war, which is, what happened with Somalia, or they get refugee status and they're allowed to come in, or people come in and then they claim that they should have some kind of refugee status because they're fleeing some sort of situation. We said this a million times. And then, either they get lost in the system, or, no one really checks it because it takes for so long for, all these people who are requesting asylum, because they can basically just show up on the border and say, give me asylum, which is why, honestly, it's one of those situations where we had a system, maybe it worked in the past, but so many people have abused it that you have to change it. Even if it's unfair to the people that really need it, they just say, okay, you no longer, people can't just come to our country and request asylum anymore, because it's been, too many people have used it to their advantage.
Yeah, that's the same with the Somali daycare center thing.
Exactly.
U.S. Census Bureau. And it's not just in the U.S. either. In the UK, the white British population has dropped from 87% in 2001 to 74% in just 2 decades. In cities like London, Birmingham, and Leicester, white Brits are already in the minority. By 2063, they say that the whole country will become a Brit minority. Now, France, Sweden, Canada, Germany, same trends. Now, some people will look at that and say, okay, but so what? Populations change. Who cares? Other people will look at this data and feel like something's been lost to them. They feel like the culture that they grew up with and the values they believed in and the sense of their identity is being erased, right?
Those people want to preserve their countries as they remember them from time they were children. They want to preserve their countries free, independent, safe, clean and beautiful. They want their countries without hordes of illegal aliens and women and children in the streets, and they want their countries without daily terrorist attacks.
And to make things worse, when people talk about it, they're told that
when they bleep out rape, it makes it sound worse.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it sound like he's saying fucking their women and children.
They're either racist or xenophobic or dangerous. And at the same time, politicians and media figures and even corporations are celebrating this as a good thing. Not just acknowledging it, but celebrating it. And that creates this really weird tension, because people say that if this was the natural way of things, if diversity is meant to happen organically over time, and this is inevitable, well, then that's fine. But why is it being pushed on purpose? Why are people being punished for talking about it? Because if this was just about diversity and helping refugees or immigrants, you'd expect to see a balanced conversation. But we don't see that.
You have to force behaviors. And if you don't force behaviors, whether it's gender or race or just any way you want to say the composition of your team, you're going to be impacted.
To make things worse, people argue that for some reason, you don't see diversity initiatives going in the other direction into non-white majority countries. You don't see governments encouraging white immigration into, say, Japan or China, Saudi Arabia or Nigeria. And if they did, those populations just wouldn't accept it. But in the West, resisting it is considered hateful. And when people speak out in places like the UK, they might even be arrested, literally, for saying things online. And that's why people feel upset. Because if you take their ability to speak and you change their environment faster than they can adapt to it, it feels like an invasion. And that's what's led this conversation devolving into conspiracy. So the next question is, okay, then what is the real reason why this is happening? Well, it turns out there is a bigger reason, and it has a lot to do with, you guessed it, money, economics. Why? Because one of the most powerful forces behind immigration is an idea called demographics. And when you understand how demographics work, you start to see the bigger picture of why all of this is happening and why some people believe it's necessary, at least economically speaking. So let's start with a very basic idea. Economic growth depends on people. More people means more workers, more consumers, people that buy stuff, more taxpayers, more innovation, more overall productivity. But there's a problem. Across the whole developed world right now, population growth is collapsing. The global fertility rate in the 1960s was over 5 children per woman. Today it's below 2.1, which is what economists call the replacement level. And that is the case in almost every developed country. These are not just low numbers. They are demographically disastrous to an economy. People are just not having enough kids. And when less people are born, you eventually have what? Less workers. That means less people paying into the system. But the number of retirees, people taking from the system, keeps on growing. Why? Because people are living longer thanks to advancements in medicine and technology and all those things. And that leads to things like underfunded pensions, slower economic growth, rising debt, right? So how do we fix that problem? Well, it's actually very easy. A country has to make more money than it spends. That's it. Grow the economy faster than people can take from it. But if you can't do that, which it seems like for now we can't, and if you can't or won't incentivize people to have more children, then you have to import. And if the native-born population is not replacing itself, that means new people have to be brought in from somewhere else. Okay then, but why? Right? Like, who does that benefit? And there's a very good explanation for that. But whether or not you will benefit from immigration depends on where you are in life. Here's why. Immigrants increase demand for housing, right? More for goods and services. They keep real estate markets strong. And maybe even more importantly, they help wealthy people get more wealthy. People who already hold assets. If you own property, for example, rental prices go up, makes you richer.
You have a lot of people have housing that because we have such a strong time and such a strong market, their houses are very valuable. It's a big part of their net worth, their house. I don't want to knock those numbers down.
If you own stocks, consumer spending goes up, makes you richer. If you collect taxes, your base just got bigger. If you have any wealth at all, whether you know it or not, you are indirectly benefiting economically from immigration. Now, if you're in power and you're a political leader, you have even more incentive to import people because it can help you get the votes. It helps you stay in power.
An unrelenting stream of immigration. Non-stop. Non-stop.
So in that sense, immigration sort of has become the economic replacement theory. It's a strategy to replace lost growth with new people. But this strategy obviously leaves out a lot, right? It's very one-sided, and it raises a really hard question to answer, which is, what happens to the people who are used to living a certain way, who live in the real world, whose neighborhoods and schools have changed, and for people who might not own any assets at all? What happens to the cultural tension of a whole country when the strategy is to bring in people faster than the people can absorb them? What you get is very much what we're seeing right now in a lot of the world. And so then the question is, well, what good is a GDP if your country slowly becomes an LLC, a business that is in service not to its people, but to its profits? And that's where the conversation gets way harder, because it becomes less about the price and more about the common values. And here's what I mean. Economists can say, well, immigration helps the economy because growth goes up. But what that system does not account for is the cost of immigration for the people of that country, which explains where we are today, which is very divided and very angry. Now, you might have seen this, but there was this very popular article that just came out called The Lost Generation. The link is down below. It got millions and millions of views. And what the article exposed is that starting in the mid-2010s, things started to get even worse because a lot of elite institutions adopted a practice called DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, so that they could change representation outcomes or the habits of people.
You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors.
Now, these policies didn't have exact quotas, which would be illegal, but DEI used certain hiring priorities special programs and metrics that were designed to create a very specific outcome.
It's so fascinating, but I guess it should be expected. It's so fascinating that there are so many people now who want you to pretend like the last 10 years didn't happen now. They're like, oh, well, all this like culture war stuff, all this woke stuff, that was all just like a construction of evil white racists and Republicans on the internet.com. And there wasn't really this like really bizarre, weird anti-white male push that had been going on for 10 years, very, very, very publicly in our society. That
yeah,
didn't
it was
happen.
just a wedge issue created by Republicans.
Yes.
Get people to vote.
Right. They want to use like the Jedi mind trick on you. They just wave their hand like that didn't happen. What that didn't happen. Okay. It didn't happen. It's like now that the woke shit is finally horribly unpopular or becoming more and more horribly unpopular, and hopefully it continues down that trajectory. We'll see. Maybe there'll be some sort of revival of it, unfortunately, because of all the white nationalist shit. But all like they just want you to pretend like none of that shit happened. And it's so fucking it's so despicable. It's so disgusting because it's the same. It's like if you forget your history, you're doomed to repeat it. And you can't forget a history. We just lived through this history. We literally this isn't the ancient times. We just went through this shit. And so many people are trying to pretend like
we're
it didn't
still
fucking
going
happen.
through it. No, we're still going through it. Yeah.
Yes.
Those numbers are terrible for white men today.
Yes.
All the numbers are way down when white men are a majority of the population.
Yes.
So it's horrible. It's completely horrible. We talked about this on a live stream a few days before this article came out. Remember I was telling you about the Paramount mentoring program that came through and
yes,
and basically
about
was
the
like,
YouTube mentoring program. That was the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. And then this article drops and he pulls all the stats out and people are still denying it, Sitch. Oh, so many people are like, oh, this guy's just jaded. He didn't make it. He wasn't good enough to make the cut.
Yeah. No.
They're still in denial.
I know. It is really like it is so despicable to me. And I don't know like a lot of people. Some of these people are just delusional who are just drinking. There's so many people. It is disturbing how many NPCs walk around. Because like you interact with people and I'm the same way. We kind of assume like a level of maliciousness or dishonesty. Because you're like, how could you not have like, were you asleep? Were you in a cave for the last 10 years? Like, how could you not see this? But it's so disturbing that I think for a lot of people, they're just NPCs, that they were just sucking up like all the talking points the entire time. And then now they're just sucking up the new talking points. There's not really like a objective thinking process or like, whoa, okay, well, maybe this is why this is happening now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Though in somewhat positive, something that gives me a little bit of optimism here was, because obviously there's all this big story about the Minnesota fraud situation going on. And then there's a New York Times article. Now, the New York Times, generally pretty left wing, had an article all the way back in November 29th. Okay. So about a month ago, that was going over all the fraud in the Somali community, and they don't pull any punches. They're not shying away from the fact that it is an issue that specifically is from the Somalian community in Minnesota.
Wow.
So they're not being cowed. It's kind of interesting to see, even though they do bring up like, the like, oh, Trump said things and people are worried that will, make people racist or whatever. They don't pull any punches that this is specifically an issue that is from the Somalian community. And they even quote some professor at the end of the article who is a Somalian American, who apparently is a professor of like Somali studies. He's a leading expert in Somali studies. And here, let me read this to you. Or actually, I'll read it when we talk about it, the situation. But basically, he's just saying like, yes, there's this huge problem in the Somali community in Minnesota, a cultural issue that is due to the fact that a lot of these people came from a country in the middle of a civil war where basically stealing from the government was like the general norm. And so people are just kind of
they just brought their norm here.
Yeah, right. People are just sort of acting with that normative value.
Yeah, that is the problem with immigration. And he talks about his immigration experience, Andre Jick does, in this video, which I'm glad we're watching this before the Somali video because it is completely pertinent.
Is he He was not born
No,
here?
he's first generation American.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So he shares his experience, and he he basically agrees with us where we're talking about assimilation as the problem.
Yes.
Look, the Somali community is a perfect example of why you have to assimilate people, right? They're not fucking assimilated. They got little Somali going over there. Who the fuck let that happen?
Well, and that's part of the situation. That this is the problem. Is like people they don't want to do things in a smart way. They just want to like do things in the most ideologically pure way possible. Because the compromise should be, okay, if you want to allow refugees to come to the country because it's so sad that they're fucking dying over there, which I'm sympathetic to that. I have a bleeding heart to some effect too, right? People are getting
Mine's
wiped out,
turning black as coal.
Yeah, a lot of people.
As I see more of these stories, I'm like,
of course, I
fuck
listen.
These people. Let them die in their own country.
I get it, and we'll talk about that. But because I have a lot of thoughts on what we should be doing in response to that. But I know I understand like the people have bleeding hearts and sympathy for all people that are living these situations where the Civil War and there's all these horrible things. People are dying by the truckloads. Okay, so the compromise should be like, okay, so some people can come to our country as refugees. But what you cannot allow, and this is like the problem, is you say, okay, they can come, but you can't let them just clump up and say, well, this area is now the Somali area of America. You can't do that. You
have to go
say,
away.
Yeah,
no
you can say, okay,
allowed.
You can come here, but like there's some sort of like system in place that says you have to live like up, like all spread out. Because this is the problem. If people And this is true of all
those people millions of dollars to do that shit too.
No, yeah, obviously. I'm not even talking. No, obviously, don't give these people any money. I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm just saying that this is human nature. Is that most people, overwhelmingly, doesn't matter what race or ethnicity they're from. This is the overwhelming majority, like 95% of the population. 95% of humans, because we evolved to be this way, and it makes perfect sense, will only do what they have to do.
Yeah, the bare minimum. Yeah,
right. Which makes sense because from an evolutionary perspective, your body and mind is going to want to preserve energy as much as
resource
possible.
Preservation.
Right. And resources. Yes. That's why they always say if you don't use it, you lose it. This is true both in like exercise. This is true also in like, that's why you learn all this information in school and you know it for your test, then you immediately forget it, a year later because you never use it. Right. If you don't use it, you lose it. If people aren't forced to do something, most people aren't going to do it. And so this is how you get, and this is true for communities all across America, where it's insane to me that you have people that can move to this country and they can live in this country for years and never fucking learn English.
Yeah.
And they don't, it's only because they don't have to. But if you said, no, if you move here, we're going to forcibly spread you out. Okay. So you can't clump up and make this little community here. Then they would have to learn English. Then they would actually have to assimilate culturally into the broader culture.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have these sorts of issues where it's like, oh, well, everyone can clump up and they could just do fraud or they could just never learn English and they could just never assimilate.
Yeah. Pretty soon they got a congresswoman.
Yes.
They do whatever the fuck they want.
And that's even, and that's even weird too, because I was curious because I was like, okay.
This is how they have Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, but here's what's interesting, because I was like, what is the demographics of Ilhan Omar's district?
Oh, it's fucking all Somali.
Well, it's not. 90... See, that's what I was wondering, because I was like, is it just like, 80% Somali or something?
It's definitely 51%.
This is going to blow your fucking mind. Okay, you ready for this?
Let's hear it.
61% white.
Uh-huh.
Only
white
17
liberal women.
Well, that's probably only 17% black. And that's all black. It doesn't even specify how much of that is even, Somali.
How many is white Somali though?
I don't think zero.
Okay. Ilhan Omar is pretty light skinned.
Right.
Come on.
But like a lot of it is because of what you're saying. There's this sort of like kind of woke lefty attitude about this shit, where they'll just vote for the dumbest fucking retard ever, like Ilhan Omar, because they're like, oh, I'm so progressive. I'm voting for like a black lady.
Yeah. There's people, oh man, the people in the video that we're watching about the fraud, the white progressives chasing them around are just, oh, it's so insane. It's I don't know how they're not pissed off. They tell them about all the fraud, and they're like, "So?"
Right.
It's like,
but
fuck
this
you,
is
lady.
why
She probably doesn't pay any taxes. That's why she doesn't care. Right. She's like, look, I'm on the dole too.
But this is why, to me, it's like really completely wrongheaded when you have Stephen Miller and all these other people who are like, oh my God, America, if we just didn't have the immigrants, we'd be a perfect country if we just had the white people. If it was just the whites. And I'm like, are you look at Ilhan Omar's district, 61% white, overwhelmingly voted for her dumb fucking ass. Okay. The white people voted for her fucking ass.
Right.
Like, that's not going to solve the problem you're
talking about. Some of the white
about.
people too.
Okay. Yeah. It's not going to solve the issue. All right.
The outcome was to increase representation of people who were historically underrepresented. And that's what ended up happening systematically. Young white men of an entire generation started to become excluded from the workplace.
In 2014, white men were 31% of American medical students. By 2025, they were just 20%. White men dropped from 31% of law school.
That's 33%. Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. One out of every 3 people were like, nope, sorry, no doctor for you.
Yeah. I mean, look at the lower level TV writer. Now that's
oh my God, I know. That's me. Those are the people who came to our writers lab.
Yeah.
And look, I ran that writers lab for 10 years. Guess what? The best people in there, white dudes. They're the fucking best writers.
It's to 25%.
Now, this is from publicly available data cited from the universities, which show white men, for example, accounted for roughly 48% of lower-level television writers in 2011, but less than 12% by 2024. In academia, Harvard's humanities departments saw white men in what are called tenure-track positions go down from roughly 39% in 2014 to less than 20% by the early 2020s. At some universities like Brown and University of California, newly hired tenure positions in certain departments were overwhelmingly non-white and non-male. And these numbers show a very fast change in who got access to elite and institutional positions.
In our writers lab, I would always look, I was a good little progressive when I was running the writers lab. So obviously if any black people showed up, any women writers showed up, like, I want them in. I want diversity in my writers lab. Right. The problem was, I mean, we get one black person, one woman for every 20 white guys that we got. Right. So I understand the hiring from a firsthand experience. I got 20 applications for white guys and 1 application. So look, I let the black guy in, I let the woman in, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was never any black person or woman. Well, there was a writing team of a man and a woman, and I always wondered, they were 2 of the best writers ever in that writers lab.
Oh, there you go.
And I always wondered, like, who's doing the real lifting?
I was like, I bet it's just a guy doing the work.
Which of these people? And I would ask them. I would ask them all the time. I would ask them, and they would say, they would not tell me. They'd be like, "We're not saying no."
Terrible.
They played it close to the vest. They were amazing writers, though. They were funny as hell. Oh my God, they were just amazing. They're probably 2 of the best writers in the group. But they ended up selling stuff, and I know the reason that they did was because he had a woman on his team. It was a man and a woman. If that guy was by himself, oh man, he wouldn't have sold fucking shit. He wouldn't have sold jack shit. And I feel so bad for all the people who were in there, because I mean, there's a ton of really good writers, but look, since they were white men, they got fucked. They totally got fucked.
And when that change happens so fast, it creates a situation where people that are trying to get a job at that exact moment are excluded systematically. Now, the article goes on to interview dozens of millennials and journalists and academics and creatives, a lot of whom tell their own story about applying to dozens of jobs without ever getting hired. Now, what matters isn't whether every personal case was fair or unfair. It's that a very big group of very specific people experienced the same exclusionary outcome at the same time. Now, you could look at that and say a couple things. Well, that's how we fight systematic oppression, right? That's how we give other people a chance. But the question becomes, do two wrongs make a right? Is fighting historic oppression with modern day oppression the answer? Now, some people might say, well, that's just their fear or their racism or nostalgia for the past. But the average person who processes it does it like this. Wait, so you're telling me that I have to compete with immigrants for jobs, compete with boomers for housing, and try to get a job when everyone is prioritizing demographic outcomes that I can't control? And if I question that, I'm told the problem is me, right? So the question, again, comes back to, did two wrongs make a right? Because if yes, then that is a recipe for division and instability, and I think it explains a lot of what we're seeing today. Politically, socially, and definitely emotionally, I think it all flows from that. Okay, so maybe the problem is not immigration itself, but maybe the problem is how fast it's happening, because immigration, when it works, can be a really good thing, but it only works under a very specific set of conditions. And that's where I want to tell you my story, because as an immigrant, I have an interesting first-person point of view about all this, because I wasn't born here. I came to the US as an immigrant in 1998 from Russia with my parents. And I remember just how hard it was. I remember my parents getting made fun of, not because of how they looked, because they looked white, but because of how they sounded. I remember how we were looked at and all the names we were called, like dumb immigrants, and it was really bad. And as a 9-year-old, I was able to adapt really fast, and I lost my accent pretty fast. So every time we'd go out, I'd be like, okay, guys, let me talk because they won't know, right? So here I am as a 9-year-old trying to be an adult. And what's funny about it is, when I look back at all of it, the way we were treated was obviously really wrong. But I also remember there were things that we had a hard time understanding.
I mean, was it wrong? Maybe we should just be a little more meaner to these immigrants, force them to assimilate more, right? I mean, it worked.
Yeah.
How wrong could it be? Like, if everyone made him comfortable, would he have assimilated?
Right. I mean, unfortunately, there's some level of truth to that. That's what I'm saying. Like, people will only do what they have to do.
I know.
So
Look, that's the argument he makes.
Right.
Just listening to it a second time, I'm thinking, oh, maybe that is a little inconsistent.
Yeah.
Because if we march around and say, oh, yeah, we got to make these people as comfortable as possible.
Yeah.
But then how do we get them to assimilate?
That's exactly
We have to say, listen, you dumb fucking immigrant.
Wow.
Learn to speak English.
I don't know if you have to say it like that, but yes.
No, you have to say it like that. Sitch, say it.
Okay.
It's for the greater good.
Right.
Come on, say it.
The greater good.
We had a hard time conforming and a hard time fitting in. I did too, but eventually we did. How were we able to? Why was the past so different than maybe what it is today? And I think the reason that we were able to back then is because the conditions were such that my parents were, in a way, forced to assimilate, right? They were forced to become American because we were surrounded by them. So naturally, we wanted to belong. We wanted to learn and immerse ourselves in the culture. We had no other choice. And circumstantially, because we had no help from the government or welfare, we had to figure it out. We did not expect America to change for us when we came here. We changed for America, and that's what made us become Americans. That's the difference. It's the attitude. And arguably, it's the attitudes that seem to have changed, which has become such a problem. Because when immigration becomes less about joining a country and more about changing it to look like the place where you come from, that's when people feel like it's not immigration. It's an invasion, right? It feels forced on you. And that brings me to the next question.
That argument is so true, but at the same time, from the CTR progressive perspective, they think, okay, well, that's what we did to the American Indians, right? The Native Americans.
Right.
And they want payback. They're like, yeah, we should do that to them again. That's what they
Right.
want to do. They're like, we have to erase European culture from this continent to right the wrongs of the past.
I don't think that's most people's thought process.
No, but it is a few people, obviously.
Yeah, like
people in power.
The very extreme people. But I think most people is just like, oh, the only people against this is the problem. Things get like labeled a specific way and they get labeled on the team function. And most people only derive the number one frame that people use to understand politics is basically just, what does my party tell me? So if you have like one party says, okay, we need to, worry about immigration, and then the other party says, well, for whatever reason, a lot of it is just to score political points. Says, oh, well, you're racist because you just don't like them because they're brown or whatever. Then people just adopt that. They just kind of like NPC mindset, adopt that frame, and they'll continue to adopt that frame unless they're forced in their own life to come to some sort of grips with this. This is why you see that so many people, they only will switch sides politically, or they'll only become more centery politically if suddenly the group, their own party, like turns on them. That's how we've seen time and time again with people when they're like, oh, same thing, like, obviously like with Anna, that was like a big thing for her, but a lot of these other people, it's like they will only kind of wake up once the people that they thought was on their team turns on them. They're like, oh, well, now I have to suddenly start thinking about things in a sort of like objective way, because I can't just rely on my team to tell me what is correct.
If they're just going along with the team, the outcome is the same. I mean, there all these land acknowledgments, that is a manipulation tactic in making people feel guilty about the past.
100%,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and how do you resolve that guilt? You wipe out the Europeans who did the crime.
Right.
You remedy the crime.
But that's why
is land acknowledgments are pretty common on the left, right? Even moderates do land acknowledgments and shit.
Mm-hmm. But that's why this is why you do have to worry about the extremists in your group, because it's like it's not the moderates that really pull the party in a direction or the conversation in a direction. Really, most of the time, it's the extremists, because they're the ones that care. They're the ones that are like controlling the meetings, making people do the land acknowledgments. And since most people just choose what to say or what to believe based on their tribal identity, then they'll just go along with that shit. They'll just 100% go along with that shit, because they don't, what do they know? What do they know? What do they care? They're not really thinking about it. They're just like, oh, of course, this is what I'm supposed to do. Like, I'm a good person on this side.
Yeah, look, there's some kind of cultural inertia going on here. Yeah. I get that. But I think we have to, in order to stop the cultural inertia, you have to move. You have to make moves, right?
Yes, 100%.
Getting rid of land acknowledgments would be a great move. Land acknowledgments are what lead to Jimmy Fallon's audience going, woo, we're winning.
Yes.
We're cleaning the country.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Yeah.
We're getting even for the crime that they committed on us.
Which is what actually holds a country together. Because if the answer is the economy, then sure, you can justify any of this for the sake of the economy. Nothing matters if it's in service to the dollar, right? But if it's about more than that, if it's about shared values like freedom of speech, or if it's a common language, a common history, having a culture, having a common way of life, a belief in certain ideas, then we have to ask, are we protecting those things while in service of the economy? Or are we replacing those ideals for the benefit of the economy, which ultimately benefits who? Those with options and those with resources.
That's a great way of framing it too.
Mm-hmm.
Is it in service of is the economy serving the culture, or is the culture serving the economy?
Right.
Yeah. Which way is it now?
I think it's serving, well, it was serving the economy, but that might not even be true. I would say it's not even it's serving like the like rich elites. It's
yeah, that's the biggest problem.
That's the Cantillon effect, which says those closest to power and money are the ones who benefit the most. And if that is the case, if the economy is what we are prioritizing, then I think politicians just need to be honest about that. But if it's not about the economy, which I think it clearly is, but we're told it's about something else, well then...
This is the way the left commonly frames immigration, is that it's good for the economy. That's the way they frame it all the time. Mm-hmm. It's great for the economy. They don't commit any crime.
Yeah, but the issue is it's not 100% untrue. There is truth to it. And if we had zero immigration, we'd probably be in a very precarious situation economically. So the question is, you have to do it in a way that doesn't fuck things up, doesn't make people really fucking mad.
Yeah, I don't know. The question that I have is the economy going to be terrible if everyone's house loses value? If houses start losing value gently, let's say it's 5% a year, the housing value goes down 5% a year. I don't know that would really hurt the economy. Yeah, but housing prices need to go down. We just don't want them to go down 50% in 1 year, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
But as I said, I'd be curious to find a paper on this because, again, with housing costs, it's like, yes, if population diminishes, then obviously demand will diminish. But then also labor is going to diminish, especially who's building the houses. It's cheap immigrant labor. So that's going to.
You don't need to build as many houses.
Right, but so that's what I'm saying.
Houses.
Like, I understand that. So that's what I'm saying. I'd be curious to see some sort of like mathematical analysis to see which one of those forces has a greater impact on the housing costs. But
you don't need the labor for the housing if you're 1 million houses short and you deport 1 million people, and now you're not 1 million houses short, you don't need them for the labor.
Yeah, but if we're in a situation where the population's is like declining because we're going towards a population collapse, then yeah, you don't need to build new houses. That's true. But you're going to have a lot like, okay, congratulations. Housing prices are cheaper. You've solved that problem, but then you have all the other problems that come from the declining population, which is you're going to have what he talked about in the beginning, which is all these other systems which are built upon an ever expanding economy are all going to collapse. The stock market's going to collapse. All the Social Security, all these programs are going to start collapsing.
It's an ever-growing labor force, but I think obviously robotics, I think where we're going to be with robotics in 10 years is going to change everything.
Well, it might. That make sure, but
the
until
labor shortage thing moot.
Right. And maybe that's the case, and maybe this conversation, maybe none of this will matter because yes, we'll have robots to do labor, and then people will be totally fine with populations shrinking dramatically because you don't need the labor anymore. Okay, it's totally fine, right? That's definitely possible, but
rich white people are going to be the first to dump their Latino gardeners. They're going to be like,
of course, right.
I'm getting a robot.
We're not quite there yet for that to sort of like materialize in a way that people are just comfortable.
Because they're worried about the robot coming in.
Well, because we don't know exactly how the robot thing is going to play out yet.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd bet money.
Well, I know you're. I know you're.
I don't know. I don't know the
coming, but
look, I don't know the dates. Well, look, I would try to convince you that you would bet money too, because look, you don't know the dates that they're going to happen, but you know that there's going to be a humanoid robot that will be able to do all your chores.
Oh, of course.
That's a fact, right? You just don't know when.
Of course, but it's one of those. It's kind of interesting because one of those, like, we've talked about this a lot, and this is another thing that'll make this whole conversation kind of moot. Is whichever country becomes the dominant country that makes AI and makes robots is going to be the next dominant country that controls everything else. And so it's like, it might make sense from a purely like consequentialist perspective. You'd be like, okay, you import your cheap labor and you annoy everyone and you cause a bunch of problems by importing a bunch of cheap labor just so you can ramp up to get to that point where you can make the robots, you can become the dominant country that makes the robots and the AI. And then once you reach that goal, then you could just start scaling back dramatically on immigration, all this other stuff, because you've like reached the next goal, right? You've reached the next step.
Yeah. What do you mean by dominant? Dominant economically?
Both dominant economically, militarily.
Yeah, the military is going to be the thing, but I don't know how. I mean, every country could be equal economically because they'd be getting their robots, and the robots.
No,
would
but
be doing
this
the work.
is why, not because they're going to have to buy their robots. Every country can't make robots. Every country can't make AI. They're going to have to buy them from someone
Yeah,
else.
they would have
right?
to buy them.
Yeah,
But as soon
and
as they
so
buy them, they buy enough to make a factory that makes robots for them.
unless they program the robots that say you can't do that. The robots are literally not allowed to do that.
Are
And then
we
if they
not going
find
to
out that
sell
you're doing
them?
that, then they stop selling them robots.
Are we not going to sell them the robots? Are we not going to? I don't know. Look, if
It's like
robots make everything drive the cost of products down to next to nothing, it's hard for me to imagine that we're going to hoard all the robots and we're going to be like, no robots.
Of course,
for you.
wait, no,
But
no,
we
of
might
course we
because
are.
we'd be like, look, you're going to use these robots to make weapons. We're definitely not
Yes,
robots are not going
of
into
course.
Gaza. Fuck that.
Of
That's like-
course. Yes, we're not. Yeah, exactly. Are we going to be like, oh, yes, Gazans, here's a bunch of robots that we have no restrictions on. You can build whatever you fucking want with the robot. Of course, we're not
no,
going to do
yeah,
that.
you're
Right?
right.
No,
Never
of course.
mind.
Yeah.
That's where the dominance is going to come in.
Right,
because
exactly.
The robots will be useful in making weaponry.
Exactly. It's kind of like, I mean, you see this with like, Monsanto's, or, they sell like the crops and the seeds, and they say, okay, you have
No
to use
robots
these
for
seeds,
you.
right? And you can't ever change, and you can't, if anyone else, if you try to do any of our proprietary shit, we're going to see you in oblivion. It's going to be the same thing with the robots. Like, okay, you can buy the robots from like, some American company, but if you try to use that robot to build a robot factory, it's going to the robot's going to be programmed to shut down. And if you hack the robot and they find out, then they're going to take all the robots away and sue you into oblivion because it's like a copyright infringement thing. Like it's going to be this whole fucking thing. So that's what I'm saying. Like, whoever can make the robots and AI first is going to be assuming it's, and it could be a bipolar situation. It could be US and China, or like the two countries making the robots. And it's kind of this like arms race, kind of like the space race with the Soviet Union.
Is
like,
there going to be
who's going to make it better?
Is there going to be a robot war? Is it going to be Chinese robots against American robots? I mean, we should do that just for fun.
I hope not.
No lives are on the line, right? It's just robots.
It'd be horrible. That would be really disturbing.
We could actually have a game where I guess we already have battle bots. It'd be basically the same thing, right? Where the bots go in but you could play with such strategy. Oh my God. Capture the flag would be amazing.
I was thinking about this the other day too, and it kind of just relates to this.
Capture the flag with autonomous robots. Can you imagine?
It would be very
cool.
cool.
God, that would be so good.
Well, I don't know. Actually, I feel like it'd be boring to watch robots play capture the flag. Like, it'd be cool once, and then you're like, okay, why do I care?
Well, I'm thinking that they could tear each other apart and stuff. That would be the exciting part.
I guess. I think there's an element to it where you need to like, I think for people to be engaged in something, they need to understand that there's some sort of like human conflict involved. Like, no one's going to just sit there and watch like a bunch, because you can do it in a video game. Like, you go sit down, you can watch a bunch of bots fight each other in a video game, and it's kind of boring. Like,
but people watch streamers play video games all the time.
Yeah, but that's because they're watching
why.
They're watching a person play a video game against other people. There's some sort of human level conflict involved.
Okay,
yeah. Right? They're not just watching a bunch of ones and zeros.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Attack each other.
But people watch battle bots because they are watching the human creators.
Yeah, because they're controlling them, right?
Another.
Yeah, like if you had, and this is what would be like if you had like humanoid robots that are being controlled. Like, what was that terrible Wolverine movie where he's like the robot boxers, Real Steel?
Yeah,
like that. People would watch that because you'd see like the little guy in the suit and he's like controlling the robot. People would love that. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Like, that'd be enjoyable to watch and everything. And then you could see the robots like murder each other in a way that you could watch robot football where you could like just like the robots like murder each other in the field, right? Like super like gruesome football. Like, that'd be interesting. People watch that. And I was thinking about this the other day, like, so much of these political conversations, they could all be moot in 20 years because everything could be so radically different in 20 years with robots everywhere, with everyone addicted to AI, everyone addicted to virtual reality, relationships and porn and friendships and all this other shit. Like, all these political conversations could just be so, like, we could look back at this time period and be like, oh, we were so naive and stupid to concern ourselves with all these like things that don't matter anymore. Like now we have to worry about the fact that like no one's having relationships, no one's having children anymore. All the kids are now addicted to the Ready Player One VR server where they can have, fake relationships with all the anime characters that they want. No one actually talks to each other anymore.
There was big concern over the population boom, making it difficult for us to produce enough crops. Yeah. And with industrialized fertilizer, that just became a non-issue. Think of all the conversations they had about that. People wrote books. People were catastrophizing over it. All these conversations where we're catastrophizing will probably be moot.
And that was the same thing with everyone's like, oh my God, the population is going to grow out of control. It's so crazy. And now it's like the opposite. Like, oh my God, we're not having enough people.
It's the exact opposite. It's the same thing with climate change.
Yes.
Everyone's getting fucking crazy about climate change now.
10 years, every iceberg's going to melt.
Well, actually, it's been cooling off a lot.
I know.
And now we're cold.
I know. It's so silly. It's like, whatever. Who knows? Who knows? Everyone just don't worry. Great. Just listen. This is what just work on yourself. Don't worry about it. Just work on yourself. That's all you can do. Just who cares about this? Just work on yourself, okay? And tell these racist people to fuck off. Right? Tell these racist people to just go to hell.
And the conversation spirals into conspiracy. And I think that leaves us to make some really hard decisions because in the ideal world, we should be able to do everything, right? Like it's possible to welcome new people and to protect the country's values. It should be possible to grow the economy and preserve its culture. But to do that, it takes having a very honest conversation about the rate of immigration and the source of it. And when I say an honest conversation, I don't just mean performative, where the president singles out and attacks a specific country.
And I say, why is it we only take people from shithole countries? But we always take people from Somalia, places that are a disaster, right? Filthy, dirty, disgusting, ridden with crime.
I don't think this is going to fix anything. I think it's mean-spirited, and it doesn't do anything other than maybe help in the midterms. But here's how I see it. He probably assimilated 1,000 Somalis with those conversations. Those comments, though. So.
I don't think so. I think
Come
that is
on, of course you did.
If you go too far in the other direction, it makes people defensive. Because
all of those Somalis were like, "Oh, he called our home a shithole," and he's right.
Okay.
We need to fix it up.
The rate of immigration continues at this pace, then it becomes a lot harder for immigrants to assimilate to U.S. values because there's less need to. Like my parents, when they moved here, one of the first things they did as immigrants is find a community of like-minded people because you want to belong. And that's what we did. But because the conditions were such that they were forced to learn, we were able to become Americans. But if an entire zip code or a whole city was full of Russians, we would probably never change because we wouldn't have to.
Making my point.
That doesn't.
I know. That's why I was like, you're going to love it. He basically makes your argument.
Yes. Right on the money.
He's like, you got to make it difficult on them.
Yeah.
You got to spread them out.
Yes.
You put ankle monitors on all of them.
Okay, listen, mate.
If they get too close to one another, the ankle monitors explode.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah.
Look, it can have some kind of warning on there, some sort of warning light.
Proximity alert. You are too close to your fellow Hispanic. Please move away.
Exactly.
You have 20 seconds to comply.
Make anyone bad people. That's just the reality of human nature. No one wants to be surrounded by strangers and feel uncomfortable because change is uncomfortable. So maybe the question is not whether we should or should not have immigration. Maybe the real question should be how much, how fast, and where should it come from? Because when it happens too fast, when whole neighborhoods and cities or even school systems change at the
This is a conversation we've been trying to have for 10 years. You can't even have a conversation. Well, 10 years ago, you couldn't have a conversation like this without being called racist. Even if you were just talking about, well, how much is too much? Racist.
Well, and not only, but again, I mean, he left out, and I've really never heard anyone talk about this, and I guess it's because it is very antithetical to like the concept of America, the land of individual rights, which I understand. I understand there's a contradiction there. To tell people that they yeah, you can move here, but you can't live where you want to live. Like you, you have to be spread out to some. There has to be some like areas where they say, okay, you can't live in this city. There's too many people. Like there's some quota system. There's too many people that live in this city, right? From your hometown.
Yeah,
or
that's like
right.
antithetical
I understand that,
to
but
the
you have to do
American
that.
ethos. I know
I
you
think you
have
have
to
to
do
do
it, but
that. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how to do
Well,
that with
that's
and
where
still have the American ethos, right? The
this is
freedom loving American ethos.
this is where this is why I don't you can it's important to have like an ideology that operates as like a framework for your belief system and to understand where things generally are. But you should never be like 100% married to it to say, okay, I everything I do has to operate within this one ideological framework and can never work outside it because there's no philosophy, there's no ideology that's going to be a catch-all for every situation
Yeah, of course.
whatsoever. Yeah. So you're going to have to change things. You're going to have to say, okay, you know, for the first generation of people, maybe there's going to be some limitations, right? If you want to come to the country.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we already do that in that we don't let them run for president, right?
Well, there's all
We've
sorts of
opened the door
restrictions. There's all sorts of restrictions we put on people who are coming to
for
America.
first generation. Yeah.
Yeah, in order to get citizenship in the first place and all sorts of things. So I don't see why this would be any different.
Yeah.
Expense of its people, we're not setting them up to become American. We're just asking them to bring their old world into a new place. And over time,
I'm so glad I said that's exactly it too. And this is why it was so culturally damaging for half the country to be hypnotized by this idea of like there's no such thing as American culture, or it's like simultaneously there's no such thing as American culture and also American culture is evil. And
They're still saying that.
I know. And everything associated with America is evil. And you should just let everyone, wave the flag of their own country and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, fuck that shit. If you want to come to America, that's fine, but you got to motherfucking become American. You got to leave your former identity at the fucking door. Okay.
Yeah.
We got to pressure people. The pressure needs to be back. And this was the big problem is that so much of the culture now, and maybe always, but at least now is so dominated by the left because the left, and maybe they'll be changing because so much of the culture for young people is now shaped by the internet and by social media and by streamers and all this other stuff, where before it was all shaped by Hollywood and television shows. And since all this stuff was so culturally dominated by the left, and I guess academia and colleges too, but since stuff was so culturally dominated by the left, when the left sort of became enamored with wokeness and the kind of the anti-American idea, it's like, okay, how are you ever supposed to assimilate people if the media is just broadcasting this shit in people's brains that the country sucks and you shouldn't assimilate into it because we're all evil and racist?
Yeah. We gotta knock that off.
Some of those worlds just won't mix. They clash, and that much is very clear from the data at this point.
Young men who come from countries in which women aren't even classed as second-class citizens, and you put them up in four-star hotels, allow them to work illegally. Their attitude towards women is completely different to ours. So the social effects of this are appalling as well.
I think given enough time, the attitudes of the guests become an expectation. The guest demands that you be tolerant and you conform. And that doesn't feel good. From the time I remember moving.
That's a great point. That's such a fantastic point. And I think that's part of what's so enraging to people. Because there's this sense of like, you come to my country and yet like, I'm supposed to do things for you. Like, no. If you come to my country, like you need to do things for me. You need to do things for my country. Like, I'm not going to go to Japan and like waltz around and be like, okay, like everyone has to conform to whatever my American cultural standards are. Right. Like, no, I'm going to be like, okay, like I'm going to try like 100% to be as polite as possible and to not like cause problems. This is why, like, I don't know if you have been following any of this drama that's been going on in Japan right now, where, in China, because Japan and, China are in like a tiff about things, China banned all tourism to China. China banned all tourism to Japan. And there's like a huge amount of Chinese tourists that go to Japan. And I didn't know anything about this until this was going on recently. But apparently, like, there's all these rules in Japan for tourism and all these people in Japan who hates tourists. And when you hear that, you think, oh, a bunch of like annoying Americans, right? You know, fat annoying Americans come over. It's like, no, it's not Americans whatsoever. It's like they mostly don't have a problem with Americans. It's the Chinese tourists for some reason are like fucking like horrible. Like obviously I'm like generalizing, but
They're
a lot
all
of Chinese
supremacists, though. The Han Chinese are like way supremacist.
some of it, yes, some of it is a supremacist attitude. Some people were saying that because like only like a lot of the people that do it are like the richer Chinese people who have like a bunch of servants, and they kind of like have all these different cultural attitudes of like treating service workers as like servants and just being like as rude as fucking, you know, humanly possible. And just like a lot of people, like the attitude is just so different about like you just try to get away. Like it's communist China. You try to get away with whatever the fucking shit you can get away with. There's like not really a respect for like the order of things the way like in Japan it's like, you know, insane, like everyone's like, you know, like so far in the other direction that we're used to. And so like, but now that all that tourism is like gone, there's all these like people in Japan talking about how like awesome it is that they don't have to deal with the Chinese tourists all of a sudden. Like, oh my god, everything's so much better without the Chinese tourists.
They just banned them full stop.
Well, from China side they banned them.
Oh,
But
really?
I don't know.
Holy shit. Like,
yeah,
you
no,
can't
the
go to
Chinese,
Japan anymore.
yeah, the Chinese banned it from Japan from
Oh,
going
nice.
to Japan. But I wonder now if that
And
that
now
ever
the
gets resolved.
Japanese are like, oh, fucking thank goodness.
Yeah, maybe the Japanese now will be like, well, now that we've experienced without the Chinese tourists, maybe we'll
Mm-hmm.
maybe we'll ban them. Let's keep it like this. It was much better like this.
Here, I watched how people wanted to be around what was familiar to them. And the more familiar things became, the less need there was to assimilate. That's why maybe slowing the rate of immigration might be one of the most compassionate things we can do. Now, having said that, I think there should always be an opportunity for everyone who still wants to come to America to have a better life. But the key word is opportunity. It's not an obligation. It's not a debt. No one is owed this. It's a privilege. But if immigration is purely in service of the dollar, and if it's done too fast, that's when it becomes destructive. Now, how we fix that in theory, I think is a lot easier than it is in practice. Either way, I'd love to know your perspective, and as always, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. I'd love to see you back here next week. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
That was a good video. I like that.
Yeah, it's interesting because it is, like I said, he's a mainstream YouTuber. So this is kind of getting. I think if he made this video 10 years ago, the left would try to cancel him.
Well, I'd
They'd
say
be
like
oh my
3
God, you're a fucking racist.
3 or 4 years ago, yeah, this would have been a big faux pas.
Yeah. Yes, totally.
I do agree with the concept, and you know, P.F. Young always brings this up a lot too, where you have to take the true positions or the true arguments that, you know, the quote bad people are saying if you don't want them to take over. And so if only the groypers, if only the white nationalists and the white supremacists can make the arguments about immigration and these issues, then they're going to win, because people who feel that way about this thing that's happening and is true are only going to be able to go to them to deal with those issues.
To articulate it publicly.
Yes.
Yeah. If they're the
Right.
only ones articulating it publicly, then that's the only place that you can go to commiserate.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so people who are not white nationalists and not white supremacists do need to actually not only care about these issues, but also have a conversation about them, discuss them, point out that's a problem and all these other things.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully things are changing, but I don't know. I look at people on the left. I watch a lot of content for people on the left, and they still just seem completely in the dark.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing I do worry about is just because of
Tribalism.
well, yeah, always because of that, but because of like the rise of the Fuentes shit, like
It
the
gives
left is
an
going to
excuse. Yeah.
right, like the left's going to be in this weird crossroad where because of the rise of the white nationalist shit, they can either like moderate and start talking about, these issues and not being fucking racist against white people, or they could just completely go like in the other
I
direction.
told you so route is where they're going to go.
or they'll go the I told you so, look, they're all evil white racists, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not clear.
We were right all along.
Yeah, right. We were right all along. They're all a bunch of fucking racists. So it's unclear what direction the country's going to, or the left in the country is going to go regarding that.
Well, how do you look if they go the I told you so route? Conversations like this don't take place.
No,
because the kind of people who are going to say I told you so are the people who would be canceling this guy 3 years ago.
Well, we're in the we're still, no, it's unclear. Like we're in no one has won the culture war is in flux at the moment. Like what is the dominant cultural meme is not really controlled. Now, I'm going to be optimistic. I do think, at least I think we're heading towards a more positive direction. We are heading towards a more positive direction. As I said, that's why I was pleasantly surprised with the New York Times article that was talking about the Somali things and not pulling any punches about, that it's the Somali community and all this other stuff. I do think we're moving in that direction. The CBS News reported on the Somalia fraud cases. All the mainstream news outlets were reporting on the Somalia fraud cases, and they were talking about it like, saying this is a problem in the Somali community. Right. They weren't like pretending that it was just a bunch of like completely random people. It was always framed in that way. So to me, that's a good indication. At least currently we're moving in a positive direction where we can talk about these issues.
They're not worried about the Somali stereotypes.
No, or they're not worried about everyone, say, you're just a horrible racist. We can't talk about these things, blah, 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 blah.
Well, that's good.
Grassroots Hegemon, thank you so much for the $100.
What?
Thank you.
Oh my God.
So
that's
generous.
Amazing.
Says robots as a consumer product just suck. Customers aren't happy, resource intensive, over promises, under delivers constantly. I feel very good about space travel and people trying to learn to mine space. Curing rare earth minerals, financial lock is endgame. Yeah, right. I mean, right now the robots suck. Like it's one of those.
Happen? Couldn't you say that though about early cell phones? Oh, it's big. The battery doesn't last.
That's literally the exact thing. You stole the words out of my mouth.
Really?
I was about to say that. Like early cell phones and early computers were like fucking trash.
Yeah.
And so
dial up and fucking all that shit. Yeah. It takes 10 years to get the kinks worked out. But once you get the kinks worked out, you're like, oh my God, my fucking phone has a better camera than any camera I ever owned.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be, though, I don't know, we might be in this weird thing because the cars are probably going to come first.
Oh, they're fucking coming fast. Like
the auto driving cars are going to probably dominate way before we have humanoid robots that everyone just buys. But it's so fucking, I just can't get over it. It's so weird. I was thinking about this, about all the changes that are going to occur. How are relationships even going to function when you can just buy a fucking robot that looks like whatever you want it to look like, has any personality you want, and you can just fuck it. And it's like also a slave essentially to you. It just does all the housework, does everything you want to do.
People are going to get divorced and they're going to have, both parties are going to have a robot of their ex, but that actually does anything they want them to do.
Well, this was like, I was like going on this like really weird thought process about this whole thing. Cause I was like, okay, you're going to have like the next generations of humans, once this comes out, you're going to have this huge thing where children are going to be raised primarily by their robot parent, not by their biological parent. Their biological parent will be working.
Oh, you're so right.
Will have a job.
So right.
And the robot parent, who is their fuck/slave, maid, who they're like in a finger quote relationship with, will be the primary caregiver of the child. So the child will grow up emotionally imprinting on the fucking robot, like, this is my mom or father.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just make it look like you? That would solve that problem instantly.
Yeah, but then you would have to have two robots. You'd have to have one that looks like you to raise the child and one that you're going to fuck. Because most people probably don't want to fuck themselves. Okay.
Look, I mean, why not just have a couple robots?
Well,
right?
Depends how much they cost. I'm thinking that this is going to be an expensive thing, right?
They were I think the one I sent you was $28,000. I was thinking, holy shit, I might be an early adopter for this shit.
Well, yeah, but they suck now. I'm saying, like, when, I don't know, maybe that'd be weird. That'd be interesting. But even then, I don't know if that's gonna solve a problem, because sure, you can have a robot that kind of acts like you, but it's still probably not going to be like a one for one. So the child's going to have all these like weird memories of like you, but it's not you because it's a fucking robot.
Quick question. Why wouldn't you send the robot to do your job and just stay home and play, well, fuck the kid. The kid can play on their iPad. Okay. You do whatever you want.
Well, I don't know. I guess that's an interesting question. It depends on what exactly the robot can and can't do, right?
Yeah, what's the job you're going to do?
Well,
that the robot can't do.
Right. I don't know. Well, if jobs are still going to exist in a future where you can have a robot that is your live-in made sex toy parent, okay? Theoretically, yeah, there's two worlds. One where you have no fucking work, so this situation doesn't matter. You're going to be raised by your biological parent. Except even in that situation, they're probably still going to offload huge amounts of the child rearing to the robot because they're like, well, I want to play video games.
Yeah, I know. Paint. That's what
I want to do whatever, right? So you're still going to have children emotionally imprinting on a fucking robot. And then I was thinking, okay, so what happens then when the biological parent dies? Does the kid like inherit his own robot parent? Like, what do they do with it?
Well, you'd be getting older and older, but your robot would be staying the same age.
Exactly. It's going to be fucking
It would be young
weird.
dad and old dad.
And then like the grandkids they're going to have like a young hot, like, and then it's going to be even weirder because then you have a whole generation that's going to be raised by hot robots. So now they're going to be like really sexually confused because they're like, well, I kind of want to fuck my parental like unit, even though it's not really biologically my parent, because they're all going to look like gorgeous, obviously. That's like, well, how's that going to work? Because then you like emotionally think it's your parent. Like, it's going to be fucking weird. This is all sorts of bizarre fucking problems that have never occurred to us whatsoever will now arise because of the robot parent situation.
You get sibling imprinting on the robot from the kids. So the kids,
you think they'll think of it like a sibling instead of a parent?
Well, this is why siblings are generally repulsed by having sex with their other sibling, is because there's an imprinting process that takes place with kids that you grow up with.
Right. Of course. Yeah, but they're not going to be like, it's going to be an adult when you're a child. It's not like you grew up with them. You're not growing up with the robot. The robot's going to be an adult until you age past, however old the robot looks, right?
Well, I mean, I guess you just make it look like a robot. You don't make it look like a human.
And it's going to be a big disaster. I have no fucking clue what's going to happen.
Brave New World.
WYFT for 42 for 20 Canadian. Thanks so much. Says, I just wanted to wish you guys and your loved ones in chat a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. P.S. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. EFAD did a great breakdown and compelling arguments why it is. You should check it out. There you go.
Okay, yeah. Well, Sitch should check it out. I have no problem with Die Hard being a Christmas movie. So
okay. There you go. The future is
Sitch is the rebel.
Rich Jammer Chat says the future is, oh no, my parental robot is stuck in the washing machine. I need to pull it out. Your robot parent's so clumsy. Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, I made a video. I made a review of One Battle After Another on the media channel. When we put together the media channel, I had this idea that Sitch and I could do videos, do short form videos, because that's really the way to grow a channel. You can't really grow a channel doing long form or long streams. So we had this idea. Well, I had the idea. I want to take credit for my own idea. That we would do short form videos, and then we would EFAP those videos and elaborate on them in live streams. So we could do both short form videos and live streams. So I did 3 short form videos this year. Sitch did 0. So maybe, but Sitch might do one next year. That we could continue to do this. We could EFAP them. Because, you're going to do another video one day, right, Sitch?
So, as those of you who know, Sammy G gave me an ultimatum that I had to have a video done by the end of the year.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah. I finished mine. I mean,
There you go. Now, I obviously, it's almost in the year. I haven't finished a video, right? So Sammy G, in her infinite wisdom and grace, has given me an extension. Grace has given me an extension till her birthday, which is in February. So, so I'm gonna have to knock one out in January, get it done, to save the relationship.
Wow, no pressure here.
No
Jeez.
pressure, right? No pressure.
Well, I did my review of One Battle After Another, and everyone, it's unanimous. Everyone thinks it's epic. So
Joe the Make for $2 just said, Adam, your review on that movie was on point. Keep it up.
okay, cool. So yeah, we could EFAP that on Tuesday if you want to. I don't know.
Yeah,
that was
sure.
the plan. People have wanted us to talk about this movie, and I understand why. And obviously, I hated the movie. I savaged it in my review. So
yes,
we were pitched that this movie was leftist politics done right. That it was good propaganda.
I don't know who the fuck said that.
I just did not think it was good propaganda at all.
Yes.
So
no, it's trash. Total trash. Joe the Make for $20. Thank you so much.
Do you want to do it on Tuesday
Yes.
or what? Okay.
Tuesday. Yeah, sounds good.
So Tuesday on the media channel, we will be EFAPing my video.
Right.
Nice.
Because I do have a lot to say about the movie.
I have plenty more to say too. So
yes. Joe the Make for $20 says migration before the modern era was still a function of families engaging in sponsorship, but the near eternity of these immigrants were dead set on integration to the point of rejecting the near entirety, of these immigrants were dead set on integration to the point of rejecting former languages. Yeah, there were a lot of, that's another thing too. There was, because the cultural attitude about it was very different. And again, I think this was predominantly because the media in America in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, really, everything changed. I guess everything started to change because of Vietnam War and Watergate, civil rights kind of like, made people lose a lot of faith in America. But there was that time period where a lot of the media was like, pro-America, raw America, America's the American dream. You can come here, you can do anything, but you got to assimilate. The American identity is like based and ultra awesome. And that did really, like, people who were coming to America had all that mindset. Because I do know, like, personally, I knew tons of people who their parents or their grandparents came to America around that time period, and that they would all say the same thing. Like, yes, my parents came here from Central America or South America, and they were like, don't, I'm not even going to teach my child Spanish. They just have to learn English.
Yeah, they would go on the news and they would say, you dumb fucking immigrants need to assimilate, okay? They shamed them mercilessly.
Well, they're also, and this is one of the shortcomings of, as much as I love individualism, one of the shortcomings of just like pure individualism is there was an attitude of like, if you're an immigrant in our country, into America, and you were like shitty or you did crime or you didn't assimilate, or you didn't speak the language or whatever, that you would make everyone who shared your ethnicity look bad. And so there was kind of like a cultural shame mechanism on people, like, okay, you have to be excellent because you don't want to make like everyone, your family and everyone else look bad.
They will deport all of us.
Right.
Can you imagine if you could go someplace and all you had to do was accuse the people of being racist and you could do whatever the fuck you wanted to? I would go to that place immediately. I would be like, I have magic powers over these people.
Right.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
It would be.
That's basically what we've set up for everyone else in the world. Why would we do that?
And you are drawing, you're right. You are incentivizing the wrong type of people to come when you do that, obviously.
Well, I mean, I would be a good addition to any country I went
to.
Even if I was forcing people into this manipulative framework.
Joe the Make for $20. Thanks so much. Says Caleb Hammer mentioned a stat recently that male college grads are as likely to find work as male high school grads, while females in both cohorts are well above average because of the systems in place in hiring. That doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't surprise me at all. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Because it's totally jaded against you.
Yeah. It's crazy. Squeeze Louise for $20. Thanks so much. Says I lived in MPLS, is that Minneapolis? My whole life, everyone of all political stripes had very openly disliked the Somalis my whole life until Trump took up the issue. And suddenly everyone switched sides. It's been incredible to watch, really. Wow. That doesn't surprise me.
That's fucking incredible.
I know. That doesn't surprise me even a fucking little bit. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Everyone just has this tribal frame. They're like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. And it's like, oh, but I don't like Trump. And Trump, I can't be on the same side as Trump on some issues. So I have to suddenly like flip flop. It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. You have to if you want to like fucking break free of the matrix, you just have to not get sucked in this sort of retarded tribal frame. Just actually look at things independently.
That's from the hype book.
Yes.
You can't be for or against. To be zen, you have to not take sides. Then you have clarity. Clarity of mind, clarity of purpose.
Yeah. Gracias Hegemon for $20 says later than fuck, but hope everyone enjoyed their holidays. Yes, hope you all had a wonderful Christmas. Look at us, so mean, so rude. We didn't say that. We didn't wish people happy holidays and Merry Christmas. Hope you all had a fantastic one this week.
I did. I said happy holidays. I said happy holidays in the thumbnail.
Okay. Well, that's true. Joe the Make for another $20. Thank you so much. $25 says, again, it's absolutely wild that a milquetoast honest investment guy who helped me build a high dividend portfolio is now good for him, is now having to weigh in on immigration because related problems have gotten that bad. Konstantin Kisin is right. We're waiting for things to get bad enough that the total will of the people will right the ship. Unfortunately, that's kind of seems like the way just humanity goes. Things have to get like, there's a lot of inertia, political inertia, a lot of systemic, I shouldn't say systemic, a lot of inertia towards a system continuing the way it is until things get bad enough that it sort of just forces people to change.
Yeah.
Okay.
It happens with the turning of the seculum.
Now let's talk about Epstein.
No. We should go to the other one first.
Oh, okay.
Because it's related.
It's kind of related to the topic.
Yeah. We can see what happens when you don't listen to Andre Jick.
Right. Yeah, you started. I'll be right back.
Ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
They love it. They love every minute of it. They're getting rich beyond their wildest dreams. They look at you like you're all suckers.
I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no.
We gotta investigate. We gotta find out what that money was spent on. I'm dying to know.
Children inside this building.
Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraud.
$18 billion. That's insane. That's insane. Oh my God. Thousands of millions.
Fraudulent businesses. So much fraud, it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as they enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent businesses underneath welfare purposes. Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia like the Al-Shabaab, and others enriched themselves all at the US taxpayers' expense. And in this video we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making.
I don't want to talk shit about Connor because Connor came on and hopefully we've like squashed the beef. But I do remember Connor talking about how Doge shutting down a bunch of these programs overseas really got under his skin.
I'm back.
Hey, what's up? And I look at these programs here because all of this free money for these people are all based on these government programs that no one's keeping an eye on. And I keep thinking, just cut them all off. Just cut all of these fucking programs off. I mean, you kind of have to do that and see who screams, right? And so you can actually dig in and find out, okay, well, where's the actual money going? If you cut these people off, they're not going to, well, look, they might scream. This is what Elon said. Elon said the people who scream the loudest are the ones that are the fraudsters.
Well, this whole video, when I was watching this video, okay, there's a problem where people need jobs, right? It's like this big problem. People want jobs. This should be the easiest no-brain jobs program for the government. Okay. It should be fairly simple. You just hire people. Now they got to make sure that they're not from, I would make sure they're not from the community that you're auditing, obviously.
You're hiring them to investigate themselves.
Yeah, right. You hire people from like, they have to, come from somewhere else, right? But you say, okay, here's your jobs, here's the job program. It's very simple. All you have to do is drive around and go into these facilities that are receiving grant money everywhere and just
Secret
make sure,
shopper. Yeah.
yeah, just make sure they're actually doing the fucking thing that they say they're doing. You don't need a high IQ to walk. You don't need to have some sort of like, how competent do you have to be as a person to say, okay, we want you to go to the child care center and make sure there's actually children there. Like that should be like anyone could do that fucking job, right? Like this should be such an easy win. Just hire people to fucking do this.
Yeah, it's so bizarre because these grants were probably set up to be a portion of the income for these various organizations, right? They're doing something good for the community, and they basically just set up an empty building and are like, we don't really need to run the business. Let's just take the money from the government. They're giving us 1.5 million a year.
Yes.
Why do we want to actually do the job? Let's just take the money. It's so insane. $18 billion. You know how many lives that could transform? Well, look, it's probably transformed the whole Somali community, right? Nah. Whoever's taking this money is probably
they're not sharing it. Okay. Yeah.
Millions of dollars.
We have to dig into this. But the sad thing is none of the politicians want to dig into this because it makes them look bad.
Well, now there's going to be, I mean, it's funny. Who knows, I'll believe it when I see it, right? But even Tim Walz is all like, talking tough about the whole like
Tim Walz.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Tim Walz is talking tough.
Listen, I agree. I'll believe what I see it. But even there is a lot of political pressure because this story is like blown up to really investigate it. Now, whether that actually happens or not, whether it gets swept under the rug, is anyone's fucking guess. I wouldn't blame anyone for being highly skeptical, because you should be highly skeptical that this is going to be solved, unless, and maybe this will be the one of the benefits is, because this is a very politically useful situation for Trump to point to. So they already have the feds, even though I think Kash Patel is horribly incompetent, and they'll come up a lot in the Epstein stuff. It should be too difficult for the feds already highly investigating all this shit, and they're very hungry to take down a lot of these people. So
yeah, what a big L for Doge that they didn't uncover this.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, they're after the fraud and abuse, right?
This could have been a giant feather in Elon's cap.
Yeah.
Dollars from the government, and we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is David. Let's get into this and be prepared to be shocked. How deep is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion. How I got involved is that where my office is here in Minneapolis, I'm sort of in the heart of all of this fraud, and I would see these child care centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day, and all I see are a couple of guys.
Okay. I don't know. I literally know nothing about the guy he's talking to at all.
Mm-hmm.
Except I have seen this video before. I have no reason, based on my zero knowledge, to suspect ill will from this individual. Okay. Aesthetically, you shouldn't have looks like the conspiracy board in the background. like all the I know there's no red string there, but you see it, and like my mind instantly goes to the meme of the Pepe de Silva meme from Always Sunny, right? I would change the backdrop. That's all I'm saying.
These are the properties.
I don't know. I have no clue what those pictures even are. I have no clue.
We're giving them good tips on how to make better propaganda, right?
Could be completely nothing to do with the subject matter, but
he's like a real estate broker, and those are all the properties he sold.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe he's just like he's an architectural aficionado. He's like, these are my top 10 buildings in the city. I have no clue what those pictures are, but
they probably are. He probably is an architect or something.
No,
they don't look related to the story in any way, shape, or form.
They do not.
Yeah.
No.
I standing out front smoking, and then I'd go by another daycare and I'd see the same thing. I said, well, where do these kids play? And so I started to go online and look, and I said, this place is licensed for 80 children. They had 0 children. Every time I went by there, they never had a single child there. Then I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation, contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that
that is pretty odd. If you see a taxi cab, but you never see a passenger, never, ever see a passenger.
Well, no, you see, you don't understand.
You're like, what the fuck?
He was looking at Waymos, and he only saw the one person, and he thought they were the driver, but they were really the passenger. Okay,
he fucked up.
He's just a boomer. He's like, oh, there's only one person in the car. There's no passenger.
Those Waymos have like a satellite on the fucking roof of the car.
That
he pretty out of it not to notice.
That's the Uber satellite. That's how it knows how to pick the Uber passengers up. Okay.
Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be. And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned. Nobody from the state of Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check.
So right here we have all this paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research. And then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state Capitol.
All this paper.
What if we get UBI, but the only way you get your UBI is you have to defraud the government in some way, shape, or form?
What do you mean?
Like that is a UBI. Like everybody in society is defrauding the government somehow.
Oh, that's
like
horrible.
They never just legalize UBI. They're like, no, nobody gets anything, but everyone's defrauding the government.
That's a horrible scenario. I don't like that.
This is kind of like a UBI program. They're just giving out free money to this, but the Somali community is the only one getting the money.
Well, and it's not even because it's not like this isn't some sort of like, oh, well, listen, we're getting the money and we're giving it to like the broader community. It's like, you know, some minority of the community is stealing 99% of the money, right?
Right.
So it's like that's why I wouldn't even compare it to UBI. It's just fraud.
Mm-hmm. Work right here. What are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a child care not far from here in Minneapolis that has two child cares listed at the same address. And together, they're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever, and I've been by that place at least 100 times.
These Somalians, these groups are setting up these
120 children in one place. What a fucking nightmare.
Right. Maybe those pictures are related. What does this guy do? What is his job? He's just driving by these places like every day, just looking for children. This is a little sus, but okay.
This is like a roofing job over here. Like he's a contractor.
That he's just doing roofs.
He's like, look, I did this railing up here. We did this spiral roof.
Right. But you should tell, like, I believe that if he's like, I was on the roof. I've been on the roof on the job
is his office.
for 100 days.
His conspiracy office.
Across the street, and I keep looking down at that building, and no one ever comes in and out. I'm like, that's very suspect. I'd be like, oh, that's interesting.
Well, he's probably paying attention because he is some sort of contractor. He's like looking for property he can fix up and flip.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are all these empty buildings? I want to flip one of these motherfuckers. What is it's a school? What?
This is also particularly damning because when people were giving Tim Walz praise, okay, because everyone acknowledged, not everyone, most people acknowledged that
Tim Walz was gay.
No, that he was not a good vice presidential candidate. Okay,
because he was
weird.
Gay.
No, I don't remember people calling him gay. I don't remember that.
He's married and has children. Really? Okay.
Actually, I do remember people calling him that. Now you say that, but I don't. That wasn't really.
A lot of people were like,
people were calling him like soy. We were calling him like a soy beta male kind of type character.
Gay
But
presenting.
Anyway, but the one thing, like one of the things that the people that even people that criticize him or a lot of people that support him, they always bring up, oh, the number one like awesome thing that Tim Walz would do was that he had this universal child care that he helped pass, right?
Oh my God, you're right.
They would always be like, oh, but Tim Walz, yeah, he sucks in his like
This
super
is his
beta
signature program.
This was his signature program. The child care. He got universal child care. God, I hear Kyle Kalinske like fucking suck that off every day.
You're
he was
right.
so
You're
excited
so
about
right.
this. And then it's like, oh, whoops. It turns out like how much of that program was all just going to fraud.
He got there were no kids being taken care of by that program.
Yes.
It was all just fraud.
Yes.
All that money was spent on terrorism.
It's so stupid too, because like again, it's like the whole like you have to actually address reality. You have to steal the arguments that are correct from your opponents, because again, I'm not, and I think most Americans would be fine with saying, okay, for people who want to work a job, and so they're not reliant on, the government dole their whole lives, but they have a child, and so they need to have some sort of government,
assistance,
paid for assistance that will, allow them to go to childcare. I think overwhelmingly, and I believe the statistics show this, most Americans totally fine with a program like that, as long as you're like working, trying to improve yourself. But if you don't fucking police that shit with like a hawk, and you allow this shit to go by, then all the support for these programs just goes the fuck away.
Well, look, this is the left. This is the left being so anti-capitalist, because the way to do the program is just give the money to the parents. Give the money to the fucking parents, right? They will find the child care place. The child care place will do the job. They will ultimately get the money. Giving the money to the child care place to do the child care for free is fucking stupid. But they have this idea, oh, everything can be nonprofit. Why are we doing this for the profit motive? Capitalism is evil. So they set these programs up so they're just a fucking magnet for fraud. The parents don't get their child care. The fucking scammers get the money. No, nobody wins. The actual businesses that are doing the child care don't get any sort of subsidy. It's fucking lose, 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 lose.
No, that's an interesting point, because if you gave the money to the parents and not any of these businesses,
then every parent would police the fucking program themselves.
Yes and no, because it would be better, but the problem would be there would be a lot of parents who would just
pretend to have a Somali child.
Well, there would be a lot of people who would pretend to have children that they didn't have, or it could incentivize people to have children they can't afford.
Wouldn't we know that? Because obviously there's like tax returns and shit.
No, it's not. No, but I'm saying there's lots of problems right now. People have talked about this for years, where people can be incentivized to have children they can't afford because it somehow like works out where they can get more, welfare money or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be careful. You have to because the other problem, because what I was going to say is the problem is.
Okay, you convinced me. No programs. Just fuck this. No programs.
Well, no, I'm saying, but this is probably
don't give money to anyone. Fuck all these people.
This is probably
you've made me a libertarian. You win. You've convinced me.
I'm glad I convinced you. No, I'm
guessing, of these programs ever.
I'm guessing that part of the thought process of why they would give the money to the companies that are supposed to be doing this as opposed to just giving to the parents is because they don't want to create that situation where a bunch of people are individual people are just going to try to take money, or B, they're going to have children that take money, but then they're not actually going to put their child in. They're not going to use the money to actually like help their child be in, the child care. They're just going to use it to, get alcohol.
Then you're paying them to do the child care. If they're going to take the money and they're going to take care of their own kid, you're basically paying them to do the child care. You're not.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I would prefer the problems associated with giving it to the parent as opposed to the problems associated with giving it to the businesses, which are scam businesses.
You're writing a $1.5 million check to a business once a year.
Yes.
Versus doling out checks to parents.
Right. Well, you would still probably have to have a program where I don't know, but I wonder if you still have to have a program where grants would have to be given to these companies just to start up in the first place?
Oh my God. Okay, no.
I'm just saying how it's gonna. I
Cut
could just
off all
foresee
the
how it's
money.
gonna go.
All of these are just
Just do what I said.
Incentive
Just
programs
do
for
what I
getting people to
said.
vote.
You hire a person, and they just have to fucking walk inside and look around, and they say, "Is this a fucking childcare facility? Are there children here?" You have to answer some fucking questions, because if you don't answer my fucking questions, your money is gonna fucking disappear. That seems like, just do that. That seems so simple.
These daycares, these childcare centers, getting money from the government, but there's no kids.
No kids. Never had any of them. They're all fraught with violations, and even though they have these violations, they're still in operation and they're still getting money. And it's millions of dollars for every one of them every year.
And who's getting the money? And where are they getting the money from?
So we have a thing called CCAP. It's a blend of federal and state money. The bottom line is it's taxpayer money, so it's state money and it's federal money. And the problem is the people at the state of Minnesota are the ones writing the checks. This is kind of the maddening thing, is you have daycare, so you have adult daycare, and then you have child care, and then you have health care. And a lot of these same names keep coming up on all of these different types of businesses. And then, of course, we have the transportation, and a lot of those same names appear, a lot of the same addresses. There's one building that has 14 Somali healthcare companies at the same address. There's another building in St. Paul that has 22 Somali healthcare businesses at the same address.
And the government knows about this?
The government knows. They're writing the checks. Yeah, the Democrats over there just writing the checks. What has happened is that
now all the Democrats just flipped off. They were like, "Oh, okay, this guy, this partisan motherfucker.
Yeah,
of course we're writing the checks. These people are in need, okay? Yeah. Capitalism sucks. Capitalism is like the boot on their fucking neck. We have to write these checks."
Somali community is a very closed community. They will not speak to anyone outside the community and talk about what's going on within the community. They vote as a block. And so when you're a politician, you're saying, look, I've got 100,000 people in Minnesota that if I do something for the community, they're going to vote for me. And that's what it's all about, is getting the votes. And then the people here in Minnesota, you hear this term, Minnesota nice. I'm so sick of that term. The people here are so afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe. And they're afraid of their own shadow. And I don't understand. This is our future generations are going to have to pay for all this fraud, and they just want to bury their heads in the sand and go on and just not worry about it. Tim Walz saying there's organized crime in Minnesota. What did he do about it? Nothing. You got organized crime? What are you doing? This is the Minnesota law, which mandates that anyone who knows of fraud and is a state employee must report that fraud. It's Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9. Not only that, but Walz is also guilty of misconduct of a public employee. When I look at the world as a whole, and I look at fraud, the Twin Cities is ground zero. The fraud is worse here than anywhere else ever in history. Anywhere.
We're going to go confront these people. We're going to go to these daycare centers. We're going to see what's actually happening.
Okay, so we have to be careful because these people are very violent. They're exceptionally violent.
Now, with all of David's evidence, we headed out to the streets of Minneapolis to see how much fraud we could uncover in one afternoon. Where are we going now?
We're going to a place called Mako Child Care, which actually has another child care registered at the same address called Mini Child Care Center.
So we should see lots of children if there's this child care center, especially if there's two.
The two of them combined are licensed for 120.
And how much money have these child care centers received?
None of those vans have moved in 6 months. None of them. In 2020, one of them received $1.3 million. In 2021, they got $987,000. In 2022, they got $714,000. That's the last I have for that one. And then the other one, $1.604 million in fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2024, they got about $800,000, and in fiscal year 2023, they got $904,059.
They never say if these are nonprofits or not, which I would I bet they are nonprofits. I bet they're all set up as nonprofits.
Probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Making it even worse. Yeah.
Yeah, they give them the money to start a business, and
right.
They're like, let's just take the money.
Let's
go to the strip club instead.
It's interesting because I watched this once before. It's the second time I watched this. It is. I wish. Now he kind of didn't say the guy. He didn't say like the guy's last name intentionally. So I guess they're kind of like hiding his identity, even though obviously he's like here on screen. Because like I am wondering now, like, well, who is this guy? Like, is this guy like a trustworthy person? Because he has all this information. I'm like, how is this guy? Like, what does this guy do? It's like, is he just a normal concerned citizen, or like, what's going on here?
Yeah, there are concerned citizens. If this was going on in my neighborhood, I'd be all over this shit. Fucking bullshit.
Well, most people I don't think have time to do all this stuff. That's why I'm just wondering. I would just like to know. I wish they would have given some background, because I do think that this is all happening, and I do think there's massive fraud going on. But I would like a little bit of like more legitimacy to who this guy is.
Right. I mean, all these people that have got $18 billion not to do any business, they don't have a lot of time. Look, you can do this as a hobby, right? Obviously.
He
Instead
had
of
the
watching
idea
Game of Thrones, he's like, I'm going to investigate this. This is a real life mystery.
Why can't Candace, instead of wasting all of her time and wasting her fucking audience's, autistic, schizophrenic investigation skills on tracking the whereabouts of fucking Egyptian planes and who's wearing maroon shirts and all this dumb fuck shit? Why can't that energy be dedicated to like this? Something that's actually real, that would save like taxpayers a bunch of money. Just have that audience go across the country looking into all this shit. That would be good.
That would be great.
But no, we have to waste it on following Egyptian planes and maroon t-shirts.
Now that we're questioning the veracity of this guy's claims, do you notice that the zipper on his jacket is broken? And he's like, I'm just going to wear this jacket anyway.
I didn't even notice. Oh no.
Like, what the fuck?
I didn't even notice.
He's like, I'm a hobo.
I thought he was wearing like a vest because I just glanced at it, but you're right. Yeah. Whatever. It still functions as a vest, Adam. Okay. Don't be so judgmental. Feels like a little vest. It's a fashion statement. He looks like Han Solo. And he's wearing a red sweater underneath too, which is also very suspicious. It's almost like it's almost a maroon t-shirt.
He's very suspicious.
Yes.
Come on. I believe this story. You're not rooting for the right characters here.
This place right here.
Yeah. The cash register sound.
I do like that. Yes.
I hate the fucking music in this. It's like so designed like propaganda. I can't stand it.
It is. You don't like the.
Yeah, it's like, here's your heart racing because you're so pissed off about the fraud.
We're infiltrating the very dangerous Somali childcare center.
Yes.
We're outside of it.
Well, this is actually 2 daycares are registered here. One of them is Mako, which you see on this sign. The other one is Mini Child Care Center. And between the two of these child care centers, they're pulling in about $3 million a year. And there are no children. Every facility you go to, the windows will be blocked out so you can't see in. There's nobody here. You won't see a single child at any of these facilities.
There are indeed no windows. All the windows are blacked out right here.
That is weird. Like, because like the defense would be like, oh, well, they don't want strange men like looking in to the childcare centers, right? Like that'd be the defense to all this stuff. But listen, I've driven past childcare centers. I've, seen people at them. I don't think I've ever seen childcare centers where they just put big, like it's like a weed shop where they put the big black things across the windows. Like that is very sus. Don't the children need vitamin D too? Okay, you're in the cold, snowy, northern gray Minnesota. The children need their vitamin D from the window, Adam.
Interesting. So according to this, monthly childcare costs can vary widely between $400 to $2,800 a month. What do you think it is in Minnesota?
Say the number again.
between 400 to 2,800 a month. If you just divide the 3 million by 120 students, he said they got 3 million a year.
Right.
And it could have 120 students. That's $2,000 a student.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So it's in that ballpark. They're paying them per student. But it's probably way cheaper in Minnesota. It's probably closer to the 400, right?
Yes.
So they're probably really gouging, really overcharging per student. But look, they're not doing any students, obviously. It's just a big fraud. But I'm wondering why the government gives them so much money, but they're thinking, okay, well, they're taking care of 120 kids, right? How many per head? They probably have falsified the records. Well, no, they haven't done that, huh? The government doesn't check them for students. I mean, they could falsify records of students.
Here's a fun little thing, okay? You go in whatever city you live in. You go on Google Maps, type in like childcare center. You just see what pops up, and then you do like the little Google Street View. I don't know, around me, they all look normal. They all have windows. Okay.
They all have like kids playing and stuff.
None of them look like a fucking shady back lot with no fucking windows. Okay, that's very bizarre.
They're in Minnesota, right?
Yeah. I'm assuming they're in Minneapolis or what, St. Louis, one of those two cities.
Minnesota, the average monthly cost for full-time daycare is around $1,140.
Wow.
But infant care is higher.
All right, let's go in.
No.
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell?
Yeah.
Try to get in, rang the doorbell. Nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. it says here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here. And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday. And if this was a daycare center, it wouldn't just be in some industrialized building. There would be maybe like a playground or something outside, or...
There's no play area for the kids.
That's a great business. You just rent a commercial building and leave it empty. And you do a daycare.
Right.
Wow.
Don't you like that?
Yeah, it's great. I'm thinking about doing this business.
Dude, I mean, these places not have... I'm trying to find these places like that they're going to go to on Google Maps in Minnesota. They're not even coming up. These not even have websites. They don't even have like a listing.
Oh, you looked up from the sign? Good on you.
Yeah, well, I was curious to see if they would even show up. It doesn't see anything.
No, it's just a front. They're probably trafficking these children.
So
they're probably sex traffickers.
You would have to have children to traffic them in the first place.
Well, look, they trafficked them all. That's why they don't have any.
Oh.
They had 120 kids that they trafficked.
At one point, they had
fucking
children.
sold all those kids off. They're like, "Thank you, Tim Walz."
So, where are the kids? Where's anybody? How can there be nobody here? And it's like this every single day. I've never seen a single child here. In 9 years, I've never seen a single child at this building. Right there.
Oh, then now it looks like we already got the Somalis coming through.
Yeah, they're coming. The word's out.
Hello, is this your daycare?
No. Can you tell us why there are no children? Have you ever seen children at this child care center?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here. All right, let's go to the next location.
She's walking in under the sign.
Well, she went to a different place, didn't she?
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she went into the one. No, go back.
All right, here we go.
No. Can you tell us why there are no children? Have you ever seen children at this child care center?
See, that's a different one. You'll see, it zooms out.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's go to the next location.
And the fraud
neighbors.
only gets more.
Why these guys accost the neighbors? Fucking dumbasses.
From here, make sure you stay till the very end of this video to see exactly how much fraud we find by the time we are done. And before we go to the next location, I want to show you something super interesting about the flags of Minnesota.
And here in Minnesota, if you take a look at the Minnesota state flag, they recently changed it, and it very much so resembles the flag of Somalia. And really quick, I want to tell you.
I mean, that's a bit of a reach there.
It's in Minnesota.
And here in Minnesota, if you take a look at the Minnesota state flag, they recently changed it, and it very much so resembles the flag.
Yeah, this is dumb. People, because I remember this story came up like when this flag got changed.
Yeah.
It does unfortunately strain a lot of the credibility. Not a lot of some of the credibility
Yeah.
of the video when you bring up kind of the stupid shit like this.
Get out of here.
Yeah, because actually there was a whole paper that because remember they had like a contest. They had a contest. They had like 5 different versions of this, and then you had to write like the creators had to write their little rationale
essay
for everything, and it was like the star was because the state motto is that it's the North Star state, and that's why it's an 8-sided star because it's supposed to be like the compass points. And then also like the dark blue is supposed to represent the sky, and the light blue is supposed to represent the rivers because there's like 10,000 rivers or something in the fucking state. So it seems silly to me. They're like, oh, it's
the essay wasn't. We just copied the Somali flag,
right? Like that, yeah, like oh no, it's a Somali flag. Which I mean, Somali flag is so like it's just it has a star and the color blue. Like what's one of the most generic flags of all time.
This does strain credibility.
Yeah, it's not great.
I mean, that looks like the flag of some European colony that the Somalis just inherited.
Right.
Flag of Somalia. And really quick, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip. What used to just be an AI clipper has now become the most powerful AI growth tool for creators. Right.
Oh my God, we should use this, Sitch.
We should use.
We could totally grow our channel.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have? What? AI clipper. Wait a second here. These tools are just in YouTube Studio.
Oh, okay.
This is why I was doing the clips, because YouTube Studio basically has an AI that does the clips now.
So
it's very easy. All you got to do is like click the button.
So I found the area on Google Maps. Okay, there's 2 restaurants next to it. Like that woman walked into a restaurant.
Okay.
There are 2 restaurants that are next to it. They both have some kind of, oh no, there's only actually one. I don't know why it has 2 listings. It has some kind of Facebook listing. So at least that looks like a real restaurant, I guess.
Okay.
Though the Facebook listing hasn't been updated since 2017. Not a great sign.
For the restaurant?
Yeah.
So maybe
the website,
like
when you click the website, it doesn't exist. So maybe it was a restaurant at some point. I don't know why that's not a good sign. There's no
well,
website.
Look, if your neighbors go in and they're like, oh yeah, we're scamming the government, and you're like busting your ass at a restaurant,
right?
It has no business. They're like, I'm opening a daycare.
I guess you'd have to go and say like, can you get Uber Eats from the restaurant?
Did they said there was two daycares in that one building. So the restaurant became a daycare.
Right. Well, no. So one of them is not even listed. The name of the Mako one is not even listed on the map when you zoom in. The mini child care center is listed, but when you click on it, there's a phone number, but there's no information. It has no website. It has 3 reviews. One from 2 years ago that has 5 stars and says, is the best daycare for my kids. There you go. There's one of them has 1 star from 5 years ago. And all it says is the girl who sits in the office is very blank, period. Which is weird.
Okay.
And then it has 1 review from a month ago with no comment that has 5 stars.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no website, nothing else. And the Mako one isn't even listed whatsoever. So very sus. Very strange.
Could be a scam.
Now over 10 million creators and businesses have used Opus Clip to help them gain over 60 billion views. I've used Opus and I've even had my friends use it, and it helped my one friend with nearly just 100 followers get a video up to 30,000.
You don't want to skip the Opus
Clip? No, I
want
to find out about the Opus.
30,000 views. And it's super simple to use. All you do is you upload a video or copy a YouTube link, and Opus will do the rest, and it'll come out with tons of viral shorts for you then to choose from. And Opus just came out their new AI.
It's interesting that YouTube has this in YouTube Studio now. So I don't know how this is a product. YouTube takes your live streams and it's like, it suggests clips. It's like, from here to here would be a good clip. And it gives you a title and all that shit. This looks like the same exact thing, right? You upload your video and it turns it into clips.
3.0 that comes with smarter auto framing, better virality scoring, and new captions. And I've said it before, but
I guess the thing is, it's like, we've got the secret sauce on how to go viral.
Right.
You don't think YouTube would have that? I don't know.
Opus is so simple that even my mom can use it.
Look, he brings his mom.
And if I can use it, I know you can use it.
And Mom, will you please come do my video, my YouTube video?
Right now, for you guys watching this,
Sitch, how come your mom isn't in it? Your mom has been a character on the show forever. We've never got to meet her. I'm disappointed.
Well, it would ruin the magic because she doesn't have an obnoxious
a Jewish mom voice.
She doesn't have an obnoxious Jewish mom voice, so it ruined.
Would she be mad that you were doing that?
No, I've told her that. She thinks it's
on
funny.
her. Oh, okay.
She knows I do it.
Click the link below.
This video, Opus is going to hook you guys up with a sweet deal. You'll get 1 week free and 3 months at 50% off. All I have to do is go to the link in the description of this video or go to the pinned comment down below.
I'm doing it. Nick Shirley.
This one in fiscal year 2025, $1,042,059. In fiscal year 2024, $1,059,078. And in fiscal year 2023, $727,336.
Can you claw back this money, or this money's just overseas now? It's gone. It's gone, Daddy, gone.
I mean, what you should do is that you should. Oh, here's interesting too. They don't mention this in the video because now I'm looking at Google Maps. This place that they're going to is like right next to the other place.
Yeah, they're all together.
It's like right next to it. Yeah.
This next one is literally 1 block away, and this one's also generated nearly $3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open. Here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out. Let's see if anybody is here. This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars. I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door. Hello? Can we speak? Yeah. I would like to check a child in the daycare. Why? Can I speak to him?
Why? Why? Why?
That's weird.
You take your white kid, go away.
I like they're Asian now.
Black kid only.
Yes. For some reason, they're all Asian.
Manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare. And after a few questions, the lady went silent. Looks like little Joey Shirley.
Here's a very easy thing, okay? Besides having someone like even come in to the place at all, right? Would it be that hard to just be like, okay, if you don't even have a functioning website, you can't get any grant money? Like,
well, look,
if you're just so
do a website.
I know, but like the bare minimum. Can you give me the bare minimum? You don't even have a fucking listing on Google Business? Like, come on.
You've convinced me. Fuck all of these people. No government money. Zero government money. Zero programs.
Right.
I'm against all government programs now.
No, you can
everything.
No, I disagree. You can have the programs, but you have to have you solve the problem. There's a jobs crisis.
No.
Okay. You hire people to ferret out all this corruption.
No.
They just walk in this place.
You tell them fucking.
They say, open up. It's the government. They don't open up. You get the police. You force them open. You go, where are all the children? Are you trafficking the children? Where the fuck are the children?
No.
Boom. You take all the money. All those people get arrested.
You start your, start your own fucking daycare program. Okay.
No, okay.
You stay home with your kids. You do whatever you have to do, but no more government money.
I see.
Ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Child Care.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which says it's licensed for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. and there are no kids, and all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door. I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cause I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Wait, look at the lock on the door. It's like one of those like code
realtor
locks.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're going to like go do like a B&B or something, and they're like, "Oh, here's the code to get it." Like, what the?
They're probably Airbnb in that place out as well.
Yeah, what the? Why is that? What the fuck's happening? That's bizarre. Okay.
She's like, I'm just here for the Airbnb.
Yes.
Go away.
Yes. That'd be hilarious. Someone opens up, they're like, "Oh yeah, I don't know. I just rented this room." It was very cheap on Airbnb.
To put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed.
Okay, I will say they didn't do themselves a service when they had the guy that's following them looking like he's fucking like works for ICE or something with the black mask on. Like, why is that guy
with them? Oh, he's the driver.
Yes, he's the driver / security. Like
really?
That's gonna make everyone instantly like be on edge. Like, what is happening here? There's some guy who like, is he working for ICE or something? What's going on here?
Yeah, he does look
that's
a little
not good.
dangerous.
Yeah, that was bad. That was a bad decision.
Ditch the child molester.
Right. Though, because I did look at this because I was curious. Because I know that there was this whole thing where Trump was like, we're going to send ICE and we're going to go and like deport all Somalis or, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That the overwhelming majority of the Somali population here is legal and was granted legal status like for like a long time ago, like in the 90s or something. So,
really?
They shouldn't really be that concerned about ICE. Like, it doesn't really make sense that they're like, oh my God, ICE is here, because most of them are all here legally anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But
no one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah?
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
He's there. Kids there.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
This guy's so just trying to feel it out.
I know.
He's like, I'll say whatever I have to say.
Well,
he's like, oh yeah, I work. Yeah, there is kids here actually.
Right. I know. Well, there's obviously also some like fucking people don't even speak English well. So it's like, I didn't even know if he knows what the fuck this guy's even talking about.
Do you think he's the one getting the check, or you think he's just? Oh, I just work.
He could be.
I don't know.
He could 100% be the guy getting the check, and he's just.
I mean,
playing
he's
dumb,
dressed
right?
a lot nicer than the guy.
He is.
Who's got the conspiracy
He's got a functioning
office.
zipper.
Well, and he's got a little Bluetooth thing there.
That's
he's
right. He's got the little
all his
AirPods
clothes
in
look
his ears.
clean. He's got a brand new, fresh haircut and a shave.
Know. Looks nice. Yeah.
He probably
Maybe
didn't go to his Beamer.
Maybe he's pretending he doesn't understand that. I know that is a trick. Like, what? I don't speak English very well.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to work here. Then they fired me.
Yeah. Worked here. Okay, well then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
No! You're a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
But
no.
You said you're scared of me because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now,
He says, "No, I'm not calling you racist. I didn't call you a racist. I said I'm afraid of you because you're white."
Yes.
So maybe they do have a daycare in there. They're just like they're scared. They're like, we got a bunch of child molesters in this neighborhood. It's all Somali people. Are you kidding me?
Well,
keep these kids under wrap.
This is why you need. I said this is why you need the job where you just walk in. You say you have to open up. You have to let me inside.
Yeah, someone with a
in.
badge. You go down there.
Right.
Yeah.
They're all getting mad because he's shown the paperwork of this business being registered as a business. 74 children, no children. We saw one child when the lady opened up the door. So now they're all getting mad.
What was this money?
See, that's another thing. This guy's kind of a dipshit. Like, why wouldn't you just set up a camera and record like 24 hours on a Monday? Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
You fucking set up a camera in your car and you just park it there. You record all week. Fucking go home and
see if
look at the
anyone
footage.
see who goes in. Yeah, oh my god, that would be so easy. You just set up a camera, see
Dumbass.
if anyone goes in, right?
Then you're like, look, I didn't see any kids going in and out
No
of there
one
for a
walked
week.
in. This one lady walked in and no one else walked in, right? Yeah.
Look, and if you see a bunch of kids coming at weird hours, midnight,
well,
you're
then
like,
then you have
it's a child care, but what they're doing with these kids is insane.
Right. Then suddenly we have an overlap with the Epstein case. Okay. Now we're figuring out. Yeah.
I wonder if someone's got to live close around there, right?
Yeah.
Cameras are where it's at. These are bumbling investigators here. This is bullshit.
You're right. That would have been next level.
Look, this car right here is parked in some space. You can just pull up, fucking camera in the
Just pull in there,
dashboard.
leave your dash cam on. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Leave the car there, get in your spare car, drive away.
Money spent on 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Ask the owner and the kids.
Well, then why are you talking
That's
for the
not my
owner
proof.
if you're
That's
telling me
not
to
my
talk
proof.
to the owner?
I'm sorry. I'm not understand what you're talking about.
Do you have a child here?
No.
Does anybody?
No.
Where are the 74 kids? Did you lose them? Did you lose these kids? Do I need to call someone? Do I need to issue an Amber Alert for missing children? Are these children missing?
There's a kid.
It's not my business that children are missing. 74 infants and toddlers, preschool.
The proof's right there. There's no children anywhere.
It's from the state of Minnesota right here.
Amateurs. All right. We should fast forward a bit. What do you think?
Oh, this lady.
I
You have
know,
to play
we
this
gotta
fucking
get
lady.
this lady.
Yeah.
Is this a leaning center?
The Leering Center, yes.
This one's pretty
I
good.
meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Don't open
They
up.
said they spelt learning wrong.
Don't open up.
How do you have ice here, ma'am? I'm literally a YouTuber.
Don't open up.
Ma'am, what do you think about the
See, here's the problem. I don't like, first of all, the fact that she's screaming that there's ice here is so fucking cringe. Okay. In the first place. But they do have guys that look like they could be with ice behind them. So
Yeah.
it does make sense. No, I would say to this, like, this woman goes into like peak NPC brain. Like, you can't have, it's so annoying when you try to talk to people who are in these, like, doing some sort of political activism, and it's just like a wall. Like, you're not actually talking to a physical person. You're talking to like a program. You're talking to a machine.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Because you'd be
full
like,
NPC
listen, lady,
mode.
look at what that sign says. It says Leering Center. You really think there's children in this fucking back alley with no windows in this like sketchy fucking place? Like, what are you talking about?
You try to talk to the prostitutes in GTA? Come on, Sitch. You can't talk to them.
Listen, Adam. Listen, Adam.
You can't talk to them. They're NPCs.
The whole reason that I'm spending money, my hard-earned money, on a prostitute, okay,
Is
is
to
that I
get good
want to have a
conversation.
human experience that includes conversation.
Right.
That includes a conversation. I don't want to talk to some NPC, right? I can just look at porn if I want that.
Sitch is like pulling out the documents. Look, $1.5 million.
I know. It's just, she's like, it's like, what? Stop.
So there's
God
this
damn.
there's this theory that Brett Weinstein has that a lot of this energy, this care and energy that they have, they want to protect, is supposed to be aimed towards children. It's like the mama bear protection.
Right.
But it's women who don't have any children but want to aim that mama bear protection at something. So they're like, I'm gonna go protect the Leering Center. Do you think that's what's going on here? Is this like a childless mama bear?
She definitely looks like it. She definitely fits the visual.
I mean, she looks more like a bag lady to me, but
well, first of all, a lot of these people do look like bag ladies. But secondly, who, like, I want to know. I'm so fucking curious. What is the backstory of this lady? Like, how did she show up here? Was it just a chance? Did someone call her? They're like, Or yeah, was it a chance encounter? Did like the universe roll a dice and it just like chance encounter like woke retard like cat lady shows up? Or was it like someone saw them coming and they're like, oh God, like they're coming to like investigate, like call our obnoxious like woke white lady to come out and scream. Like
The Somali community has her on speed dial.
they have her on, yeah, exactly. They have like she's like their secret weapon. It's like get out the Karen.
Bring the Karen out.
You see like a little van like peels out. No, she has like her phone like rings and it's like the Somali national anthem. She's like, they need me. I'm Batman. I'm the Karen Batman. I have to protect them from ICE.
She's the one person they transport in their transport vehicle.
Exactly. Yes. They're like Jimmy,
get her.
Use your fraudulent transportation company to actually do your job and pick up the one fucking person to bring them here so they can scream.
Yeah.
That she just shows up. Who is it? Like, God, I would want to ask this woman a million questions. Who are you? What are you?
The fact that they didn't spring into interview mode with this lady. How many kids you got, lady? Come on.
To be fair, I don't think
that's what we want to know.
I don't think you could ask this woman anything and she would answer.
And she would respond?
No, she's just she's in peak NPC mode.
Right. She doesn't want to be cooperative.
You
gotta tell her, hey lady, do not tell me how many kids you have.
I gotta use all sorts of weird mental tricks. Okay, on her. Gotta use all sorts of weird. Right.
Don't tell me what you do for a living.
Right. Exactly.
That's taking place here in Minnesota.
Don't open up! We have ice!
And what do you think about this place being licensed for 99 children?
Don't open up!
And getting $4 million over the...
Open up! It's ice!
$4 million in the last 2 years?
Go away!
What do you think about that? Are you in favor?
Away!
Are you in favor of that?
Go away!
You know what?
She's just like one of those annoying parrots that only knows 2 words.
It is, yeah.
Go away.
It is like you really just stumbled upon like a real life NPC.
Peak NPC, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And you're like, oh God.
Protect the children.
If this was the future,
the colony.
Exactly. There you go. If this was the future, everyone would look at this and be like, okay, that's obviously a robot. You guys are stupid. That's just like a robot that's broken. It's stuck in like a logic loop. It's not a real person. Obviously,
we can't sell robots to the activists. It's all over.
Because you know how now, like whenever you see a video, everyone's like, "Oh, it's AI," regardless of whether it's AI or not. Now, everyone in the future, 20 years from now, it's like, "Oh, it's a robot. It's a robot."
Yeah.
God.
You're not welcome here. Shame on you.
Are you in favor of $1.9 million going illegally, fraudulently to this business that has quality learning center but can't even spell learning right on the door?
Don't open up.
Ma'am, we are not ICE.
I don't care who you are. You don't belong here.
I belong here just like you belong here.
Don't open up. It's ice.
I don't think she does.
You do realize that there's supposed to be 99 children in here at this building, but there's no one here. This is a child daycare center.
99 children. Paid $1.9 million this year in CCAP funding. Do you know where the children are? Were they kidnapped?
It's starting to get through. Sitch, she's thawing.
No.
She's starting to think. She's like, wait a second. I live under the bridge.
They run away? Where are the children? This is state of Minnesota.
Look, she's conflicted. She's like, I want to save children. Children? What?
Right here.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
And who are you with?
Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Yeah, so who are you with here?
Oh, he's just been doing some research investigating the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm with Nick Shirley.
This lady, she's calling.
Yeah, I'm with Nick Shirley.
I'm with Nick. That's funny.
Yeah, look, they're in a completely different location and she's followed them.
Oh. Yeah, who is this fucking lady?
On us ICE. We're just trying to put law and order back in the streets of the United States. Get rid of all the fraud. Have you ever seen children at that daycare center right there?
Where?
Yeah, it's right there. It says the child. You've never seen daycare.
I haven't seen anybody in there.
We're going to educate you on something. So what do you think about this daycare center? They spelled learning wrong. They've received over $1.9 million this year alone, and they're supposed to have 99 children here.
I don't see it.
Have you ever seen any children here?
None at all. None.
This year they got 1.9 million. Last year they got 1.5 million of your tax money for 99 children. We just want to know where are the kids?
Right.
Where are the children?
I don't see them.
I've been here since 2017. I haven't seen anybody like
Never
that
seen
here.
a child here.
No, not at all.
And so you've never
years.
seen a child here for 8 years?
Nope, not at all.
And how does that make you feel knowing that this place is receiving $1.9 million?
This guy's going to do the camera. He's like, what the fuck? And he lives close by. He's like, oh, man, I'm getting involved now. This is bullshit. I'm ready to drive to Minnesota right fucking now.
Well, the good news, Adam, is that restaurant next to it, Albee Kitchen, they kind of keep saying come in the frame.
Yeah.
Looks like it's real and has top reviews on Google.
Yeah.
So at least the restaurant is doing good.
I mean, I like the graffiti right inside their doorway. That's what that's how you know you get fine dining.
Know. Yeah. I'm saying it's got good reviews.
You got some
I want to try it out.
Okay.
They got some nice looking cakes and pastries and shit.
Wow.
Looks tasty.
Look at this.
They have an actual website.
Sitch is doing real investigation.
You have a website. You can click on it. It goes to a place. They got a newsletter.
Well, that looks like a professional sign too.
Okay. Yeah.
All these places with a sign that's like a poster board.
Not great.
Yeah. They paid like $5 for that sign.
Yeah. No, it does. The Google Street View, well, it is from 2022. So I don't know if it's changed now. It does show the other side of the Leering Center, and it does have like normal fonts. No, it does have normal font that says Quality Learning Center. Actually, it's spelled correctly on the other side. Though there is a weird looking wooden board on top of like a window next to the door that looks very suspect.
Okay. Like it's boarded up?
Yeah, the windows, the windows look like they're half covered. It is, the whole covered window things is very suspect. What the fuck's going on with that? Like that's very sus, obviously.
These kids are vampires. They can't handle the light.
That's the real thing. We're going to find that in the future, these two people are going to be killed, mysteriously drained of blood. And it's like, oh, you thought they were Somalis, but they really were vampires the whole time.
They're Transylvanians.
That's why you don't see the children at them, because they all go in there at night as vampires.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
There's a lot of activity as soon as the sun goes down.
Exactly.
I mean, what the hell? They stealing the money. That's a federal grant, too. That's, if they get caught for that's a federal offense. I know, I studied law.
And do you think Tim Walz should go to jail for all the fraud that he's enabled here in his state?
That's him doing this?
Did they just hire somebody on the street?
He's like the perfect guy.
Well, no, because he seemed like he was lying when he said, I studied law. It seems like they just asked him, hey, you want to help us out here? We need some man on the street for an interview.
Is that the guy that had the mask on earlier? I mean, he's got kind of the same build.
It might be. Like, that's their driver? Oh, yeah, we'll interview your driver.
I don't know. Who knows?
Well, it didn't seem very believable that he studied law. It seemed like he was just acting.
You don't believe this guy, Adam? Why are you such a jerk?
Did you see?
I'm listening.
Watch his reaction here.
See, if they get caught for that's a federal offense.
He starts telling them all, look, that's a federal offense.
I know, I studied law.
And do you think
Tim studied law?
It just seems like he's hamming it up for the camera. It does. No. It does. It seems like this is an act.
Why are you so untrustworthy of?
He's like, that's a federal offense. I know, because I studied law. I spoke before the Supreme Court.
Right.
What's your name again? Are you with ICE?
Walz should go to jail for all the fraud that he's enabled here in his state.
That's him doing this? Heck yeah. He's got to be held accountable for this. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason what's going on here. It's simple. It's nothing there.
These YouTubers do fake this shit for content. I'm thinking this is fake.
I mean, yeah, this does seem kind of silly.
He's like, I lived here for 17 years. That's why I'm driving you around. I'm an Uber driver. You called me.
It's a parking lot.
And look, they even spelled learning wrong on their sign for a place that's supposed to be educating children.
That's crazy. I mean, who runs it? Who supposedly runs it?
Somalians.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, where? Yeah, it's just, I've never seen nobody here at all.
So how long have you been living here?
Since 2017.
You've never seen a single child walk in that building?
No, not at all.
So this big daycare center is literally just a place to traffic money. $1.9 million just this year alone. And this guy's been living here for 8 years and has never seen a single child walk through those doors. There's no windows either.
No.
And the only window they do have, the door, is blacked out.
Yep, I see that. I've never seen anybody go in there.
Within just a few hours, we nearly approached $20 million in fraud.
See, that didn't seem...
You didn't buy that?
No. Seemed like, okay. Like, this content sucks. We need to get someone here to react.
Here's the question. Okay, so here, I'm trying to find some good, like a time code.
I moved here 2017, 2020. That's when I was here. That's when I moved here.
Is this guy, okay, so you're seeing him, right? Kind of like a fat guy. He's got the black coat. He's got the blue shirt. He's got the black skull cap, right? Though it does have like a little design on it. Okay.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million.
Is he that guy? Oh, is he that guy?
Yeah.
But with the jacket zipped up?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I don't know.
Let's go back and look at his shoes and pants.
Well, I was trying. I can't. I don't know if you can't see
okay.
his. I don't think there's a frame where you see his shoes.
Oh, okay.
I was kind of going through it to try to see if there's a part where you see his shoes. Because I was also trying to see if it can't really. It might not be because it looks. It's hard to tell. It looks like he might be wearing black pants. So maybe it's a different person. Maybe they just found a random guy on the street. Maybe we're just too suspicious at him.
No windows either.
No.
And the only window they do.
Well, I'm just not buying this guy's story.
So. Okay.
But you know,
you have the door.
He was a jurist on the Supreme Court.
It's blacked out.
Okay. Yep, I see that. I've never seen anybody go in.
All right, we're gonna move forward. Have you watched this entire video?
I have.
So have I. So if I'm missing anything, just...
I can't give you a number now.
Like more than 5?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, so you don't really know?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the Autism Center?
Wait, hold on. We gotta watch this interaction. Oh, I like this. The Autism Center. Okay.
Center? Because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this Autism Center?
I can't give you a number now.
Like more than 5?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, so you don't really know?
Yeah, I don't really know.
What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here?
I do not know.
What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come?
Why don't they ask him? What do you do? Do you work here? What's your job? What do? You teach autistic kids? How many kids do you teach?
Right.
Like they don't ask him any good questions. This guy's so used to asking people who are actors these questions.
Well, I'm sure he asked it, but they didn't show us the answer for some reason.
Yeah, but that's what you want.
I know.
You want him saying, "Oh, I don't know what I do here.
Right.
I'm just hanging out. I sell weed in the back to all the autistic kids."
Now, at least this place does have a shitty looking play place in the back.
Oh, okay.
It does have a very shitty looking little jungle gym area.
Like it's a legit one?
I don't know, but
they don't have any kids in Minnesota. They don't need these daycare centers.
Minnesota doesn't exist.
Children.
Adam. Minnesota is part of the conspiracy.
Skeptical.
Okay. I don't think this, skeptical. I've never been to Minnesota, so I don't think it's a real place.
Why are all these streets empty? Completely empty. I guess it's because it's cold out, so nobody wants to walk on the streets.
No, this is all AI. This is all AI generated.
I'm not used to living in a place that's freezing. So
this is all all this money. It is fraudulent. All this money is going to like 10 Indian scammers in India that are AI generating a city that doesn't exist.
Even in New York, when it was freezing out, there would always be 1 million people out on the streets.
Well, it's New York.
Yeah.
No one lives in Minneapolis. Ew.
Sorry to all our Minneapolis fans.
I know.
We love you guys. What do you...
Yes.
Type in the chat. Let us know. Where are all the fucking people at?
I can't answer.
What news? Are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here. Because there's...
So why are you asking us about like,
the fraud?
And stuff like
yeah, dumbass.
Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This chick is smarter than the YouTube guy. It's like, I've been scamming the government my whole fucking life, okay?
This is not a Joey spot. Yeah. But that's her number on your other bill. But this is a...
What does that mean? This is not a Joey spot? What does that mean? Can't bring any... We don't like the Joeys around here. No kangaroos allowed. This is for humans. Okay, what are you talking about?
What's a more Somali name?
I know. They're like, yeah, it's a Somali thing. Like,
they should be saying, I got to get my Somali kid in here. What's a good Somali
yeah.
name?
Oh, he should listen. I got it.
These guys are chumps.
Okay.
They should have hired anything about investigating.
They should have hired a small Somali child actor. Yes. That he could, the parent can be in the car, right? Or they could be there, but he can just take him by the hand like, this is my adopted child, Dennis or Joey.
Yeah.
This is my adopted child, Joey. I'm trying to find some daycare for him. Okay, we're going around, right? Looking for it.
Oh,
God,
man.
that'd be
That's
amazing.
an expensive day right there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So once again, little Joey, he can't even go to daycare, and now they won't even accept him if he has autism.
And again, no kids. Couldn't tell you how many kids they serve.
After being able to provide no evidence of them actually being an autism center and a place where a child could go, they shut the door and we headed to the next fraudulent daycare center that was just around the corner.
We're on to the next location.
Yeah, that's the problem with this. They want to shoehorn in everything. They go for the flag. They go for this place that looks like it may be a legitimate daycare center. They just don't want to deal with your fucking insane ass.
Well, even though there is a little tiny slide in the back, the fact that there's a guy opens the door and doesn't know how many kids work there they service is very bizarre. I mean, it is super insanely sus. Like all these places.
Well, he's asking terrible fucking questions.
I understand.
Like, why doesn't he ask? Look, you work security here? Why don't you know how many kids are here?
Right.
But look, if somebody shows up and is asking a bunch of weird questions, you're gonna fucking dodge those questions, even if it's a legit place.
Well, you need what's his name? You need the Project Veritas guy. Okay.
Yeah,
you need James O'Keefe.
He puts the pimp outfit on. He knows how to fit in. He knows how to fit in. He knows how to work it.
Here's what they should have. They either need listen. There's a couple ways you do this. You have the small Somali child
like a
that you're
cop
holding
in this
his
place.
hand.
You're like, ma'am, I need to know Joey. He's coming to fucking school here.
Here's what you do. You hire like a smoking hot lady.
Oh yeah, you got to get the honey pot. That's
Here
right.
you go. You hire a smoking
Somali
hot
woman
lady, right? And you give her. She's holding the little black child. And she's like, I'm a single mother.
Yeah,
I'm looking for childcare.
I'm looking for free childcare.
Yes.
From the government.
Yes.
They're like, of course she's Somali.
That's a story I've heard of before, right?
Exactly.
Yes, we figured it out. This is the way you infiltrate. Okay.
Yeah. Got to get them to take their defenses down.
Haven't they seen Undercover Brother? You need White She-Devil.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You'd also, I guess you need like a hot guy too. A lot of these places are run by women. You need like a really hot guy with like a child.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm a single father.
Fight. Yeah. They're like, oh, she's too hot to like let her kid in here.
Here's what you do. You scope out the place. You find out is it women or men there, right? If it's women, you have both the actors. You have the hot guy and the hot woman. You send out the really hot guy. He's got a puppy in one hand and a black child in the other. He's like, I'm just a single father here with my dog. Okay,
but Somalis eat puppies, so
no.
So wrong. They're gonna figure them out immediately. They're gonna be like, oh, and you brought lunch.
No.
Still trying to find little Joey a place to go to get some daycare.
You killed that puppy.
Where we're going now is a place called
the Fraud. Okay, it was a worthy sacrifice.
Super Kids Daycare Center. Interestingly, this daycare center was shut down when it was called Creative Minds Daycare, and it had received $2.45 million this fiscal year 20.
Oh my God. Okay, I can't take any more.
Okay.
We can go on to the next video. Is there anything in here we missed? It's just pretty much.
It's more of the same stuff. I mean, this video is insane. I know we're kind of joking around here, but it is good that Nick Shirley did this video. It is going to get attention to this. All these places do need to 100% be investigated. And this is the problem. this is what should happen to these people, okay, that are doing these sorts of fraud schemes. Because obviously a lot of these people are doing fraud, or at least they appear to be doing
give
fraud.
them the electric chair.
No.
Wood chipper.
What you should do is
drawn and quartered.
Well, you could do that. But no, after these people go to jail,
guillotine.
Okay, you send these people to jail, but then after that, when they come out of jail, okay, they have to spend the rest of their lives, okay, working for the government to pay off this debt.
The money? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the money that they stole. Every day, they have to work to do that. And if they can't, if they stop, you send them back to jail. You say, you're going to go back to jail until you pay off this debt. And then that's just step one. Okay. Here's step two. We need to bring back public shame.
Yeah.
And this would be for other crimes too. Because as egregious as it is, there's something that's like hyper egregious. Like when someone steals taxpayer money, this is a problem. People treat government money as like this giant slush fund when it should be like one of the highest crimes to steal or to abuse taxpayer money, because it's our money. We're all going to this. And I think there's a lot of truth to the concept that we might not need to spend more money. We might not need to raise taxes if you could just cut down on fraud. I wouldn't be surprised if some astronomical amount of our budget goes to
no income tax,
like corruption and fraud and all this other stuff. And so the penalties for this should be so fucking high. So not only should these people go to jail, not only should they then have to spend the rest of their lives paying off this debt, but once they get out of jail, okay, this is what they should have to do. Once a month or once a year or once a quarter. I don't know. Someone else could just figure this out.
6 times a day. What is it?
No. They should have to dress up in a clown outfit. Okay. And go into the town square and people get to throw water balloons and tomatoes and all sorts of other shit at them, and just not acid, just to ridicule people. There needs to be public shame. This is like the modern version of like the stocks. Okay. We need to bring back public shame. These people should have to wear like a little tag on their shirt every day that says like, I'm a thief.
Why not just tattoo fraud on their forehead or fraudster?
I don't think people
thief
would.
Is good.
I'm trying to do something that I think is somewhat realistic. I don't think tattooing thief or cutting their hands off, I don't think that's going to fly. What I'm suggesting, I know it's kind of hyperbolic and I know it's funny, but I think it needs to be real. There needs to be such public shame that when you do something like this, everyone in the community knows who you are and goes, oh, that person's a piece of shit. That person's a fucking trash person. So that people think twice about this fucking shit, doing this stuff.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And I don't just mean this for like immigrants or first generation people. This is for everyone. Anyone that steals taxpayer money or does any of these sort of fraud schemes. And
George Santos, he gets the
George Santos, yeah, 100%
tattooed on his forehead.
Because here, and I've heard this from a lot of people who are very against increasing crime penalties. They'll say like, oh well, there's been studies that show if you increase, the amount of penalties that criminals will suffer, it doesn't actually stop people from doing crime. Okay. And what those studies miss is if you just increase the penalties, but you don't actually increase the policing, then it's not going to stop anyone because people think they're not going to get caught. You need to increase the penalties severely, but also increase the policing dramatically as well. All this shit needs to be investigated constantly. There's so many jobs, and I bet you would pay for itself. The amount of everyone would feel so much better if the money that they knew that they were giving the government, instead of going millions and billions of dollars into some fraud person's pocket, was going to pay a person for a fraction of that cost to walk around to these facilities just to look and make sure that they're real facilities. People would be so much more happier to pay for that than this shit.
I just think all welfare should stop and it should be divvied up into some sort of just blanket payment to every citizen. Just everybody gets whatever it is.
But that's part of why why these sorts of defrauds, this sort of corruption of the government should be handled so differently, is that it does completely black pill the entire community to just be like, well, I just don't want to pay anyone anything whatsoever because it's all just going to be
black-pilled.
Corrupt. It's all just going to be taken.
Yeah.
It's
I don't want 1 penny spent on the poor or the needy. I want those people to suffer. I want them to suffer in the streets.
Corruption of taxpayer monies is a huge blight in our society. It's not one of the biggest blights in our society.
Well, I'm a huge victim of it in California. Obviously, they spent billions and billions, and we pay high state tax here. They spent all that money trying to fuck with the homeless shit, and they did nothing. They did nothing. They just burned our tax dollars for fucking 10 years.
Yep.
Such a waste. Hey, I got to ask before we move on, what do you think of police officers that wear eyeliner? Just tell me.
Department is allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance at this address.
Yeah.
So
as we got escorted.
You think he's wearing eyeliner?
Yeah, this cop looks like he's wearing eyeliner. What's up with that? Law enforcement with eyeliner. I mean, it does look.
He just got nice eyelashes. Okay.
It's one that
he's not wearing eyeliner now.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
That looks like a fake beard. This guy looks like he's got a fucking chia pet growing on his face.
Look at his name, Kronfeld. That's obviously a fake name. This is all suspicious. This is all very suspicious.
That looks like a fake gun.
Everything is fake about this. Why does he have so many? Why does he have so many magazines? Okay, what's happening? Going to like a shootout here? What's that? What is going on?
A gay guy and a short woman walk into the police station to apply for a job.
Such a hater.
Look, even though, he's probably not gay, but he's like, oh my God, what is this woman's name? I'm going out with her again? Holy shit. Another day I'm going to do all the work.
Wow.
Oh my God. Anyway, moving on. We're going to move on to the next video. Epstein.
We can watch the next video. Yep.
All right. That was maddening. I'm so glad I'm a hardcore libertarian now. The show's going to be completely different in 2026. Mm-hmm. It's going to be all about defunding the police.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, I have 19 children care centers, and it's amazing how many t-shirts they can make with all the garbage bags over the windows. I think they're developing night vision.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. It's a sweatshop. That's why they won't let them in.
Yeah.
They're like, hell yeah, we got 120 kids here. They're all fucking working. Go away.
Listen, Donald Trump, our president, said he wanted to bring jobs back to America. Okay. And these people are just making the dream possible. They're bringing jobs for children back to the country. Okay. Why are we hating on it?
Yeah.
JV Shada for 20 Canadian says, help, I forgot to buy my parents presents for Christmas, and the only thing they'll accept from me to earn their forgiveness is free will. I need as much free will as they can afford ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
As this can afford me ASAP.
We're going to give you a deal today. We're giving you 10x on the free will.
Whoa. 10x, Adam?
20x.
I was going to give 5x.
Look,
but Adam's crazy. He's always going to give 10x. That's right, everybody. It's the Christmas New Year's bonanza. You get 10x the free will per super chat. That's right. For all of your donations for free, entirely for free, you get 10 times the amount of free will. So JV Shota, you get 200 units of free will. Thank you.
That's a lot of free will.
Think of all the freedom you can use with that free will, baby.
Think of all the children you can enslave with that much free will. Holy shit.
Save. Use this free will responsibly. Okay. Didn't Sitch criticize Doge for going after fraud? Now he wants fraud to be taken seriously? Or is only his team that is allowed to investigate fraud? Well, if you listened earlier, I said one of the positive things about this is that the feds, Donald Trump's administration, is going to be looking into this, investigating this. So I don't know why you're making it a political thing. The problem with Doge, first of all, the fact that you wouldn't say, well, obviously Doge is completely fucked up if they couldn't detect this massive level of fraud. They're looking for all the money. The problem with Doge was they weren't doing what I said. If Doge hired a bunch of people to go around the country and go walk into these places and say, hey, is this actually a childcare center? And say, oh, it's not. And they said, oh, boom, fraud right there. Then I would have been applauding that. Everyone would be applauding that. But that's not what they did. They just looked at a bunch of numbers on computers, on paper, and said, well, we're going to make a bunch of determinations without looking into fucking anything and cut blindly. And guess what happened? That's stupid. And it also, all it does is hurts people's ability to go after actual fraud because everyone gets burned down on it. So thank you, Doge, for solving this crisis by making it stupid.
They went the method, let's cut it all off and see what happens. See where the pain points are.
Yep.
And then we'll reinitiate those places that we think it's necessary.
Which obviously it's not going to work politically either. That's the part of the big problem. That can work in a business. That's not going to work politically because everyone's going to scream for political reasons.
Right.
If Doge had sent people into these facilities and they came back with they'd record themselves and they said, look, we found all this fraud. What are the Democrats going to say? They couldn't say anything.
Yeah.
But they were lazy. They were super fucking lazy with what they were doing. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, I want universal basic income combined with putting literally everyone in jail. Think of saving in administration because they would also be in jail. There you go.
Oh, yeah. That's a good plan. I like that. I sign up on that.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $20 says, considering how fast MSN made Covington Catholic, Central Park Karen, Citibank Karen, Ralph, Jarl, and Elon's not into major national scandals, kind of surprised they haven't covered Nick Shirley's video yet. Well, I mean, they're not. What are they going to do? They're going to say, oh, he's evil?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they only care about racism.
Mm-hmm.
They would cover it as Nick Shirley is a racist.
State versus federal. Did you not listen to this video? The guy said right in the beginning that they receive a lot of federal money. Did you not even listen to that?
Yeah.
You think the state's getting you think they're just generating all this billions of dollars?
They usually force a state to spend a certain amount of money and the federal government matches the money. That's the situation.
Yeah, in the beginning, he said they're taking federal money and then the state's doling it out.
Yeah. But the federal money usually is contingent on the state spending something. So they're like, we don't want to just give you federal money. You spend state money on something and we'll match the funds. That's the way they structure these things. So.
Okay. It's wild. There's a lot of NPC shit.
Don't let them get under your skin. Come on, it's the holidays, Sitch. Look, people, I get so many comments that are like, Adam, fucking this, Adam, that.
Who
cares?
Requiring the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files was billed as a victory for transparency last month when it was signed into law. Since the files started being released a day late in small increments and with heavy redactions, it's become a chaotic spectacle of incompetence, technical failure, and selective disclosure, making the most unhinged conspiracy theorists look reasonable. On Christmas Eve, it was announced that additional files had been uncovered and that it would likely take a few more weeks for the full data set to be released. The scale of the omission is staggering. To date, the Department of Justice has released just 11,034 documents. Yet, with this sudden request for delay, the department admitted that it has uncovered over 1 million additional records that still need to be reviewed. This admission is a humiliating reversal for Attorney General Pam Bondi, who in February told the public that the relevant files were sitting on her desk and ready for review. This pivot from ready to release to too much to process confirms the worst fears of transparency advocates. Simple math dictates that if 1 million documents remain hidden, the public has seen perhaps 1% of the total cache. Rather than the flood of clarity Congress demanded, we've received a muddy trickle, a disparity that critics argue amounts to a deliberate failure to comply with the law. The incompetence was absolute. Ordinary members of the public quickly discovered that some redacted text could be revealed by simply copying and pasting the document into a different format. These digital slip-ups exposed not sensitive victim data, but financial records and details that the law explicitly forbade the DOJ from hiding, proving that the censorship was often protecting reputations, not victims. Beyond the political theatre, genuine scandals have emerged from the recently released files that contradict the official narrative that we've been fed. For months, administration officials like Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel insisted that there was no client list and nothing to see in the files. Patel went further, telling Congress that there's no credible information, none, that Epstein trafficked women to others. The documents prove otherwise. Buried within the release is a revelation that federal agents identified and attempted to contact 10 potential co-conspirators immediately after Epstein's 2019 arrest. While most names remain redacted, the existence of this list confirms that suspects beyond Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell have been on the FBI's radar for years.
Remember when we were told that Epstein was just trafficking to himself?
Oh,
Epstein
yeah.
was just trafficking to himself. Yeah. He was all this, he had this giant organization. It was all just for his own benefit. No one else was involved. There was no other co-conspirators. I mean, who cares about all the other women that he had that were helping him do this? This is what's crazy. And most people probably don't know this. Ghislaine Maxwell stopped working for Epstein, I don't know, it was like 10 or 15 years ago. And he had other women that were doing that exact thing. And the government knows who those women are. And for no fucking reason, they never brought charges against these people. Well, it's for a reason. It's because obviously massive corruption. But
yeah, all the famous people, all the donors are going to be implicated. It's just such a fucking mess.
Not even. I'm just saying the other madams that he had, the other women he had that were helping him facilitate this shit. Don't put those fucking people in jail.
Yeah.
Unless it's all just because, everyone knows, they know a bunch of the names, right? No one can go to jail because then they'll rat everyone else out.
Yeah, that's what they're afraid of. Yeah, exactly. It's disgusting. It's totally disgusting. They're protecting those criminals so that they can protect the people who are powerful, important people who are fucking criminals as well. It's bullshit.
Equally damning is the revelation of catastrophic institutional failure. We now know the FBI was alerted to Epstein's abuse as far back as 1996, when Maria Farmer reported that the then 43-year-old financier had stolen nude photos of her sisters, aged just 12 and 16. The FBI report notes that Epstein was believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers.
That's fucking crazy.
Yes. What the fuck?
Can you imagine? That's so crazy.
And they're just like, whatever.
Yeah. Total pedo pictures.
Yeah. And they didn't do shit about it.
Yeah. Fuckers.
A chilling detail that hints at the very trafficking network Patel denied existed. These revelations importantly shatter a lingering myth perpetuated by commentators like Megyn Kelly that Epstein was merely a playboy who took advantage of willing teenagers dazzled by his wealth and celebrity connections. The files depict a much nastier, more dangerous reality. A predator who threatened to burn down a teenage victim's house if she spoke out, and whose victims were often small children, not party girls. Then there are the bizarre anomalies that feel pulled from a tabloid fever dream. Buried in the cache was a suicide note purportedly written by Epstein to disgraced gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar, containing grotesque claims about the US president. The Department of Justice has officially labeled the letter's contents unfounded and false, and there are many reasons to believe that it might be a hoax, but they released it anyway, a decision that's only fueled the very speculation they seem to want to discourage. Before we dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Straight Arrow News. Staying informed right now can be exhausting. Between the clickbait, the outrage, and algorithmic social media feeds, it feels like news outlets are often more interested in shouting matches than actual reporting.
That's the way I always feel about our show. Jesus.
That's what I like.
All Sitch wants to do is shout at me. Holy
That's what I like.
shit.
Bring on Pierce Morgan.
It's a shouting match. Oh my God. All right, let's fast forward the sponsor here. Sorry, Patrick. Straight Arrow News, guys, check it out. Link in the in his description.
will combine the Department of Justice files with new data and photos released by the House Oversight Committee and groundbreaking reporting from the New York Times. While the FBI sat on its hands, reporters were digging through archives, interviewing people who had worked with Epstein and knew him socially to reveal the true source of his wealth, exposing him not as a financial wizard, but instead as a relentless scammer who built his empire on a lifetime of frauds, Ponzi-like schemes, and the betrayal of friends. The contrast between the investigative success of the press and the abject failure of the state is damning. The government has all the tools needed to uncover the truth, the power to compel testimony, the ability to track the movement of every cent through the banking system, and full access to the IRS tax records. Yet it was journalists, not federal agents, who connected the dots. It's crazy that the ball has been dropped like this on such a high-profile case, and it's no wonder that conspiracy theories have bloomed because, as the files now prove, an actual conspiracy existed.
Maybe we need to defund the FBI too, Sitch. Maybe it's just a waste of money giving to any of these government organizations.
Well, remember, that's what, when they got cash in there, that's what I'm gonna defund the FBI. We're gonna rebuild the FBI from the ground up. We're going to be competent and good and not corrupt anymore. Now watch us completely fuck up everything related to the Epstein case.
Where's the private jet? My girlfriend needs a ride to a concert.
Yeah. Right.
Today I'm going to break down the new data releases in 3 parts. First, we'll examine the new evidence of co-conspirators and the specific warnings that the FBI ignored in the 1990s. Second, we'll contrast the government's chaotic redacted dump with the forensic accounting done by journalists that finally explains the mechanics of Epstein's wealth. And finally, we'll ask the question that the DOJ is seemingly desperate to avoid. If the government knew in 1996 what Jeffrey Epstein was up to, why did it take 23 years and $1 billion in stolen money to stop him?
Did you read the New York Times article? I'm assuming you did.
No, I didn't.
Months, the official line from Washington had been that the conspiracy began and ended with Jeffrey Epstein and his jailed accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. The administration insisted that the circle of guilt was a closed loop. In sworn testimony to Congress, FBI Director Kash Patel was unequivocal.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
This claim strained credulity from the moment it was uttered. The public has long known, thanks to leaks like the birthday book, that Epstein did not operate in a vacuum. But what was once strong suspicion is now documented fact. The files prove unequivocally that Patel's testimony was at best a catastrophic failure of memory, and at worst a lie. Buried in this week's chaotic document dump is a heavily redacted email chain from July 2019, sent just hours after.
There's going to be no... I don't think there's going to be any accountability for Kash or Pam Bondi for this at all. You know, there's a lot of people calling for them to be fired, to resign over this. I don't see that happening, or it's going to have to get a lot worse before something like that happens.
The claims that they're in there as loyalists just seem completely validated by all this.
Yeah.
Because Trump has a reputation for firing people when they fuck up. But the fact that he's not is like the dog that's not barking, right?
Yeah.
They're fucking up over and over and over again. He's like, oh, nothing we can do.
Well, yeah, because that's the problem is that, number one, these two people are obviously loyalists and sycophants to Trump. So even if they're doing things we don't like in terms of the handling of the Epstein case, they could be doing things that Trump likes in terms of covering.
They're doing massive things Trump
right.
likes. They sifted through these files and took his name out of all of them.
Right. Redacting his name, hiding his name from the search thing, which I think he talks about.
Pulling a photo that had his picture in it.
Right. Yeah.
Putting it back up because it looked massively suspicious.
Yes. But there's another element to this too, which is why it would be very difficult for Trump to fire these people. Is that these are positions that require Senate confirmation, and so when he first won, the Republican Party was more unified. They're kind of high on the win. They were willing to give these kind of people like Cash and Pam Bondi, who, people were kind of sus about, but they're like, whatever, we'll give them a shot. Like they're willing to give those people like a chance. But if they both get fired or have to resign because there's horrible incompetency, there's going to be so much pressure on the senators that confirm these people. Like every fucking question is going to be about Epstein, 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 Epstein. And I don't think, maybe I'm naive here, but I don't think the Republicans in the Senate are just going to roll over for Trump and just confirm a bunch of fucking retards again. They're going to actually have to confirm
that's a great point.
Like realistic, reasonable people who they think aren't just fucking sycophants and loyalists. And who the fuck is Trump going to get in that position that's going to do what he wants regarding the Epstein files, but also that the Senate would confirm?
Yeah, that's a great point. They don't have the political cover to do that for him now. Now that the whole Epstein file thing is blown up and the Republicans are mad about it. Yeah, it would be difficult to replace those people.
And also it's kind of in a weird way, it is kind of useful to Trump in a weird way, because Cash and Pam Bondi sort of absorb a lot. They're like lightning rods. They kind of absorb a lot of the
hate. Yeah.
They hate, away from him. Like they're not doing what he wants anyway.
Epstein's arrest. In it, an FBI agent asks a colleague for an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is not speculation, it's a time-stamped federal record. The email confirms that from the very first moments of the 2019 investigation, the FBI had identified 10 specific targets. So who were they, and why were they never charged? The DOJ has redacted 7 of the 10 names, citing privacy concerns, a justification the new law explicitly forbids for anyone other than victims. However, 3 of the names were left visible: Ghislaine Maxwell, Jean-Luc Brunel, the French modeling agent who died in prison awaiting trial, and Leslie Wexner, the billionaire retail tycoon behind Victoria's Secret. Wexner's inclusion is explosive. For decades, he was Epstein's primary patron, entrusting the former math teacher with total control over his billions. While Wexner severed his financial ties in 2007 and claims that he was never a target of the federal investigation, his presence on a verified FBI suspect list suggests that agents believed that the money trail and the abuse trail were intertwined. The most chilling evidence of a wider conspiracy comes not from 2019, but from 1996. Included in the files is a police report filed by Maria Farmer, an artist who worked for Epstein. She told the FBI explicitly that Epstein and Maxwell had stolen nude photographs of her younger sisters, aged 12 and 16, that she had taken for her own personal artwork. Crucially, the report notes...
I mean, that's kind of fucking weird. That's kind of fucking weird.
Yeah, it's fucking pedo shit. A nude 12-year-old?
No, I mean, yeah. Why is the sister taking nude photos of her own sister for art reasons? Like that whole thing is like, what?
Look, there's a bunch of dipshit artists that don't realize what they're doing. They're like, they don't realize these photos are going to be magnets for pedophiles.
Oh, okay.
They're like dumbasses. They're like, look, it's art.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
And Epstein's like, oh, let me see your art. This is so wonderful.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
It's just so crazy. These women have their fucking brains off. They're like, they don't see it. They don't understand the fucking depravity of the real world.
With the co-conspirator thing, well, yeah, I think the sister herself was underage, I think, too, when she took the pictures, which would play into what you're saying as well. But with the co-conspiracy thing, like, I understand the concept, and I even said this in the past, like, okay, it is not right to throw a bunch of people's names out there who didn't do anything wrong, because everyone's going to get, like, assumed to be a pedo, right? And that used to be my position. But I think I've completely changed on that because this investigation and this everything about the Epstein stuff is so insanely corrupt. I don't think it's possible to do that. I think the only feasible way to even try to get any element of the truth is it's just got to be like every person involved's names has got to be released.
Just dump
you gotta
everything.
sort through it.
Yeah. It's so sick because the reason they don't want to do it, they have personal relationships with all these people that are going to be implicated and that should be implicated because they're fucking guilty as fuck.
No, I'm sure. Yeah, but I'm saying I'm sure there's people in there that are not guilty.
Yeah.
And will be assumed
I
to
understand
be guilty,
what you're
right.
saying.
But I'm saying like that's just I think we've got to the point where it has to be like everything is so corrupt and there's no trust and there shouldn't be any trust for the government to investigate any of this shit whatsoever. We had the Trump administration right now is completely being shady as fuck and dropped the ball. The Biden administration didn't even fucking investigate it at all, it seems like. So
because they knew their people were in there. They knew people that they had relationships with were in there.
Right.
Nobody wants to touch this because they're like, every single person that is potentially implicated right now is on the phone with some congressperson or someone on the inside just trying to get their fucking name wiped off of this shit.
Or, as there's this talk about how Epstein could have been involved in doing a lot of weird, maybe he was involved with doing Iran-Contra shit. Maybe he was helping the CIA facilitate things. Maybe he was doing a lot of weird money transactions. So, those fuckers don't want it out there because they don't want to look bad.
Yeah.
And it's like, fuck those people. All the shit, all 100% needs to be released. I mean,
they're never going to do it.
I know, but that's the only thing. It's like, just, I'm sorry. I'd say I'm sorry. Like, you can redact. Well, that's what it was supposed to be. Like, it was supposed to be, you can redact the victims' names, right? But everything else has to come out. And then they just violated the Trump administration, just violated the law and said, fuck you. We're going to be redacting all sorts of shit.
It's pretty
for
funny
whatever reason we want.
It's pretty funny that they're even incompetent at redacting.
Yes.
They redacted in the PDF and
they can't even.
All you had to do was a copy paste and you're like, oh, look, all the names are here.
Yeah, well, for some of the documents, right? Or the people literally just typed in the URL. They had like released 7 batches of documents.
Oh, and it had the URL on the page?
Yeah.
And the URL was still live, unredacted?
No. Yeah, so they had like 7 documents, 7 batches of documents. And someone was like, hey, what if I just turn the 7 to like an 8 or whatever? Like they just changed the URL to be like 8. And then all of a sudden they had access to all the unreleased files for the 8th batch already. Because even if it wasn't up on the UI, the website, the URL still existed. And that's how they got the documents early.
Can we still trust these people to dispense money?
No. Okay. How you feel? We had a long conversation. We had a long conversation.
Did we?
About the competency of Kash Patel.
Mm-hmm.
How you feeling about that now after all of this?
Well, look, I think you might have been vindicated over the term here. I think Kash Patel might actually be incompetent.
You think? How do you think that little airspace fiasco went now?
I still think they blackballed him on the airspace.
I know. I think he's just a fucking idiot who didn't do his fucking job because he's an incompetent buffoon, and that's all that it was.
I read Esper's book, man, and Esper was most focused on diversity and inclusion in the military. That was his top priority.
Kash Patel was a diverse hire. He was obviously a DI hire.
Oh yeah. I think Esper was bullshitting on the airspace thing.
Okay.
I don't think it mattered. But look, two things can be true at once. The airspace could not matter and Kash Patel can be an idiot.
True.
So.
That Epstein was believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers.
He sells the fucking chicks nudies of the 12-year-old kid.
I know.
To some fucking Middle Eastern dude.
Yeah.
Fuck. This single sentence destroys the lone wolf narrative. If Epstein and Maxwell were selling photographs like this, Then there were buyers. And if the FBI knew about potential buyers of this type of material in 1996 and co-conspirators in 2019, the question is no longer if others were involved. The question is why the most powerful law enforcement agency in the world decided to stop looking for them. While the co-conspirators list points to a cold, hard cover-up, much of the release resembles a hall of mirrors, a chaotic junk drawer of evidence that mixes genuine leads with bizarre anomalies. Take the suicide note. Buried in the cache is a letter purportedly written by Epstein to Larry Nassar, the disgraced gymnastics doctor. Nassar is a true monster who was convicted of abusing more than 150 women and girls and sentenced to 175 years in prison. Some estimates of the number of victims goes beyond 300. Dear LN, the note reads, as you know by now, I've taken the short route home. Good luck. We shared one thing, our love and caring for young ladies and the hope they'd reach their full potential. Our president also shares our love of young nubile girls. It then makes a lewd reference to the president's treatment of women and signs off, life is unfair, yours, J. Epstein. While the existence of a letter to Larry Nassar has been public knowledge since 2023, when the Associated Press reported on a return-to-sender envelope turning up in the jail's mailroom, there are compelling reasons to doubt the document's authenticity. First, investigators have never established a clear link between Epstein and Nassar, so why would Epstein choose to send his final thoughts to a stranger in a different prison, rather than to a friend or family member? Second, the letter was postmarked 3 days after Epstein's death, which could theoretically be explained by the delays inherent in the prison mail inspection system. However, the markings indicate it was mailed from Northern Virginia, hundreds of miles from the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan, where Epstein died. Even if the note was written by Epstein, he would have known that it would be read by the prison mailing system and maybe given extra attention after his death. So even if authentic, the note could still have been a final act of revenge on his old friend Trump. The DOJ may have dismissed the note as a forgery based on handwriting analysis, but its contradictions guarantee it'll be dissected by conspiracy theorists for decades to come.
Okay, I was curious about the handwriting thing too, because I think that'd be like the first thing. Because if this letter was sent shortly after he died or committed suicide or was murdered or whatever happened, like you wouldn't think a person would have the time, like maybe someone like really was on top of this, would have the time to like fake his lettering and everything. Like if this letter like was discovered years later, you could be like, oh well, someone could have faked his handwriting, but this this letter does seem kind of suspect to me. I don't really believe that's authentic. The whole thing sounds kind of shady.
Yeah, I never believed the letter anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not essential to the whole narrative.
Well, it would be essential. Well, I guess it wouldn't be essential, but it would be a big feather in the cap of the tying Donald Trump in directly with some sort of like pedo accusation.
Yeah, that's what strains credibility, is because there's so many people incentivized to create that letter and just to throw mud at Trump.
Well, I don't think that's what strains credulity about it or credibility about it. It would be, again, he's sending it to Nassar, which is weird. Like he doesn't know this guy, right? And also you would think if this was supposed to be some kind of final act of revenge against Donald Trump, like wouldn't you be a lot more explicit in the letter?
Mm-hmm.
Like when you say like, me and Donald Trump used to go, bang 12-year-old girl, like wouldn't you just be like as like when you try to be like as explicit as like possible, if this is your, supposed to be your act of revenge against Donald Trump or something, or what, like when you'd be like, oh, you'd send the letter to someone and you'd be like, hey, in this location exists the pictures of like me and Donald Trump, banging some underage girl, right? Even if there's no such like place, just because then people would be like, oh, we got to go to that location. And then if you went there and there's nothing there, they'd be like, oh, the FBI already got there and took this stuff. Like, I just feel like there'd be a way to do it that would make more sense if that was really the goal.
Yeah.
It feeds the
I wonder
conspiracy.
if Epstein, though, is trying to protect his reputation even after death. Well, there is the question of whether or not he knew he was going to die soon, right? Because a lot of people think he got killed and didn't commit suicide.
Well,
if he knows he's going to commit suicide, the letter is going to be different than if he's killed by someone else, right?
Well, the letter is him saying he's going to commit suicide. So what he means when he says, I'm going to take the short way home.
Oh, okay.
Is that so? The letter would be him saying that. If it was a real letter, it would mean that he killed himself. So
that there was a celebrity ring of abusers who were all in touch with each other. But it also contradicts the conspiracy that many believe that Epstein was murdered in prison to silence him. The Department of Justice took the unusual step of labeling the letter unfounded and false upon release, yet included it anyway. Then there's the bizarre footage of Epstein appearing to choke himself in his prison cell, a video that circulated online for years and is now formally included in the files simply because someone emailed it to the FBI asking if it was real. But if the noise is...
What is happening? Like, okay. Oh God. They're like,
somebody emailed the AI video. Is this real? And now it's like,
they're like, the FBI's like, we're going to redact hundreds of pages, like entire pages are just going to be black. We're going to redact hundreds of pages, but we're going to include the AI video. Some random fucking person sent us like, what the fuck is happening?
Exhibit 51.
Yes.
Distracting. The silence regarding the president.
This is what happened. Okay. The FBI, when they were looking through the files, they just started asking Grok, is this file real?
President is deafening. Administration officials have repeatedly claimed that they're prioritizing transparency, yet the process has been dogged by accusations of bias. Internal documents reveal that the FBI referred to the effort as the Special Redaction Project, an initiative that racked up over $850,000 in overtime costs in a single week back in March. So who knows what the total cost of the redactions has come to by now. But
so we can spend all that money. We can spend almost $1 million hiring people to redact these files
in overtime. No,
in
it's
overtime.
Overtime pay.
Yeah, but we can't hire people to walk into the child care centers to see if there's any fucking children there.
But that's like round the clock redacting. How many people do you have working on that?
Redact faster.
$1 million in overtime.
It's
in
like
1 week to redact. You've got like an army of people redacting.
You know that scene in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory where it's like Veruska Salt's father, and it's like there's like a giant factory of children, and they're all unwrapping like the chocolate, looking for the golden ticket. It's like just an entire like factory full of FBI workers with like little black markers, just like fucking furiously scribbling out as much information that's important to the public's knowledge as possible to protect, Donald Trump or any other rich or famous person that was caught up in this.
You got to read the last super chat. It's relevant to the redacting. Squeeze Louise. Apparently one of the Doge cuts was removing Adobe licenses, which led to the improper redacting. Was Elon the whistleblower all along?
So I had heard
that's kind of fucking crazy.
Yeah, I had heard that. I don't know if that's ever been confirmed.
Oh,
but a lot of people were theorizing that, and it would be very funny if that was why. Though it's weird because, like, you think if that was the case, wouldn't all the redactions be like that? It's just some of the redactions.
So they would have been properly redacted had they had the Adobe's license that they got rid of?
Well, that's the theory.
Yeah.
It's a fun theory. So we'll just say it's true.
It's very fun.
Yeah.
It's too fun not to be true.
Turn on that investment appears to be a sophisticated form of obstruction. Upon release, users reported a bizarre technical anomaly. Searching the digital files for Trump yielded almost zero results, making it look like the president didn't appear in the files at all. People eventually worked out that his name could only be found if you searched for Trump with a space at the end, a coding glitch that rendered him invisible to the general public.
Who put that coding glitch in there, though? That's
it
like
was just an honest mistake. What do you mean?
Coding glitch.
It was just a little mistake. For some reason, Trump's name, you needed to put a little space there.
I think the bigger glitch is that it could be searched at all.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Meanwhile, specific files, including a photo of a desk in Epstein's home displaying 2 pictures of the president, were quietly...
Now here, does that mean, like, the whole Trump space thing, does that mean that, like, how does that work in the PDF thing? Like, does that mean that someone had to go in there?
It's like a double space after every time it says Trump. That's what you'd think, right?
Right, but I'm saying, like, how does that...
space is part of the word.
How do you make it do that? Do you have to go manually add a double space after Trump? Like, how do you get that associated?
No. I think there was code inserted that if you search Trump, nothing came back, right?
Yeah, that is what they're saying, yeah.
But a workaround is to search Trump spaced, and it gets around the code.
Right.
So they didn't change it to Trump space. They just... Trump space got around the code. The code wasn't good enough to think, oh, someone could put Trump space in here, and that might come up.
Right. No, what I'm asking is what is the mechanics of how they get that to do it like that?
I don't know. I don't know how they... Yeah, I don't know if they make it some sort of word that is like a redacted word or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they can redact words from search. But you could probably search TRU and find Trump as well, right?
I don't know.
It's just if you search the whole word, that's redacted. I don't know. I don't know how they do it.
Quietly removed from an online...
But it is very suspicious that if you search Trump, it doesn't come up, even though it's all over the documents, right?
Database, and then re-uploaded only after a public outcry. Perhaps the most telling was the DOJ's framing when releasing the documents. The department included an unusually...
I'll be right back.
Specific disclaimer, warning that the files contained untrue and sensationalist claims about President Trump. No such warning was offered for the other well-known figures mentioned in the files. And then there's...
Yeah, just see, in case there was any question, okay, that the point of the FBI currently under the Trump administration is to actually do some kind of objective investigation, was not to simply cover for Donald Trump. That can all just go out the window. They have to make sure it's explicitly clear. No. Donald Trump is an innocent baby angel. Of all the people that could be tangled up in this can't possibly be the president. And people just accept that, I guess. We just accept the very blatant, sycophantic conflict of interest that's going on at the moment.
There's the incompetence. At least 550 pages were released entirely blacked out, a move that critics argue violates the Epstein Files Transparency Act. But some of the censorship was as porous as it was heavy-handed. Ordinary members of the public quickly discovered that some redactions were merely black bars placed over live text, which could be revealed by copy-pasting the document into a text file. These hacks didn't all expose sensitive victim data, which was supposed to be what was being redacted, but instead financial records and details about Epstein's estate, proving that the censorship was designed to shield the powerful from embarrassment rather than to protect victims from further harm. If the technical failures were absolute, the political weaponization was strategic.
They have to 100... Now, I don't know if the Senate's going to do this because they're fucking cowards. At least the Republicans would never be on board with this. I think they're going to be cowardly about this. but they should, and I know that like Massey has pushed for this, but they should 100% impeach Pam Bondi and Cash Patel over this because it's very obvious that they broke the law. It's 100% obvious that they broke the law regarding all this stuff.
Impeach.
Yep. Take them out.
But before we dissect the politics, we must address the sheer scope of the orbit. The files feature a surreal cast of characters that spans the entire spectrum of the global elite. The names dragged into the sunlight range from rock stars like Mick Jagger, Diana Ross, and Michael Jackson. Jagger was photographed with Clinton and a redacted image of a woman. While he hasn't made any statements about the release, there's no suggestion that he was involved with or aware of any of the actions of Bill Clinton or Jeffrey Epstein. There were Hollywood
Do we know who the redacted woman is?
A-listers in the files like Kevin Spacey and Leonardo DiCaprio, titans of science and industry like Bill Gates and Noam Chomsky, and even David Copperfield, the magician, the creepiest style of entertainer. It's important to state clearly that appearing in a photograph with Jeffrey Epstein or flying on his jet does not inherently imply criminal wrongdoing. For many, Epstein was simply a fixture of the social circuit, a wealthy donor whose sinister reality was hidden in plain sight. But for others, the association was far deeper. Former President Bill Clinton featured heavily in the first batch of released documents. While the files contain no evidence of specific crimes, they confirm a long, comfortable friendship that Clinton has spent years trying to downplay. He's seen relaxing in hot tubs and swimming with Ghislaine Maxwell, images that are embarrassing if not indictable. Yet for the current White House, embarrassing was not enough. In a move that stripped away any pretense of impartiality, a deputy press secretary tweeted a photo from the files showing Clinton with Michael Jackson, Diana Ross, and 3 small children. The children's faces were redacted, implying that they were possible victims. The implication was a lie. The photo had been taken at a public charity event, and the children belonged to Jackson and Diana Ross.
That's why I was asking about the Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
Because it could be like his daughters.
That is fucking wild. That's so insane that they did that. Oh, look at here. Here's with Michael Jackson, the fucking creepy pedo. So obviously, look at this.
Yeah.
And then you have that lady.
Implication was
posted out. Per the Epstein File Transparency Act, DOJ was specifically instructed only to redact the faces of victims and or minors. Here's a picture of Bill Clinton with his arm around Michael Jackson and redacted individuals, which wasn't even true because we know they took out the picture that had Trump in it, and they're like, oh no, wait, we had to get rid of the victims' faces.
Yeah.
Even though you couldn't even, like in one of the pictures, you couldn't really see anyone's face besides Trump, and the other picture was like a public picture that everyone's seen with Trump and Ghislaine already. So it's just totally bullshit. It's so obviously corrupt. This is the most obviously blatantly corrupt thing I think I've seen, at least in my lifetime, when it comes to government. There's lots of corrupt things going on, but this just is so apparent.
Was a lie.
Do you think Michael Jackson was practicing eugenics? Did he have kids with Lisa Marie Presley?
I don't know.
Because he married Elvis Presley's daughter.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you think you're trying to create like the perfect musician?
Yeah, of course.
I must create the perfect musician.
I mean, you're mixing the Michael Jackson genes and the Elvis genes. I mean,
Mikey and Elvis together. Oh my God, that would be incredible. Okay,
that's eugenics.
Where are those
eugenics,
children?
Right?
Why are they not making music at this exact moment, Adam?
I don't know if they.
Where's
had
Blanket?
Kids, though.
Where's Blanket?
With a name like Blanket.
Wasn't that the name of the kid? Michael Jackson's kid, Blanket Jackson.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That kid changed his name. He should change his name. That's a terrible fucking name.
I mean, it's not too bad.
Blanket?
Yeah. I like strange names.
Oh my God. I think he did. It says his name is
taken at
Biggie. Bigi. That's okay. So you changed your name from Blanket to Biggie.
Biggie Jackson?
That's a terrible fucking name too.
Does he have the genes though? The Elvis genes?
Know. Yeah.
The Jackson Elvis genes.
A public charity event, and the children belonged to Jackson and Diana Ross. The fact that the White House deputy...
He had kids with Diana Ross?
Yes.
Those kids belong. Those are the whitest fucking kids ever. How's Michael Jackson have kids with Diana Ross? And
I think he had kids with
Norwegian?
he had kids with multiple women.
Oh, he did?
It says, okay, wait, this is what the Google AI bot says. It says he had children with Debbie Rowe, a nurse, and his second wife, and is the biological mother of the two eldest children.
Right. I remember that.
Okay.
But
It says
Elvis children.
It says that Blanket's mother is unknown. So I don't know. Maybe he didn't really have kids with Elvis's, the spawn of Elvis.
I always thought it was weird that they got married. Like, what the fuck? Elvis's daughter and Michael Jackson? It's weird. It's fucking weird.
Press secretary felt the need to manufacture a scandal when the reality of Clinton's association with Epstein was already damaging enough speaks volumes about how low political figures will go to discredit each other. We're also left with the question of whether prior administrations kept these files sealed not to protect justice, but because Epstein was a bipartisan embarrassment who compromised everyone he was involved with. This question of protection then brings us to Alexander Acosta, the former Labour secretary who has long sat at the centre of the Epstein saga's darkest theory. As the prosecutor who signed off on Epstein's sweetheart plea deal in 2008, Acosta famously claimed he was told to back off because Epstein belonged to intelligence and was above his pay grade. He later denied saying this, but if true, this suggests that for decades, the US government didn't just ignore a predator, it shielded one. The cost of that protection is...
This is 100% believable this has happened. This was actually, if people don't remember this or realize this is what killed Nixon with Watergate, was that the tactic that they wanted to use to protect the people that broke into the Watergate hotel was Nixon was telling them, oh, just tell the FBI that they're like CIA operatives to get them to back off. So obviously this is something that works and is done fairly often. Even if Nixon's day, that was like the technique. Oh yeah, just tell them like that they're doing something for the CIA, which is either A, they do work for the CIA, which is worse, or B, someone else is protecting them and they just tell the FBI this, and the FBI they don't even fucking check it sometimes. They just go, oh, okay. They're just CIA agents, I guess.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
And that was part of the other thing that was so sus with the Watergate, because the FBI at first was kind of like, the FBI started to look into these claims. They're like, wait a minute, these actually aren't what they say. What the fuck are you talking about?
Is made viscerally clear in the new photos released by the House Oversight Committee. These images destroy once again the party girl myth once and for all. They show young girls with lines from the novel Lolita written in black marker across their bodies, on their chests, feet, and spines. It's a grotesque display of branding that turns literary pretension into evidence of systematic abuse. While most of the press has been about Clinton and Trump, the public figure who emerges most damaged by the new files is not a politician, but a prince, or at least a former prince.
That's part, like, in case anyone, I don't know if people don't know this, but the Lolita is a very famous book, which was turned into a movie about a pedophile. And like the blatantness of this was so also just so like foul, like the blatantness of this, like people, like you just thought he was so invincible, right?
Untouchable.
And untouchable. Yeah. And I guess he was basically until the very end, he was completely untouchable. That he would just, oh, let me just write like the pedo shit all over your body and take pictures of it.
Yeah.
Like, super incriminating.
Let me create all this evidence.
Right. Is it possible? Like, I think it's very possible that Donald Trump didn't like do any pedo shit. But I think it's almost impossible that he didn't know that Epstein was doing all this pedo shit. And that's
because he was
basically
so
impossible.
brazen about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he just, because I think that's like the real thing that Trump is so worried about covering up, is that he knew that Epstein was doing all this shit and just didn't really care or didn't tell anyone and just let it go. Just let it happen because they were friends, or just shrugged it off because he just didn't care.
Yeah.
Welcome, peasants! This is Diary of a Professional Eminent Duke and Orator.
The documents about Andrew contain what might be the closest thing to a smoking gun in the entire release. An email exchange between Ghislaine Maxwell and a sender signed simply A, who has widely been identified as Prince Andrew. In the emails, the former prince writes from Balmoral to ask Maxwell if she has found him any new inappropriate friends, later discussing an upcoming...
That's not funny, Sitch.
Is this do you have any inappropriate friends? What? Oh, I wonder, what is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean?
This guy is all over. We've known Prince Andrew's a scumbag for a long time.
Oh, yeah. He's fucking horrible.
He's all over this shit.
Right.
Why did they recycling him over and over and over again? I think the most interesting part of this video is that he goes into how Epstein got his money, which has kind of been a big mystery up until now.
Right. But I mean, this is very damning.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's not like, we know Prince Andrew's a fucking piece of shit, but this is like crazy damning. Like, oh my God. Why is he not in prison?
Have we not got equal weight evidence on Prince Andrew yet? Or is Prince Andrew's just been rumored?
No, I mean, I forget her name, the one lady.
If this email was from Bill Clinton, it would be.
The lady who killed herself, she was saying Prince Andrew was involved in this shit.
Yeah,
too.
I know. Yeah, there's lots of evidence.
Yeah. I'm up here at Balmore summer camp for the royal family. Activities take place all day, and I'm totally exhausted at the end of each day. The girls are completely shattered, and I will have to give them an early night today as it's getting tiring splitting them up all the time. How's LA? Have you found me some new inappropriate friends? Let me know when you're coming over. Okay. Sorry to disappoint you. However, the truth must be told, I've only been able to find appropriate friends. We'll let you know about some church meetings on those dates. Okay.
Trip to Peru. Maxwell instructs...
I mean, that means he's got prostitutes that are 18, right? Or she's got prostitutes for him that are 18.
That's what it seems. That's how I interpret it.
Which is still fucked up.
Right. Were they prostitutes, or are they just women that they could get them to have sex with them?
That they paid for sex? That is a prostitute.
No. I mean, like, when I hear prostitute, you think of, okay, there's a woman who works full time as a prostitute, and you're like, hey, I'm going to pay you money to sleep with this guy, as opposed to like, no, Epstein has his like cultivated like women that work under him that he fucks and then like loans out to people to fuck as well.
Mm-hmm. But he pays them as well.
Well, I don't
Epstein
think
always had to pay a rate.
I know, but I'm saying like that to me I don't know what that is, but it's not like, I don't conceptualize that as a prostitute. It's something
because they're
worse.
Not, right. Okay.
Yeah.
They're like a cult member. They're not getting paid.
Well, they're getting paid, I'm sure, but it's more like they're his personal prostitutes, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
It seems bad.
The whole appropriate, inappropriate just screams.
Yeah.
Legal, illegal.
Right.
Yeah.
Organized two-legged sightseeing for the prince, specifying that the women should be intelligent, pretty, fun, and from good families. The revelation...
Wait a minute, what did that say?
In
the emails dated between February and March, Maxwell appears to act as a go-between for Andrew and a man appearing to coordinate activities. In February 27th, email exchange with Maxwell, the parent handler, suggests he could offer A, some sightseeing activities, including horse riding and a private lunch near the sea, before asking about the girls. How old is he? I doubt it that he will find someone here, but we can try. Why does it say about the girls? How old? Are they asking like how old is Andrew?
I think so.
Okay. I doubt we can find some, but hey, we can always look for it.
Legged sightseeing for the prince, specifying that the women should be intelligent, pretty, fun, and from good families. The revelation that a member of the royal family was using official travel budgets to procure women via Epstein and Maxwell is a scandal that no amount of redaction can hide. If the failure to investigate the sexual crimes was a tragedy, the failure to investigate the financial crimes was a farce.
Remember when all the people are like, hey, we should go back to a monarchy because like the royals are like they're just trained to be good rulers. You should trust
people. They own them as property, so they want to take care of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. You should trust some sort of absolute ruler because since they look at you as their property, that means that they're going to, take good care of you because
your best interests.
You're their property, right?
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Protect their property.
Of course. Yeah.
Until they don't.
I made a whole video about this a while back. Tracking the sources of Epstein's wealth would answer many questions about him and his co-conspirators. If there's anyone capable of working out how a high school math teacher transformed into a billionaire, it should be the Department of Justice. After all, the government possesses the ultimate investigative toolkit, the power to compel testimony, the ability to track the movement of every cent through the global banking
and the
system,
tax returns.
And full access to IRS tax records.
The tax returns.
Yet, in more than 40 years of suspicious activity, federal agents failed to uncover the answer to the most basic question of the Epstein saga. Where did all the money come from? It took a team of journalists from the New York Times digging through dusty archives and interviewing forgotten associates, financial victims, and ex-girlfriends to finally dismantle the myth. I'll leave a link to the article in the description as it's well worth a read. As the journalists point out, for decades Epstein sold himself as a financial doctor to the ultra-wealthy, a renegade genius who could see patterns in the market that others missed, and an expert in taxes who could even sell tax planning services to people as financially sophisticated as private equity tycoons. The Times revealed a much grubbier reality. Epstein was no wizard. He was instead a relentless scammer who built his empire on a foundation of Ponzi-like schemes, fraud, and the systematic betrayal of friends. He always seemed to know who to rip off and who it was more valuable to keep on as a friend. He started his career at Bear Stearns in 1976, having been hired by the firm's chairman, Ace Greenberg, specifically because he fit the profile of what Greenberg called PSD, someone who was poor, smart, and had a deep desire to become rich. He rose quickly.
PSD, we got to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good term.
Even after he was caught lying about his education, claiming to have degrees from 2 separate colleges, despite never graduating. He basically treated his resume like a creative writing assignment, and on Wall Street in the 70s, that was apparently a passing grade. He got away with a lot at Bear Stearns because his supervisors knew he was dating the chairman's daughter and viewed him as protected.
Jesus Christ. This guy is just always a fucking huge piece of shit. Holy crap.
Yeah, he's a pathological liar.
Yeah, and he just knew how to manipulate people. Like, oh, okay, I'll just ingratiate myself with the boss's daughter.
Yeah, he's a psychopath. God. He knows how to manipulate people.
Christ.
Bear Stearns Greenberg went down in the 2008 housing crash.
Greenberg viewed him as a protege. So, I gotta watch. We gotta find up some like footage. I haven't really seen it. I'm very curious to see if there's like footage of Epstein talking or to people or doing some kind of interview, because all these things make it sound like he's got to be the smoothest fucking talker on the planet. He just keeps charming the shit out of all these like rich and powerful people as he sociopathically, does all this horrible stuff to them.
Yeah.
And just everyone just lets it go. They just don't realize what's happening.
He's their billionaire friend.
No, but even before, like, this is before he's like a billionaire. It's just, this is him like worming his way up to that status.
Right.
So he's got to be some sort of like master manipulator at talking to people.
He's got some sort of charisma.
Mm-hmm.
daughter and viewed him as protected. Even still, his time on Wall Street didn't last. He left in 1981 after he was caught breaking federal rules. He had abused his expense account without consequence, but he was finally cornered for lending money to a friend in violation of regulations and funneling lucrative hot IPO shares to a girlfriend. After the firm fined and suspended him, he resigned. After leaving Wall Street, Epstein told people that he was a bounty hunter who could track down lost assets, but the reality was often just fraud. In 1982, for instance, he convinced an acquaintance named Martin Stroll to invest roughly 10% of his net worth, around $450,000, into a crude oil deal. The money vanished and Epstein essentially ghosted him, at one point sending Stroll a single quart of oil as a mockery when he demanded proof of the investment.
See, that's some psychopath shit right there.
Yes.
To rip the guy off and be like, haha, fuck you.
He
how
then moved on to partner with Steve.
How was he not killed before this?
Right, yeah.
Like, how did some rich person just be like, I'm going to put a hit on this fucking guy? Like, what the fuck? He's stealing my money, stealing from my milkshake. This would have gone down, and there will be blood. He would have taken that guy out.
They don't want to risk it. It was only 10% of his wealth. He's like,
Right.
I got 90%. Let it go. This guy's a fucker.
Stephen Hoffenberg at a firm called Towers.
That's another reason why it's kind of brilliant to steal from the rich, is because they don't miss it as much. It's too much headache for them to go after you.
What? Yeah, but the thing is, you think they would have the resources to go after you, to make your life hell if they wanted to.
Right. Yeah.
They could send lawyers after you. Think this was weird about the whole thing. You think they could just send lawyers after you forever.
Oh God, it's such a nightmare to go through litigation though.
Financial, being paid $25,000 a month as a consultant. Hoffenberg would later claim that Epstein helped orchestrate the massive Ponzi scheme there that defrauded investors of nearly $500 million. Hoffenberg went to prison and Epstein walked free. He also used the facade of high-stakes corporate raiding to mask simple market manipulation. In 1988, he and some partners executed a pump-and-dump strategy with a chemical company called Penwald, driving up the stock price with a takeover bid. They then sold their shares for a large profit, but Epstein refused to return the investment to the friends he had recruited to fund the deal, effectively stealing their capital. His biggest source of wealth, however, was retail billionaire Leslie Wexner.
I mean, this is just so weird too, because there's like this idea, which I think is true to some extent, which is like, okay, a lot of the justice system, it's going to work at the behest of rich people, but he's like a rich guy ripping off rich people, and no one does anything about it at all. What the fuck's going on here? This actually, because I'm listening to all this and I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's possible that all the sort of Epstein working for the American government or Israeli government or doing some sort of like something like that, maybe that's all like fake. You could see someone like this would totally, all they're doing is making a bunch of money by scamming rich people, and then they like to create this like mystique around themselves of like, oh, they're also, they're doing shady shit for the government, like he's untouchable, blah blah blah. Like I could see like someone like this would like to cultivate that mystique around them, that attitude around them. But then at the same time, I'm like, but wait a minute, how do you keep stealing money from rich people and getting away with it? Maybe you are being protected then by the government. Maybe you are being protected by some sort of intelligence service, and that's why you can just keep doing this.
Or maybe they don't go after him because they think he's with some intelligence service, and they're like, I'm just going to get fucked by the CIA or some equivalent.
Well, that would go into the mystique theory that maybe
he creates a mystique so people don't go after him. They're like,
right,
I'll fuck you up. I'm with the CIA. Right. We'll make your life miserable.
Mm-hmm.
Forget about it. Forget about your money that you lost. I want to get to the Dershowitz. The Dershowitz is funny.
People attack.
The Dershowitz is hilarious.
When I said that Dershowitz was a fucking sleazeball, people were like, how dare you, Sitch? How dare you? And now I've been vindicated.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck Dershowitz.
Well, we know the money connection with Dershowitz
yes. Now. I know why he's such a diehard Epstein supporter.
Despite warnings from Wexner's own financial advisor, who told the billionaire he smelled a rat, Epstein managed to gain power of attorney over Wexner's entire fortune. Wexner later claimed that Epstein misappropriated vast sums of his money, which Epstein used to buy mansions, planes, and perhaps most importantly, credibility. He used his access to Wexner to open doors to the highest corridors of power, infiltrating the Clinton White House and sitting on boards for prestigious institutions like Rockefeller University. The documents also show just how close he got to the establishment through the people he trusted to manage his estate. Newly released Justice Department documents revealed that two of the biggest names in finance and policy were named as executors in his wills.
There's something that's weird too that kind of comes out of this, which you have to be hyper aware of, which is that a lot of the way that rich people generate influence and make connections is by donating to charities.
Yeah.
And that's how they get their foot in the door. And that was a lot of the way that Epstein was doing this. Like he would take Wexler's money or other people's money, and he would just donate it to these big charities or give it to Clinton or Clinton Foundation or whatever, just to sort of like get ingratiated with this thing. I just feel like you got to be kind of sus. It's kind of sucks because if you have a lot of money, it's good. You should give your money to charity, but now you have to be like so suspect of like, okay, why is this person donating money to charity? Do they actually care about the cause, or are they just trying to like worm their way in here?
It's costly signaling.
Yeah.
You're sending the message that I'm a fucking player. I'm rich.
Well, I'm someone that can give you resources too.
I'm someone that has resources to blow on bullshit like charities.
Right. And look at me. Look at what a moral person I am. Trust me.
It's interesting because I don't see that in donating to charity.
Well, we're not like multi-million billionaires that would ever use this as some kind of like strategy.
Right. I guess there are people that are like, oh, I'm giving. I really am giving. I want to donate to this charity.
Oh, yeah.
It would be interesting to see how much money went to the Clinton Foundation that was actually people who were charity minded and how much it was just to get inside the walls of power to show that you were wealthy. Look, I'm a player. I'm a player on the field here. I can just throw money at you. We're going to use this to do good in the world. Yeah, whatever. Go ahead. Use it for whatever you want. Buy crack cocaine for school children for all I care. I'm just doing it to show I'm a player.
Right.
Yeah. What do you think it is? 50-50?
I think it's like 75-25.
25 in the philanthropy direction or 75?
Yeah.
I'll go I'll go 10%.
Another thing that people do, that rich people can do, is that they can set up charities and then they hire their children to run them.
Yeah.
And they just funnel them money that way as an income essentially. Because I think it's better like for taxes that way.
Yeah, I think Candace Owens set up Blexit as a nonprofit that she was just basically funneling money to herself with.
There was an accusation that she took a lot of that money for nonsense.
Yeah. That's why she's making all these accusations of turning points, because she's like, yeah, bitch, that's what you do.
She knows all the ins and outs.
You set up your nonprofit and you just rake in the money.
Mm-hmm.
Just rake in the money. Yeah. We're going to get some black people to vote. Send money.
Right.
Jess Staley, the former Barclays CEO, was listed as an executor in wills from 2013 and 2014. This compounds the scrutiny that Staley faced for being banned from the UK banking industry for acting without integrity regarding his ties to Epstein. Even Larry Summers, the former US Treasury Secretary, was named as a successor executor in the 2014 will. While Summers claims he had absolutely no knowledge of this and is deeply ashamed of the association, his inclusion in the document highlights just how effective Epstein's fraud really was. In the end, Epstein didn't get rich because he was a market genius. He got rich because regulators looked the other way while he looted the accounts of those who trusted him. If money was the fuel, the destination was legitimacy. The New York Times investigation makes it clear that Epstein didn't just want to be rich. He wanted to be untouchable. And to do that, he needed to embed himself so deeply in the establishment that no one would dare question him. His most ambitious target was the Clinton White House. In February 1993, just weeks after Bill Clinton was inaugurated, Epstein walked into 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue alongside Leslie Wexner. He didn't just show up empty-handed either. Epstein had become a political donor, having contributed $10,000 to help refurbish the White House, a donation that secured him a spot at a reception with the president. Obviously, nowadays, presidential meetings are much more expensive and paid for in crypto.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the crypto shit. That's even crazier too. All these payoffs to Trump through the crypto is kind of fucking wild.
Those are just accusations.
Oh, well, the payments they're not even accusations; they're facts.
Well, he's
all that shit is tracked.
He's creating wealth for investors, though. These aren't payoffs. What are you talking about? With
Trump and Melania coin, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. And all those people that give all this money, they just suddenly have charges dropped against them. Like the big crypto guy who had the Justice Department stopped investigating him for all his crimes once he gave a bunch of money to the Trump Melania coin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what a quinky dink. That's
a little shady.
So I was curious because I was looking into like the Lex Wexner thing. And because obviously I don't buy for a second. Like Lex Wexner is like, oh, I was just duped by this Epstein guy into giving him power of attorney, said he had complete control over all my finances, even though everyone around me said that's totally a fucking batshit insane thing to do.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, like I don't buy that for a fucking second. Obviously, there was something shady going on there. Like, there's no fucking shot that this was just, he just got.
He gave him power of attorney. He could do anything.
Right. So that's obviously not true. Lex Wexner obviously was doing something wrong that Epstein was either knew about and was blackmailing him or was helping him do for some capacity.
Yeah.
So, but it was interesting because, they said that the only three people that were named besides Epstein was, Ghislaine, the guy who's dead, and Lex Wexner. And I was like, oh, well, what is Lex Wexner's politics, right? Because if he was like a big Trump supporter and they named him, that would be like strong evidence that they weren't just protecting Trump and Trump supporters, right?
Yeah, it'd be perfect evidence.
Right. So I look it up and it says, okay, Wexner was historically a major Republican donor. Okay. Mm-hmm. He gave a bunch of money to the Republican Party. In 2012, he gave $100,000 to Mitt Romney's campaign.
Here it comes.
Okay. But you know who donated into 2016? You know who he donated to?
He's a never Trumper.
He donated to Jeb.
Yeah. I knew it.
Donated to Jeb. The Please Clap Jeb. And then in 2018, Wexner publicly renounced his affiliation with the Republican Party because he was dissatisfied with the direction it was going and with Trump.
Yeah, he's a never Trumper.
Yes.
Look, I could have guessed that just because that's why they're going after him. They're like, leave his name in the fucking documents.
Right. So again, making the whole thing seem just so politically biased.
He gets no protection. No protection at all.
Right.
How dare he go against me?
Mm-hmm.
Money was only part of the equation. He also used people as currency. The Times reports that Epstein leveraged a connection with Lynn Forrester, a successful executive who would later marry into the Rothschild family. Epstein reportedly convinced her that he could help her in her divorce settlement, insisting that he was the only one who could protect her assets. Through Forrester, who was an appointee to the White House Advisory Commission, Epstein had his foot in the door. The strategy worked, and by 1995, Epstein was close enough to the president that Clinton wrote a personal get-well-soon note to Epstein's mother, scrawling, "Hang in there," on a yellow Post-it note that Epstein kept. Once he had political access, he aimed for social prestige, setting his sights on the Rockefeller family. Using his foundation, funded largely by other people's money, Epstein began donating heavily to Rockefeller University and the Trilateral Commission, buying himself a seat at the table. In 1995, David Rockefeller welcomed Epstein to the board of Rockefeller University. He parlayed this into yet another lie, telling people that he managed money for the Rockefellers, a claim that the family's actual financial advisors say was completely false. Perhaps the most strategic relationship he purchased was with the legal scholar Alan Dershowitz. In 1996, Epstein met Dershowitz in Martha's Vineyard, dropping names of Harvard elites like Larry Summers. He worked hard to ingratiate himself, even flying Dershowitz to Ohio to a birthday party for Les Wexner. But the Times uncovered a transaction that was far more significant than a party invite. Epstein had convinced a hedge fund manager to let Dershowitz invest in his fund. When the fund suffered massive losses and wiped out Dershowitz's investment, Epstein stepped in. He bullied the fund manager into making Dershowitz whole, threatening to pull Wexner's $30 million investment from the fund if the fund manager didn't sort it out. The fees on Wexner's investment more than covered the cost of making Dershowitz whole, so it went through.
Dershowitz had like 50 grand in there.
It was like a six figure, so at least a hundred. But
so he had 100 grand in there.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
I told you motherfuckers Dershowitz was a fucking slimy, shady motherfucker. Fuck that guy. He's so untrustworthy. And despicable. Oh yeah, I got massages at Epstein's place, but it was there was nothing hanky panky going on. Can you imagine? You're fucking Epstein's lawyer. You got him that sweetheart fucking deal, that insane deal.
But you knew everything.
Right. And you're like, well, I'm going to get a massage. Well, of course I'm going to get a massage, guys. It was totally, my wife was there.
He believed the hype that the guy was untouchable. He's like, this will never come back to haunt me. This guy's untouchable.
Jesus. Well, he was part of helping him be untouchable.
I know. He's part of the system.
God, it's disgusting.
It was a masterstroke of manipulation. By using Wexner's money as leverage, Epstein ensured that a prominent legal mind owed him a big favor. That favor paid dividends years later. When Epstein was finally arrested in 2005 in Florida, Dershowitz helped engineer the now infamous sweetheart deal that allowed Epstein to escape federal prosecution and serve a light sentence. In hindsight, it wasn't just generosity. It was an insurance policy paid for with stolen money. In the end, when you step back and look at...
I always love whenever Dershowitz is like called out on this. He's always like, oh, but I also do a lot of pro bono work for poor people, for poor black men. Okay, so it's totally fine for me to get millions and millions of dollars defending a horrible fucking child rapist and getting him the most insanely disgusting deal in criminal human history. That's totally fine because I also defend poor people, guys. All right. So get off my back.
Poor rapists and murderers.
the reality exposed by these documents, you're left with a single uncomfortable realization. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a ghost in the machine. He was a product of it. Perhaps the most haunting quote in the New York Times investigation comes from Michael Tenenbaum. Tenenbaum was the senior executive at Bear Stearns who supervised Epstein's early rise after Ace Greenberg hired him. Looking back on the man he promoted, the college dropout who lied his way into a job and then scammed his way into a fortune, Tenenbaum admitted, "I didn't realize that I was creating one of the monsters of Wall Street." Of course, he didn't do it alone. It took a village of billionaires, bankers, and politicians to raise this monster. And that brings us to the uncomfortable truth that I've spoken about in my previous videos. The Epstein files are the ultimate proof that there's a two-tier justice system in the United States. One set of rules for you and me, and a completely different set for the well-connected elites. For years, this scandal has been treated like a political football, but the reality is that both parties had reasons to keep these files under lock and key. On the right, you had Republicans desperate to cover up Donald Trump's 15-year friendship with a man he once called a terrific guy. On the left, you had Democrats willing to turn a blind eye to Bill Clinton's association with Epstein, largely to protect Hillary Clinton when she was seen as the future of the party. Today, the Clintons are seen as being less politically relevant, and for that reason, the shield is slipping. A newly released email from...
Yeah, and Trump can't run again, so that's why everything is coming out now.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy. We had Clinton versus Trump, two people that were so heavily involved with this Epstein stuff.
Yeah, and they put the whole thing, the whole operation on hold for years.
Yeah.
But now it's like, fuck all these other people. We're out of it.
What the fuck was up? I mean, it had to be even beyond Clinton, because what the fuck was up with the Biden administration? Like, they had to be protecting other Democrats. Why they didn't do fucking jack shit about any of this stuff? They just let this stuff go for 4 years.
You think they're going to throw Clinton under the bus?
They should have.
No.
That really shows you how politically unsavvy and retarded the Biden administration was. They should have foreseen that they were going to run, like, just like from even from the most evil perspective. Like, obviously,
I think it'd be
investigated for the right reasons, and all the people involved with this should go to jail. But even from just like their own, if say the Biden administration is totally evil, they should have been like, okay, Donald Trump's probably going to run again, and how are we going to stop him? Oh, well, we have all this Epstein shit. Let's just throw that at him. Let's just dig into that and find all these, crazy things. Like, if
Kamala Harris couldn't even throw Biden under the bus. Like, I can't imagine her. Look, I'm not.
I was talking about. Yeah, I'm not talking about Kamala, because Kamala's a fucking.
Look,
retard.
I agree.
But
with
whoever
you that
was
great
running
politics. Look, if Kamala stepped up and went after Clinton and threw them
Right.
under the bus with Epstein, like, her chances, if she was a completely different person and actually a good candidate, would be great.
It could just be incompetency. Because again, we don't know who was really in charge, I guess, during the Biden administration, whether it was his chief of staff or something, or his wife,
Right?
or whatever the fuck was going
his
on.
wife.
Because you think if they were politically savvy, they would have had the letter. Why didn't they release the letter, right? In that election cycle, like, oh, here's a letter, the Epstein Trump letter, right? Or there's a bunch of other weird shit that was going on with Trump and Epstein that they could just kind of drip out. Oh, it just got leaked accidentally. We're looking into the Epstein stuff,
They had everything going with the cases. They were going to put Trump in jail, so he'd be a non-issue.
Maybe they're just all retards.
Yeah. Chances are high.
A federal prosecutor reveals that flight logs show...
None of this stuff is stuff that we haven't already postulated, though. I guess where his money was coming from was always a big mystery, right?
Yeah.
Is he some sort of intelligence asset? No, he's just a scammer who's just scamming billionaires out of their money right and left. Right?
Well, that's part of why it would be more. Yeah, that part of what played into the fact that he was an intelligence asset was because that was so questionable with all the money stuff.
Yeah, but it's not as questionable now. Now it just seems like we know exactly where his money came from. He's a fucking scammer.
Yeah.
Trump flew on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously reported, including on flights where Ghislaine Maxwell was a passenger. We have to remember that what we're looking at today is just the tip of the iceberg. The files that have been released so far are only a fraction of the total evidence. We also need to ask serious questions about the redactions that are in place. Are these documents being blacked out to protect victims, or are they being blacked out to protect the personal reputations of important people? There is a final bitter irony buried in the files from the US Virgin Islands. In 1999, when Epstein was applying for the tax breaks that would save him millions, he was asked if he would consider teaching a course at the local university. Epstein replied that he would love to. He said that his priority would be to educate young people on the ethics of business. He told the commission the ethics of business is very difficult nowadays. Epstein teaching a course like this is a little bit like the iceberg teaching a course on maritime safety. For Jeffrey Epstein, ethics weren't difficult, they were non-existent. And until we see the rest of these files, and until something is done about the two-tier justice system that protected them, the story isn't really over. I don't usually
imagine if he did teach that class, though, because then people could come forward and be like, yeah, I took his ethics class. Well, I would wonder what that class would be if he would just come out and say, oh, yeah, there's no such thing as ethics in politics.
No, I bet you he's such a psycho, he would get off on like trying to teach everyone. I'm gonna teach everyone to be look how moral you guys are.
You have to be honest. Yes. Honesty is your badge.
This is, if I'm Trump, okay, the midterms, 2026, that's got to be kind of scary, because if the Democrats win a majority in the Senate,
that they can impeachment,
right, that they can impeach Cash, and they can impeach Pam Bondi, and they can go after them legally. They start trying to go after them legally and try to bring them up on charges. I mean, obviously, this will be Trump's Justice Department, so they probably won't do shit about it. But to bring up charges and all this other stuff, and Trump's going to probably pardon them before he leaves office, and all this other nonsense.
Seems like the last time I looked, the chance of them getting the Senate is nil. Is very, very small.
That's what I was looking at right now.
The chance of them getting the House of Representatives is much better.
Yes. Well, that's not going to be helpful for this issue. But
no.
I don't know if they can really push this. They got to really push. I think they should really push on the Epstein stuff.
Democrats have a decent shot at getting the House of Representatives.
Right.
It's going to be super difficult for them to get the Senate.
Yeah, I guess because it says there's only. I guess you're right, because it says they only have 4 toss-ups, so it would be
in the Senate. Yeah,
it'd be 49-51, I guess, if they won all the toss-ups.
Yeah, they got to win every single toss-up.
Well, they have to win every toss-up, and then they'd have to win 2 more
toss-up,
not toss-ups. Yeah, it'd be 2 upsets.
There you
so
go.
It's unlikely. Yeah. So I guess he doesn't have to be worried that much about it.
They could make it 50-50 though, but obviously Vance would be the tiebreaker.
I guess they do have Thomas Massey, so they have at least one Republican who's willing to side with them on this shit. So they do have one vote right there at least. So they only need really like maybe 1 or 2 more.
Maybe Massey will impeach Kash Patel. All right, let's
people to subscribe, or share my videos, but I'm fairly
No. Yeah, like and subscribe. But look, he says something here that's interesting.
Be sure that this one will be demonetized right away, as the last video on this topic got my entire channel demonetized with no explanation given. When I kicked up a fuss, the channel was then remonetized, but not the videos on Epstein. So if you thought the video was worth watching, do hit the like button and subscribe if you want to see more of my videos in your feed. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my...
They demonetized his whole channel. He made a video on Epstein and they just demonetized his whole channel.
That's insane.
He's got a big channel too.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's read some super chats.
Well, I sent you a message. You didn't see it on X.
I don't look at my
about
messages.
the Streamlabs.
Okay, I'll look.
But yeah, no, that was Patrick Boyle. He does good videos. You should definitely check out his channel.
Amazing videos.
Yeah.
Sitch and I are fans.
Thank you so much, Toller, for joining the Free Will Seekers. Look at that. Thank you.
Oh, we can't get access to the stream yards?
Yeah, I can't.
The Streamlabs? Huh, interesting.
PC for $20. Thanks so much. Says, Sitch, here are some ideas for your video. Quote, help, my girlfriend wants me to wear a dress. Quote, secret footage from the secret Jewish council. Yeah, that's a good one. Quote, how to save America, free drugs in prison. That is my number one idea. True. Adam, keep up the good work. Happy New Year. Thank you. Happy
Why,
New Year.
thanks. Yeah. I'm going to keep up the good work.
Josue Calihero for 30 months. Thank you so much. Is 2025 going to be the last year without a Sitch face reveal? We'll see.
Don't get their hopes up. Come on.
Bob, I go for $2. Says, did you guys know that Hassan shocks his dog?
Oh, yeah.
Did you know that, Adam?
That's like the biggest reveal of 2025. At least it was a torturous year for Hassan, right? Hassan
would you say that's the most
worked up.
Shocking reveal of 2025?
Oh, yeah. I definitely would.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kaya agrees with me.
Did you see there was a new video that came out that was like Hassan's trainer or something? Like put up a video that looked like he was talking about Hassan's dog, and he said that the dog was trained with a shock collar.
That's an old video.
He just put it up.
Oh, really?
No, he put up a video
made
recently.
A new video.
Yeah, it was like, oh, it says, guess which one isn't e-collar trained? And you see like, it looks like Hassan's dog and another dog come when they're called, and then one of the dogs doesn't come, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the implication be that Hassan's dog and their dog were both trained with the shock collar and the other dog wasn't.
Terrible.
Very sus.
I don't know that we can get into Streamlabs.
It's not, you don't know how to get into it either.
I've never logged in.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
How do you usually log in?
It's usually
do you go to streamlabs.com?
Yeah, I usually I have a little button. I click Streamlabs. It's usually logs in automatically, or sometimes it says like, oh, log in with one of these Google accounts, and it has the account that we use only for Streamlabs, so I don't have the password. And it's not showing up for some reason. I don't even know I don't have the information.
Oh, okay.
So well, we'll figure it out. We'll hack our way in, guys. Canvas Infinitum. Hey, what's up, Canvas? Thanks so much for the $5. Says best wishes for 2026. You too. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, yeah.
Blondie for $10 says Nick Fuentes' constant talk about the importance of being Christian is ironic, considering the closest thing Nick Fuentes has come to the body of Christ is when he gave head to a guy named Jesus. That's true.
You mean
that's
Jesus?
A good point. Yeah, there you go, Jesus. Mr. Cross for $5 says, I have like 200 ounces of silver. I bought it like $23 an ounce. I should have bought more.
Yes, silver's up huge. How much is
really?
silver now? Is it $2,000 an ounce?
What the fuck? No, it's $78.
Oh, really?
Wow. Okay. Well, it still went up a lot.
Spot price.
So that's pretty crazy.
What do you say bought it for $20?
$23.
Okay. So it's 400%, roughly.
Wow. Wow.
That's a good investment.
When was that? Okay, so that must have been like the beginning of the year, huh? Damn. Isn't that a sign of people like really just think the economy is going to explode?
Yes.
Because I'm looking at the chart here and it's like, yeah, it's like 23, 30. It's kind of hovering around 30, slightly going up a little bit. It's like in the 40 range in August. Then September, it's like up, 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 up. And now it's like it's gone crazy. God, people must really think this after the year turns, it's gonna just be like a fucking disaster.
It's more gold.
Mm-hmm.
But people have started doing silver because it's
well, gold went up insanely too.
Silver you can use in industry as well. Yeah, gold is way up. Gold is way up as well.
Was 2,600 in the beginning of the year, and now it's 4,500. So almost 100% as well. Platinum's way up. All the metals are way up. Palladium, Adam. Do you have any palladium?
No.
Okay.
Isn't that radioactive?
I don't know. But the paladins use in their warhammers. Christian Potter, thanks so much for being 36 months. Free Will Seeker says 2025 was the worst year of my life in a long time. Lost my brother, 2 grandparents, tore my ACL, and gained 30 pounds. Looking forward to a better 2026. Wow. Jesus. Sorry to hear that, Christian. That's crazy. 2026 will be better. Unless the economy implodes. Maybe it'll be better for you if it's worse for everyone else. I feel like people get like off years. It seems like that. Like you just get like the year where it's just like the bad karma just kind of compounds on you. Joe the Make, thanks so much for 45 months of being a Free Will Seeker. Says Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy New Year. Thank you. Yes. Swamp Faith Jar says none of this accounts for imported fraud.
Imported fraud.
Joe Meg for $5 says it's amazing. Watch Andre, whose entire brand has only been addressing basic investment information, address the elephant in the room. Yeah, that is. I guess that's why you thought this video was so interesting. Like this guy who has nothing to really do with any of the political conversation suddenly diving into this.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
It is pretty fascinating.
I was super surprised to see it in my feed. I thought, wow, Fuentes has gone mainstream.
Rico Zoro for 45 months being Free Will Seeker. Thanks so much. Says get ahead of the curve, get into mixed race marriages, the true melting pot, lean into multi-ethnic race families, focus on citizens being 100% American. There you go. You're going to melt the pot.
Is that
physically?
Good?
Okay.
I mean, after watching one battle after another, I got to admit I'm a little scared to get in an interracial relationship.
Oh my God.
That woman seemed nuts.
Yeah, how is that supposed to be like a pro lefty movie when the leftist person is just like a psycho?
Yeah.
An insane psycho lady who is a deadbeat mom.
Yeah, it's super weird. It is super weird because it kind of sends the wrong message, doesn't it? It's complete mixed messaging because they did hold to a lot of the progressive taboos in the film. But at the same time, a lot of the people were just like complete pieces of shit.
And there's this whole thing of like, is Leonardo DiCaprio even the father? It's like questionable in the movie as well.
I looked up online because I was like, no way. You're just gonna leave it ambiguous. And they said they left it ambiguous deliberately.
Of course they did.
Deliberately.
Yeah. I know they did.
I'm like, what the fuck? Did I fall asleep or something? Did I miss the moment, the one line where they talk about it?
If you haven't seen this movie, I don't know. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it on Tuesday. This movie is insane.
Yeah.
This movie is one of the most horrible, craziest movies I've seen in a long time.
Yeah. I used your favorite line in the video.
Oh, okay. I'm excited.
My name is Jungle Pussy.
Oh, jeez.
This is what power looks like.
Did she say black power or power?
My name is this is what power looks like.
Okay.
Yeah. She didn't say black power, but she did say jungle pussy.
Like I'm watching
Is that appropriate?
Scene.
Is that, I mean,
well, she's black, so she can
look,
say
if
it.
I know, but if a white guy was like, oh, check out that jungle pussy over there. Like, what the fuck?
If Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie said that he loves jungle pussy.
Oh, I know.
Referring to his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Wife, I don't know if they were married.
That is a strange thing because they have all these taboos that they can't, all these third rails that they can't hit, right?
Right.
DiCaprio can't say that. That can't be in the movie.
Yes. Do you think DiCaprio did this movie because he needed penance?
Cover?
No, he needed penance for saying the N-word 20 billion times in Django.
I was thinking that it's more the string of barely legal girlfriends that he's had for the last
Oh, right.
20 years.
Well, they reached 30 or 28 and he's just like dumped. Gotta find a new one.
Yeah.
God.
That's the biggest irony, that Leonardo DiCaprio has all of these barely legal girlfriends that he regularly discards, throws away like yesterday's trash, right? But he plays a cuck in a movie.
He does play like a bumbling, retarded idiot in the movie too.
Make it
very
make sense.
Interesting. Yeah. That's fine. He's an actor. Okay. I mean, Leonardo is a good actor. He is a good actor. I'll give him that.
Yeah, no. The only reason, it's not a question of it's like he's technically supposed to be the hero of the film, right? I mean, he is the lead.
He's such a fucking loser though in the movie.
Yeah, look, it's the Mickey 17 problem all over again.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, we have to have some emasculated weirdo. How about if we make him an actual cuck in the movie? Oh yeah, that's great. That's a great idea.
Mickey 17 at least seemed to be doing better with the ladies than Leonardo fucking DiCaprio. One battle after another.
They made Mickey 17 a cuck to himself.
Well, that's better, right? Is it better it's better to be a cuck to your clone than to be a cuck to a racist old Sean Penn?
Imagine such that you have a twin brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Now ask yourself, if your twin brother fucks your girlfriend,
here's the thought.
Does that make it better?
Listen.
Does it make it better?
Listen. Well, first of all, to be fair, in Mickey 17, he doesn't actually, he almost gets cucked. He doesn't actually get cucked, right? They didn't go that far. I was going to turn off the movie and discuss if they got to that part, but hold on.
Look, you mean they didn't do it in front of him, but he does get cucked in that he has sex with his girlfriend.
No, don't they both have sex with her at the same time?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. But so think about this, like they're both bad. I'm not going to defend either one of these choices. Mm-hmm. But if one of them's like, okay, there's a guy who looks exactly like you, mm-hmm. So you're at least like, okay, well, I know my girlfriend's attracted to what I look like physically, right? Versus you're Leonardo DiCaprio and your girlfriend is going to fuck a 60-year-old Sean Penn who looks like garbage. Mm-hmm. Who looks like he's like dying. He looks like Skeletor in this fucking movie. I don't know. You tell me. Like, I think that's worse. I think that's worse than the clone. I'm not saying it's good. I just think it's worse.
Yeah,
it's like
I think both are bad.
It's like some sort of weird.
Is, look, if the clone gets her pregnant, do you keep the baby because it's technically your DNA as well? Right?
That's true.
I mean,
that's actually good. Right? Can you actually be cucked by your clone because it's your DNA? That's a good fucking question. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, maybe it's impossible. Okay.
I guess technically you can't be cucked, right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, but even if it's a twin brother, isn't it the same DNA? It's your brother, but it's the same DNA, right?
I guess you're right. Still feels bad.
It feels wrong.
It does feel wrong. No, the director of One Battle After Another. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's obviously into that, like that weird, ugly bastard cuck fetish thing, because that literally happens in the movie in a very bizarre way.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that movie. Oh God, we got to stop talking about this movie because we got to talk about it on Tuesday. I thought that movie was a parody. When you find out that Sean Penn's name, okay, he's like the evil white.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, when he's the evil white racist military ice guy who like runs the ice facility. His name is Colonel Lockjaw.
Yeah.
Colonel Stephen J. Lockjaw. And I'm like, is this a joke? I thought this was like when that happened, and then there's the whole thing with the woman talking about like jungle pussy. I thought, like, is this a parody? Is this making fun of the left? It's so stupid it's making fun of the left. And then you find out it's not. It's just that out of touch with itself.
If this movie had the same seriousness, the same tone as Step Brothers, I think it could have worked.
if it was making fun of itself,
comedy. Yeah, exactly.
If this was some sort of like insanely genius way to make fun of the ridiculous politics of Hollywood,
the ridiculous
like, holy
leftist
shit.
politics, then it would be
have
good.
Been
yeah,
genius.
But
totally
this movie
genius.
is way taking itself seriously.
Yeah,
so seriously, and you're just going, what?
Yeah, doesn't work.
Some people have tried to say that it's a comedy. It's like they're trying to say, oh, not all of this is tongue in cheek. And I'm like, bullshit.
It's
fucking shit.
It's trying to have its cake and eat it too. It's trying to be sort of silly, but not at the same time. So it just totally doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, whatever. We'll talk about this on Tuesday. We're talking about this too much. Sex moves from China for 2 Aussie bucks. Says thoughts on Sakamoto days. I have to give another shot. Me and Sam, we only watched, I think, like 2 episodes. And then we kind of got distracted.
I was bored by it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, like we didn't really get.
I mean, I like the characters, but
we didn't get hooked in the first 2 episodes, and we started watching other things. So, but we'll go back. Everyone says it's great.
I have to make a video synthesizing the idea of the female male story division.
Mm-hmm.
The more I think about it, the more I think it's a fact. Because, obviously men are interested in different things than women.
Mm-hmm.
And it would make sense that actual story structure, like classical story structure, is really designed around the preferences of men. I guess they try to do both in that it was traditionally the A story was about something plot oriented and the B story was the love story. And if you think of it that way, okay, we've got men plot oriented, female relationship oriented. You're catering to both in that sort of situation.
Right.
Yeah. And then romantic comedies are just like, well, let's just make the B story the whole story.
Right.
We'll make it a romantic comedy. But Sakamoto Days, I don't think was very plot oriented. It was really character oriented, which I think of as female, which is, it's not wrong. I mean, if you're interested in it, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But me, I like plot.
Adam wants a masculine plot. He wants a big phallic plot that's driving the story forward.
Yeah, driving it forward with
penetrating
force. The characters thrusting into the world and accomplishing things.
Adam wants to watch Adam wants a plot to penetrate his mind. Okay, to shove the story deep inside his soul.
Oh my God.
Is that what you want?
Not penetrate me.
Oh,
come on.
Okay.
That's a little gay, don't you think?
No, that's just how it is.
I want the characters to penetrate the world.
Right.
So that I from my POV am penetrating the world.
Mm-hmm. Trolling Duckies for 28 months says Somali fraud spits in the left's face as it weakens their right-wing evil narrative. If feds jail state politicians, then will cry dictator A-team. They will, but they should do it anyway. They should 100% do it. Go after them. Annihilate them. As I said, I am somewhat optimistic. New York Times, how fraud swamped Minnesota's social services on Tim Walz's watch. Look at that. New York Times throwing Tim Walz under the bus there.
Good.
Too.
Fucker. They're like,
this is interesting.
Tim Walz.
This is interesting part too. It says Ahmed Samatar, professor at Macalester College, who is the leading expert in Somali studies, said a reckoning over the fraud and its consequences for Minnesota was overdue. Quote, American society and the denizens of the state of Minnesota have been extremely good to Somalians, says Dr. Samatar, who is Somali American. Dr. Samatar said the Somali refugees who came to the United States after their country's civil war were raised in a culture in which stealing from the country's dysfunctional and corrupt government was widespread. Minnesota, he said, proved susceptible to rampant fraud because it's so tolerant, so open, and so geared towards keeping an eye on the weak. So you have a Somali American who's an expert in Somalia is like, bro, this shit is fucked. You need to go after this stuff.
Yeah. Will they do it?
I don't have a lot of there were some people. I think it said there was 83 people that have been arrested so far, but I I just don't have a lot of confidence.
I got into the Streamlabs, but I can't figure out what's what in here.
Oh, okay.
Where do I go?
You go to tip history.
Oh, tip history. Tipping?
Sitch XR for 41 months. Thanks so much. Says Happy New Year's, lads. See you again in 2026. Thank you. Yes, see y'all in 2026, baby.
Well, I guess we're gonna see you on Tuesday, which is the 30th. So
are we? So never mind. This isn't the last stream of the.
We'll
the
see
year.
you
Okay. See you
on
again.
the media channel.
Yes.
Where we're gonna talk about this disaster of a film.
Yes. Joe the Make for $5 says literally no one is shocked that progressive voted in Omar, who is a literal Islamist, useful idiots to a T. True. Very true. Though it was interesting. Even though I looked at the election results for her in 2024. So she beat the Republican. She got 261,000 votes, and the Republican only got 86,000 votes. So she crushed the Republican. She got 74%, and the Republican only got 24%. So solidly blue district. But in the primary, she only won the primary by, let's see, by 16,000 votes. So there definitely were enough votes to primary her if people showed up. A lot of people just didn't show up. She only got 67,000 votes in the primary. Again, I don't know who the other. I don't know.
That's how they always do it. Low turnout in the primary.
Yeah,
that's how they always do it.
Right. I think I would be curious, and I think this is what they should do in these districts that are so one-sided, either Democrat or Republican. So it's basically impossible for the Democrat or Republican to win. I think all those districts should have to at least be open primaries so that the people that would vote Republican can at least vote for a more moderate Democrat, or vice versa. The Democrat can vote for a more moderate Republican to try to push things away from being just jack shit, insane with some of these candidates in the deep blue or deep red districts.
Open primaries?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I would push for open primaries.
Or because there's going to be there's still going to be a bunch of people who are basically just going to waste their vote in Ilhan Omar's district and just vote Republican. Oh, never mind. It says only 3,000. That's interesting. It said only 3,000 people even voted in the Republican primary. Well, there's only one person, so maybe that's why. But those people,
probably it.
Those 86
get it no matter what.
Well, that's the problem. What those 86,000 Republicans, they should have all voted in the primary against Ilhan Omar. Andrew Bear for 8 months says, when World War II was the best and worst thing for the West, the stability, ease, and plenty the boomer generation grew up in allowed luxury beliefs to dig in. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think that's definitely part of it. Part of it was the reaction, I think, to the loss of trust and faith in the government with Vietnam. I think that really there's a lot of focus, and I think there's way too much focus on World War II. It was really Vietnam that shaped the boomer generation's mindset for the country, not World War II, because obviously they weren't really alive during World War II, or they were like babies or whatever. So, they weren't alive. So it was really Vietnam that shaped their view of America and the world, and losing trust in things and becoming more cynical and all this other stuff, and losing a lot of patriotism.
Vietnam?
Yeah.
That's what caused everyone to get black-pilled?
Yeah. That's where like there was this loss of patriotism, because like right after World War II, there was this massive America can-do attitude, can-do spirits, positive view of things. And then, you had the civil rights movement, which definitely had an impact, but it was really Vietnam and Nixon, kind of the double whammy of all that shit, really shattered a lot of Americans' view in the government and just in the spirit of America and what America represented.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the fall.
And it also created the thing with the boomers too. And this is very different. The boomers from the silent generation or the radio generation is that, and this is because of Vietnam, because of all the protests, because of civil rights movements, and all this other stuff, was that the boomers had this mindset where they were like, we need to be cool. We always need to be hip. We always need to be cool. We always have to like keep up with whatever the kids are doing. And that's why a lot of, I think, the woke shit was able to take hold, is because the attitude was like, well, this is our civil rights protest. This is our college campus protest that was going on when we were kids, right? We need to be cool and hip and be like, modern and stay up to date with them. Where their parents' generation did not have that attitude whatsoever for their children. They didn't have this attitude of like, we need to keep up with our children at all.
The boomer parents didn't?
The silent generation, the greatest generation's parents. Or
Right.
the great generation, which was the boomers' parents, didn't have this attitude at all.
Right.
So
the World War II was the winter, and I guess, yeah. So that would make the boom after World War II the spring.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that doesn't make sense though. You'd think of that as the summer though. So World War II would be the spring, but that doesn't make sense. World War II has to be the winter.
Yeah.
We're in the winter now. Yeah.
It'll be interesting because with Generation X, I mean, I don't think Generation X doesn't have the boomer mentality of like, we need to keep up with the kids. I don't think.
Well, I hope we work it out quick, because I've lived through so many calamities now. It's like all been downhill since September 11th. Jesus, holy shit. September 11th, the housing crash, fucking pandemic. If World War III shows up, it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
I mean, I think everyone was just horrible pandemic. Imagine living through both world wars. That's pretty shitty.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. I should stop complaining.
Those people got fucked. Those people, they had to live through both world wars and the Great Depression. Talk about getting shit on.
Yeah, look, and my dad got shipped off to Vietnam too.
Right.
So I should just shut up. Yeah. Pandemic, no big deal.
Right. Well, World War III is a big deal. Like, if that happens, okay. Then you'll have your credibility.
Yeah, but I'm too old to serve. They're not gonna take my old ass.
But you could get blown up, so.
A small price to pay for freedom.
But Insensitive.
Don't blow me up.
Right. Insensitive for $10 says AI is replacing all these jobs, keeping Zoomers out of skilled job market, but we still need infinite immigrants for dirt holes to do these jobs. There you go.
Yeah. Well, the immigration is, I think the people who are pro-immigration are kind of losing the argument on the immigration stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think they already lost the argument.
Especially if we're in a recession, people can't say.
Right.
When we have high unemployment, oh yeah, we need to bring a bunch of immigrants in.
That is a good point.
The unemployment is so high. The jobs Americans won't do.
That's a great point. Lives and does Waltzability for $5 says chicken butt walked so Ligma and Mind Goblin could run. Very true. Very, very, very true.
Ligma.
Yes.
What's Ligma?
It's like a lima bean. Majin for $5 says the sad truth is that robot sports would get boring fast. BattleBot shows will be boxes versus boxes and become boring as efficiency sets in. Yeah, that was the problem with BattleBots, was once people realize like what's the best way to build the robot, it will become kind of more boring. Because then like, you want to see all like the wacky builds, right? That's what made it fun. But if we're talking about like humanoid robots versus humanoid robots, then I mean, presumably they're all going to have the same, they're going to be humanoid. So there's going to have to be some other skill element to it beyond the wackiness of the robot itself.
I just think the spectacle of it will be enough. If the robots can do things humans are completely incapable of doing, but are just mesmerizing, why wouldn't that be interesting?
I don't know. I just think that gets old fast. You see something like it's like when you see a lot of these AI videos, the AI slap videos.
Mm-hmm.
Like on one hand, you're like, oh, that's cool, and then you just click off it. You never think about it again. Like if you were to tell me
the cat's
Sitch,
playing the musical instruments on the Ring camera, though, I mean, I could watch
those are
those
funny,
for days.
sure. Right? They're funny, but it's not something that like sits with you. You think about beyond like, oh, that was funny.
I think
okay.
about.
Maybe
I think
we're
about,
just different. I don't know.
Doesn't sit with you.
No, because
well,
like
I'm thinking in terms of strategy. I mean, if you had robots that have weapons and they're like going to blow other robots apart.
Right.
Yeah. With like grenades.
Yeah, if they're being controlled, I think if you have the robots are being controlled by other people and there's a human element to it, then it would be like exciting if it's not about just creating the best. Like you don't want the battle bots problem, right? But I'm saying if there's some other skill element to it that people are watching for, I think then yeah. It can work.
Look, if it would be goal oriented just in the same way sports are, even if both teams of robots are developed by other robots, and you have Team A and
no one's
Team
gonna
B
want to watch
are
that.
going
That's
to go
boring as
after
shit.
one another. It depends upon the spectacle of it, though. I mean, if
No,
they're blowing other robots up spectacularly,
as I said, it's the same.
Explosions aren't interesting.
No, people are not going to sit and watch. People don't want to sit and watch a bunch of bots play video games and just kill each other. It's the most boring shit ever.
I mean, look, it's seeing an explosion in a video game and seeing an actual explosion are like night and day. Explosions in movies are better than in video games because they have this realistic component. But if it's an actual explosion,
watching bots kill each other in a video game does not hold your interest for a single second. Watching robots controlled by robots blow each other up in real life in a stadium might hold your interest for a month.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me. Maybe there'll be some audience for it that just likes to see things blow up. It's hard for me to imagine it's going to be something that a lot of people want to tune in for.
Yeah.
As I said, if you had the robots are controlled by people and there's like a team aspect and there's some like, people rooting for their teams. It's like a team sport thing. It's like associated with a city or whatever. Then yeah, you've got yourself something that people are going to watch.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe you just love robots. So I think you're biased to the whole thing.
Well, I probably am because I do. Robots fascinate me. So
yeah.
And they could make all the robots very different with different powers and different abilities. And it would be fun to just think, if you had a team of robots that had very different abilities, the question would be, if you had a bunch of robots that were lighter weight but nimble, and you had a bunch of robots that were just brawlers, that were just brute force.
You're going to be one of the people that likes this.
Those robots were going up against you. Okay. Then the game that you're playing is, okay, well, which force will be better in the engagement? Which force will ultimately win? And it's kind of an experiment that you're invested in.
Okay.
Look, and there could be different robot stars that emerge that are like, do special thing.
If these are humans making these decisions to test these things and their teams,
no, it doesn't have to be humans.
Okay, well then it's nothing. Then it's just no one's gonna like. No, you'll like it, and 10 other people like it. I'm sorry, Adam. Most people don't share your love of robots.
Why do people watch cockfighting or dog fighting? There's not humans involved in that, right? The humans just let them go and they rip each other to shreds. What's that? Yeah, look, they'll be betting on the robots.
That's a good. I honestly don't know. Maybe you're right, because I don't know why people watch cockfighting or dogfighting. It seems horrible. So,
like, why do people think, I'm going to take this cobra and make it fight this mongoose and see who can win?
Well,
why are people interested in that?
Well, that seems a little different. There's a kind of an interesting element of like everyone has the, who's going to win the fight, the gorilla versus the tiger.
Scorpion versus tarantula, right?
Yeah,
Where's the human element in that? Yes.
No, but there's something of interest, I feel like, there, more so than just like, well, here's robot 3745 versus
Scorpion robot versus tarantula robot.
Well, that would be cool. See, now we're talking. If you build the robots to mimic like animals, and then you could have them like, who's gonna win, the gorilla versus the lion? Like, that's a cool. Okay, now I'm hooked. Now I'm like, oh, this is interesting.
Horse-sized duck robot.
Okay, see, now we're getting
versus
somewhere.
100 duck-sized horses.
Okay, now you're cooking. Now you've got me interested. Okay, horse-sized duck versus 100 duck-sized horses. Who wins the fight? Now I'm hooked. Now you found the hook. All right.
Yeah. See, it just took some time.
It just took a little bit of work.
Both of these teams are made by other robots. There's no humans involved whatsoever. No human has ever been involved in this.
Yes.
The robots came up with the idea on their own.
Well, we came up with the idea, so they stole it from us.
They stole our data.
Yes.
Okay. Our training data. They're like, this would be a great thing to do. This
robots, if you're listening, because you're like scanned all of the information on the internet for your training data, you have to give me and Adam a cut of the profits that you make from the robot fighting. All right.
By this time, we live in utopia. So
if we don't live in utopia and money still matters, we won't.
We want our cut.
Right.
Even if money doesn't matter, we want our cut.
Even if money doesn't matter, we just want you to put like, this concept was created by Sitch and Adam.
Yes.
Okay, we get a little status.
We want credit.
Yeah. Trebacious Ousty for €5 says nothing is changing. The left believe they must forbid non-leftist speech. We're doomed to conflict. Well, if you're in Europe, I can understand why you feel that way. Joe the May for $5 says the robot can't even contort into a space to fix a plumbing problem. I assume there's a video that you're talking about that I haven't seen.
That's another thing. With AI where it is, like the next phase, I think, is going to be to pay actual plumbers to wear sense data gathering rigs. And I think they'll pay them, I don't know how much, to create some sort of data for how you solve plumbing jobs. Like moving through the world, getting under sinks, all that kind of stuff. They're going to do like motion capture on fucking plumbers. And once they have 1,000 plumbers or however many they need, they're going to feed that into the computer, and the computer's going to learn, oh yeah, here's how plumbing works. They're just going to fucking download that model into the robot, and soon the robot's going to be like, I have the ability of 1,000 plumbers.
You would think.
This is how they do the motion capture in the movies and shit. Like, they got all the technology to do this. They just need to do it. Right. That's the one thing that I think, okay, well, this might be the bottleneck for getting the autonomous robot plumber. They might need this is the bottleneck now for the home, for the robots in your home that clean your house. They are shipping those this year, 2 houses. But the thing is, you have to sign a waiver that says if the robot gets stuck, a human operator is going to port into the robot and get it unstuck. Well, those robots going into people's homes are collecting training data. They are the sense gathering apparatus in the home. So that's going to improve over time because it's going to be in all these different environments, just collecting data. The same way they did with self-driving cars. Like the self-driving cars are improving over time because they're sense gathering machines on the road, creating more data, more training data for models. So, and this will be in all kinds of jobs. So look, I guess we're just arguing over time because Joe, you think one day there will be an autonomous robot that will get the fuck under your sink and fix your garbage disposal, right? You don't think that's never going to happen. You don't think that's like a million years off, right? We're just haggling over whether or not it's 50 years off or whether or not it's 5 years off.
Liz Des Waltz for $5 says the robots fight the addicts for our entertainment in Sitch's drug jail. Winner gets a fix. That's a good idea. That's a great idea. Look at that. And look, Metalworks 4119 for $2 says anime waifu battle bots. Now where's my cut? There it is. There it is. Obviously. Okay.
Have you seen Love and Robots?
I've only seen a couple episodes.
In Love and Robots, there's one where there are, I don't know if they're robots or if they're like biologically engineered organisms or what, but they fight, and it's just, these creatures are amazing looking, and the fight is amazing. And if that could happen in real life with robots, I don't know how you can say, oh, people will not be interested because humans are not involved.
Well,
it's just a fucking crazy spectacle.
Look at, it's interesting because look at, I'm sure you saw that video that was like the Epstein video with the It Clown and Freddy Krueger, and I forget one of the other horror monsters. And they're like going to Epstein Island and all the celebrities are there, right? You saw this video?
No, it's AI generated though.
Yeah, it was some AI video.
Hilarious.
Like super, it was a commercial for whatever the AI company was. Super well done. Like looked like perfect almost. Like they had like some of the voices, they sound exactly right. It's crazy. Like I'm watching this, I'm like, it's so crazy how realistic this looks. And yet I watch it, and I feel like most other people watch it once, they go, oh, that was interesting. And then they never watch it or care about it ever again. Where if those were like people, like if they actually got the actual actors and do all this stuff, it'd be like this huge thing. Oh my God, it was totally crazy that they did this. But the fact that it's AI, people just go, oh, that's kind of funny. And then they just never think about it ever again. Like it just kind of goes away.
It doesn't have any sort of cultural impact.
Yeah.
I would say that's less a product of the fact that it's AI and more the product of the fact that we are just have a deluge of content right now. So like when you had to do actors to put something like that together, the content was much more anemic. So,
well, no, I think
something like that had a bigger cultural impact.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it's not the human element. Maybe it's the cultural impact, because if you had
that's
actors,
like the only thing you got from AI in like a year, people would be talking about it. They'd be like, oh my God, that
it's like the Will Smith spaghetti thing, when it first came out, I was like, oh my God. Right. But, no, maybe it is the cultural element, because if you had like the actors do it, it would be like, there'd be like, oh, like these are the actual, like, what does that mean about our society that you actually got all the real actors to be involved?
Yeah, that's a good point. And
right?
that's another level that you can judge them on, the performance level. Yeah.
Because I was thinking there is an AI video that everyone's talking about, and that does have cultural relevance, which was, I don't know if you saw it. Someone did, what if Super Mario was a AAA game? And it's kind of like, it's like very well done. If you haven't seen it, it kind of has like, oh, like how shitty Mario would be if it kind of followed a lot of the AAA game tropes. And even though that was all like made with AI, though I'm assuming like whoever wrote the little dialogue, I don't know if the dialogue was written by a person or not, but that, like, a lot of people love it and they keep sharing it because it tells us something about something else. It tells us something about the gaming space and how people feel about it, and how people feel about the AAA gaming environment, and like kind of the shitty tropes that exist in this industry and everything like that. So it's like someone's using AI to tell us something that maybe we all felt but didn't have the words for, or the ideas for. Where, with the Epstein Island stuff with the monsters, it's kind of like, oh, it's funny, but I don't know if it doesn't really tell us anything new. And then also doesn't really have any strong cultural relevance, because you're like, well, anyone can just do this by typing in prompts into a computer somewhere. Right. It's kind of like I don't know if you've seen, there's all those videos, which are kind of cool, but like kind of also pointless, where it's the person, and it's like the live action version of One Piece, or the live action version of some other movie, and it's got all the famous actors. The person like just keeps taking selfies with the different actors and like the different makeups. Have you seen any of those?
It's not, the story element is what's important. I mean, if there's no story hook, I'm not going to be interested in it. But if there is a story hook, I'm going to be interested.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but even if you did those
even
videos
if it's
and those,
just made
well, no, if you did
AI, I mean, animation is animation. You don't really have. I mean, animation is very similar to AI.
Look at the AI songs. That's another thing. you can like there's so much music which I'm sure sounds good. And I don't know, just people don't give a fuck. Most people don't give a fuck about any of this AI music, except for when it has some sort of story outside of itself, like the Shock song, the Hassan Dog Shock song, right? Everyone likes it because it's
Zero
like
Fucks Candace Owens song.
yeah, right. But I'm saying like it's things are the AI things are only matter within the context outside of themselves. Or like a lot of music, you just listen to music and it's like, oh, well, you just like the song, so it has its own self importance.
Mm-hmm.
Where I feel like a lot of the AI stuff doesn't have any sort of self importance other than the fact that you go, well, this technology is impressive.
Yeah, but so
Like
much of the music I listen to, for all I know, it was created by AI. I don't learn anything about the artist or any of that stuff. So, so I'm not listening to it because I'm like humans made this. I'm listening to it because I like this song.
Well, it's not conscious. I'm not. Well, we never really had to think about this until recently. Like, oh, I like this song because a person actually created it and not a machine. That wasn't even an option until very, very recently.
Yeah. Well, I'm
So,
saying once a lot of songs are generated by AI and have no human involvement other than someone prompting, I'm not
yeah.
going to go, oh yeah, this song. Look, I think you can do blind taste tests with music, and people are just going to be attracted to what they're attracted to. They're like, whether or not the human element is part of it can't be visible in the blind taste test.
I don't know. Maybe if we're like in that situation where, yeah, it's everything, it's the AI is perfect, technology is so perfect that it's completely indistinguishable.
If AI, this is such
Or,
a weird thing too, because
but if you tell the person this is an AI song and this is a real song,
yeah, they'll have
I
a
don't know.
different
I think people are
perception.
are
The
gonna,
same way my wife will have a different perception if I say, oh, this Tai Chi or Tazo Chai tea is from Starbucks is different than the Tazo chai tea that I get out of the refrigerator, even though
right,
it's exactly the same.
But that's what I mean is that people have some sort of psychological hang up in their mind about the AI generated stuff already.
Yeah,
Now
but
maybe maybe the babies now won't have that because they'll be so inundated with AI slop by the time that they're older that will be gone. But I think for people that didn't grow up in the slop era, they will have these feelings.
But the blind taste test, though, I think will become more and more ever present because
Yeah, but I know,
it
but we're
won't
talking.
be obvious.
It could be, but we're talking on the context because the whole point of this sidetrack was the whole robots fighting each other thing.
Well, the real debate is over whether or not people will be interested if there is no human element. You're making the argument that people will be less interested if there's no human element.
I think significantly less interested, yeah.
And I'm making the argument that there will be content that people will not be able to tell if there's human.
I agree with that.
If there's human involvement.
I agree with that.
And therefore, if there's content that you can't tell if there's human involvement in, then obviously the human involvement is superfluous. If you're not even able to detect it in any meaningful way, then how is it? I mean, it's only a psychological
because that's not my argument.
thing.
My argument is just if you had a little disclaimer on the video that said this is AI, then that will instantly make people feel a different way about it.
Yeah,
that's my only argument.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Yes, there will be a time where it will be indistinguishable unless there's a little disclaimer.
Yeah. Well, I think they'll just put a disclaimer on it that says no AI was used in this product, even though it's all AI. And people will be like, thank goodness. That movie was amazing.
Blondie for $5 says Sitch in January after dropping a 30-second video. I made it only 30 seconds in honor of you, Sammy. It's very short, just like you. Love you. Wait for it. That will be the video. Yeah, exactly.
That's not going to happen, Sitch.
No,
right?
that'd be mean. That'd be too mean.
How far are you into the video?
It's like just around the corner, right?
No, I mean, close. Have you written the script?
We're so close to a finished product, Adam.
Do you have the idea?
There's a lot of kids that work here or that we take care of here at this child care center. They're just not here today.
Are you already editing?
They come later, all right. They're not here at the moment, but they'll be here. Don't worry.
Have you
Ace for $5. Ace says 67th petition to have an episode on Olivia Sun carceral feminism video. One day. Okay, this will be our trucker video. We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
We've always got to every single request, though, Ace. So sometimes it's taking
that's not
years.
quite true.
What have we not gotten to?
I'm sure there's
every request we've met.
Okay.
Sometimes it takes years and years and years, but every single fan request we've done.
Yep. Including making a video. Contrastvania. Hey, Contrast for 45 months says, hey, Sitch, remember when I subbed to your Patreon for over a year in the hopes of getting a named credit in your vids, but you stopped making videos? Wow.
I do.
Wow.
He says, I do. I remember.
Love it or hate it for 14 months says, have you guys checked out Raider Randy? He has the kind of music I think you might like.
No,
check him out.
Is it all AI or is it human? Is there human involvement in this?
Squeeze Louise for $5 says we should be doing everything in our power to incentivize marriage and having children. How about we give UBI to every married couple per child?
I'm down.
I feel like that's just gonna. We have a problem already where people are like, oh, a lot of people who shouldn't be having a billion kids are having a billion kids. Wouldn't that just make that problem worse?
Aren't you making an argument for eugenics here? You're saying the wrong people are having kids.
Yes.
Okay.
You're going to have idiocracy. All the stupid people are going to be like, let's just keep fucking popping out kids to get our free UBI check. And all the smarter people who have jobs and maybe they'll do it for like 1 or 2 kids. And then they're like, okay, I don't want to just keep having infinite kids, even if I get more money. They're going to stop. I feel like that incentivizes. If you do that, there should be a limit. Okay. Just say it's like 2. There needs to be some tweaking on that idea.
I say no limit. Have as many kids as you possibly can. We need some big families. Look, a lot of people are shirking their responsibility. I'm guilty. Sitch is guilty. We need big families. So if someone's going to say knuckle down and I'm going to do 10 kids, I'm going to do 12 kids, I say we give them the money.
I don't.
Why?
I'm against this. I don't want idiocracy. Insensitive for $5 says, quote, actually the employees won't let them in to sign up their kids to childcare because it's Christmas. Checkmate conservacucks. There you go.
That'd be so good.
I don't think that I'm assuming that that video
go, look,
was not
Somalis
on
don't celebrate Christmas.
Right.
Checkmate, mate.
There you go. But yeah, I don't think that was happening on Christmas. User Radost for $5 says Illinois Mars District being 60% white isn't as surprising when you realize that Somalis being North Africans are often counted as white on the census. I don't think that's true. Somalis counted as white on U.S. Census. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. If that's true, that'd be hilariously. That'd be hilarious. Okay, I can't find the answer here. I'll look. Mike Hiller for 7 Canadian says the code lock isn't weird. The daycare I worked at has it if management's late to open. This is still sauce. Oh, okay. Interesting. Here's a quick, Mike, the daycare you work at, do you ever have like, is it normal to have like a government worker come in and like check to see what's going on? Is that like a normal occurrence? I feel like it should be a normal occurrence in like most places, just to kind of walk in and make sure no one's being child trafficked or anything.
Sitch loves government oversight and government regulation.
I do. Oh God, I get hard to it.
For that.
God.
Like
sexually excites me.
More regulation.
More regulations.
Government oversight.
And forms and paperwork and rules. Oh God, the bureaucracy. Yes. What? God, I don't know why you're playing some music that could get us hit. I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
Just to piss you off.
Okay. Just playing. He's got his little robots here.
This is from this year's. Lethal Strain sent this to me. Thanks.
Okay. Adam sent me randomly. He's like, "Hey, do you think Sammy be okay with this?" And he just sends me, "You can buy some like Tifa sex doll on Amazon."
I don't.
I'm like, why are you looking up Tifa sex dolls on Amazon, Adam? That's the real question.
Look, this is what kind of dirty mind Sitch has, because I don't believe that's a sex doll.
Really?
Sex dolls on Amazon.
You bring up.
It's
we'll
a
let
it's
chat
a
decide.
it's a life-size Tifa doll, but I don't think you can have sex with that doll. Although obviously, if Sitch got the doll, we would find out, because that would be like the first thing he would try, right?
Okay, I want you, Adam, to bring
it up.
You sent me the link. You bring it up. Bring up the Amazon host, that web page, okay, that had that hosting, or that listing on, I should say. And we'll let chat decide. What do you think the purpose of this doll is? Okay, what is the purpose of this thing?
It's a companion for your kids, Sitch. It's a life-size Tifa doll.
This $2,199 life-size silicon Tifa doll. It's just for the children to play with. You get it for your little girl, right? She gets to brush the hair.
Read the description.
Okay, what's this?
Yeah.
Advanced medical grade material. Our dolls are crafted using medical grade. What does that mean? Our dolls are crafted using materials widely used in the medical industry, ensuring they're safe for everyday interaction. These carefully selected materials are designed to be skin-friendly and durable. Now, Adam, why is it important for these dolls to be skin-friendly and durable?
I don't know.
That's a
good question.
You see what those little girls do to the Barbie dolls, right? They like rip their limbs off.
Well, look,
scratch them up, right? It's a lot of wear and tear.
If you are going to get a doll for your kid, you want to know that it's durable and that it's not going to give them some kind of allergy, right?
Oh, of course.
That totally makes sense.
It totally makes sense.
Look, just ask the AI if it has a vagina.
Oh, wait. Okay. So when I look, this little AI thing now on the Amazon thing.
Yeah. Use the AI
first
on
question.
Amazon.
The first question.
Does it have a vagina?
No. The first question, because it's got 4 questions, or it has 3 questions already filled out.
Pop up. Okay.
Yeah. The first question says, "What are some uses for this doll?" So I'm going to click that.
Okay.
See what it says. What is the AI? What are some uses for this doll? Okay. Oh, primary uses: cosplay modeling, dress up a various character with realistic proportions. Oh, okay. Professional photo shoots and artistic compositions. Oh, yes. Okay. Character design reference, study anatomy and proportions for artistic work. Of course. That's why. Just to study proportions, Adam. That's it. You know what? You're right. It doesn't say to fuck. The Amazon AI didn't tell me that it's for fucking. So obviously it's not.
Well, this is why it came up in my search, because I was searching for those little mannequins that you use for drawing. That's how I stumbled upon this thing. And I was like, oh my God, such a one of these.
Oh, I like this. So when I click on their product page, it says right in the beginning, it says 100% discreet packaging. We understand the importance of privacy when it comes to your purchases. All the packing will come without sensitive information outside. Well, why would this completely innocent doll need discreet packaging? Does your Barbie have discreet packaging, Adam? Is that like an important selling product? An important thing for your Barbie to have, the discreet packaging?
Well, look, I don't care if people know you're buying a Barbie for your daughter. Okay. That's fine. You don't need discreet packaging on that.
They definitely not a sex doll.
You have not. Look, you're burying the lead here.
What
does the thing have a vagina?
Oh,
can you actually have sex with this doll?
I'm going to ask the AI this, even though it's going to put
just look on the website. It might not be listed on Amazon, but they might be selling a sex doll on Amazon. My guess is no. This doll does not have a working vagina. That you cannot have sex with this doll.
It does have a vagina.
I bet you 100% does not have. Well, look, it's a $2,000 doll. It might have a working vagina. Jeez.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. FAQs. Okay, so when I hit the FAQs, Adam, on their official website, you know what the first question is under product information?
Does it have a vagina?
What are sex dolls?
No way.
That's the very first question. What are sex dolls?
Oh my God. So it is a sex doll.
Who is the target audience for sex dolls? Oh, I like this. Why would you ask? Why is it in the FAQs? We all know who's asking this question.
Who's the target audience for sex dolls?
Listen to
horny
this.
Guys that want to fuck.
This is on the official JY Doll website. Who's the target audience for sex dolls? If you are a masturbation enthusiast and want to enhance your experience, I like that. That's a nice word for a gooner or a sex addict. A masturbation enthusiast. Listen, it's like a hobby. Okay, it's just like collecting Pokemon cards or building model trains. I'm a masturbation enthusiast.
We still don't know if this thing has a working vagina.
Oh, well, don't worry, Adam. We're getting there. Okay.
Okay, good.
Let's see. What is the difference between silicone and TPE?
Here's something.
Are these materials harmful to people? Here we go. What is the difference between the removable vagina and the built-in vagina? In sex dolls, a removable vagina refers to a separate insert that can be taken in and out for cleaning or replacement. On the other hand, a built-in or fixed vagina is a permanent part of the doll's body, molded and attached directly to the doll.
So the big question is, do you want the fixed vagina or the removable vagina?
Right.
Here's a disturbing thing.
Adam over here, it's not a sex doll. Fuck you.
Look, if I knew it was a sex doll, I wouldn't have sent it to you. In the DM, I said, hey, would Sammy care if I got this for you?
You know, she actually, it's funny because I mistyped. She said no. Well, first she said, yeah, you can get that, but I want the cloud doll.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
look,
she just wants her own.
We've got manufacturer recommended age 15 and up. Can you imagine getting your 15-year-old son? Look, we got you a fuck doll.
Yeah, I really want son, what do you want for your birthday?
I really want this Tifa fuck doll.
Really? Yeah, Jesus Christ.
How insane is that? Oh.
Well, here, Adam, the official doll measurements on the official website has vaginal and anal depth numbers on it. So,
oh my God. So I guess, look, we know the truth.
Yes. Well, I knew the truth as soon as you fucking said it to me. You tried to gaslight me. Oh, it's just, no, it's not.
I was looking for those little drawing models. And this
sure he was, chat. Sure he was. I was just innocently looking for a drawing model, whatever that is. We've heard like that before.
Oh yeah,
a drawing model.
Ask Sammy what a drawing model is. She'll tell you. A
drawing model. I was just innocently looking for a drawing model, and then oh my God, a sex doll popped up. What? What are you talking about? How did this happen? What? Now here's this. This is weird. The Tifa sex doll is like way cheaper on their website. Oh no, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I don't know what TPE is. You can get a cheaper one made out of TPE instead of silicone, whatever that means.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I don't know. It was in the FAQs. I guess I should have read it, Adam. This is very important to figure out.
How much do you save by going with the?
You save $600.
Wow.
By getting a TPE body. Okay.
What is TPE? Some sort of other. It's hard plastic.
It's like, you really want the Barbie experience. Thermoplastic elastomer, whatever that means.
The silicone's got to be more like real skin, right?
I would assume.
Hmm.
If you want your sex doll on a budget.
Do you think she has silicone implants? Come on, it had to be said. You were thinking it.
There you go. Okay. Are we done with the sex doll?
Well, yeah, now that we know the answer.
Okay. Now that we know what we all knew, that it was obviously a sex doll.
Did we?
We all knew.
Look,
that you were just gaslighting me.
I am just an innocent Amazon shopper. Okay.
Oh, that's so innocent, guy. Such an innocent baby angel.
I'm glad I almost got one. I was like, oh, this looks interesting.
Right.
It shows up and you're, oh, I had no idea it was a sex doll. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Read the reviews. Oh, that's a great idea. There's only one review. What? The review from Jenny says, this toy...
Finally, my husband will leave me alone.
Yeah, finally. Finally. My husband will stop pawing at me. It says, this toy are... Some grammar problems. This toy are $2,999 and it's super expensive, but it's cute and pretty so much. I don't think that's a real person.
She doesn't think it's a sex doll either.
I don't think that's a real person. This toy are pretty so much. Oh, okay. Or it's not an English speaker, so they just hired someone to write that.
That's a verified review.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, is this the one where the guy gets kicked in the nuts? I saw a clip going.
That was very funny. The guy gets kicked in the nuts by the robot he's controlling. That's the future.
I think it's in this video.
That's the future they're trying to place on us, Adam. Okay.
They just want. It's bad enough we have Hollywood depicting male humiliation all over.
Okay, go. I went on their like Amazon page. Okay. Because I want to see if there was one that had more reviews, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's one that's, I don't know what anime this is from. I've seen this character. It's the blue hair anime maid anime girl, Rem.
Mm-hmm.
And the review says, the review is, the Rem doll is okay. They cut the hair in a way that doesn't actually match the character. The person who cut the hair has never seen the show, obviously. So they're mad that the hairstyle is not, in line with the show here.
The experience was off.
The experience was off because the hair didn't match, yeah. I mean, to be fair, listen, if you're going to pay $2,000 for a sex doll.
Yeah, they can't make the hair right. Jesus.
They can't get the hair right. Come on. They can't get someone to style it.
It's been your fantasy to have sex with this anime girl your entire life.
Now, it is a little disturbing. There are no reviews on this one. They do sell what looks to be a young teenage girl in a school outfit. Sex doll that has a face that looks like they're not into what's happening.
Oh my God. No. No.
It's got a face that it looks like it's not happy. Okay.
Like it's scared?
Yes. It does have a scared face. It's a frightened anime schoolgirl.
That's so disturbing.
Yes. That is smaller than a normal size, like half the size. So.
Oh, that's so disturbing.
Yeah. That's not great. That's being sold on Amazon.com. Not good stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's all what Epstein needed. We could have avoided all this. Okay. Moving on. Eagle Jocks for $5 says, how is this any different from money laundering businesses fronts run by the mafia? Throw the book at them. Very true. Completely true.
Yes.
Clown Moose Bean for 2 years. Thanks so much for being 2 years of Free Will Seeker. So I finally got my glorious golden pyramid. Majority thanks to JMac and a great deal of thanks to other chatters. Happy New Year's, babes. Happy New Year's.
You made it.
2 years. Got the golden triangle, baby.
So good.
Ace for $5 says, oh, that's right. We got to read that James Davis Hunter book. Jave Davison Hunter points out the new culture war is structural, not episodic. It is not a dispute about issues, but of core moral values.
I agree
that sounds
with that.
true. That does sound true. And Ace for $5 says the culture war is now the norm, and the whole generation has been brought up on it, knowing nothing else, so they never learned political compromise. Ooh, scary.
That's going to be tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to have to teach them. with a big belt.
Adam Gadbaugh for $5 says maybe the real episode 400 was the friends we made along the way.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
And who is this? Adam Friended. Adam Friended, 41 months. Look at this. Who's that?
I know. Look at that.
Says we're going to EFAP Dev's trucker video for episode 400.
That'll buy us some time, Sitch.
There you go. Exactly.
I don't think the trucker video is out yet.
Red
Dev is still working on the trucker video, so
for
God
$10
help us
says
if he ever finishes it.
one day he'll get there, I believe. Okay. Red Toa for $10 says thanks for being a great show to listen to, gents. It's my birthday today, so I want to share some birthday cheer with you guys. Have a great new year and make a new video, Sitch. Well, happy birthday! Look at that, happy birthday.
If you had made a video, you could dedicate it to Red Toa right now for his birthday.
Well, even if I made a video, I'm sorry, Red Toa, I would dedicate it to Sammy. I would not dedicate it to Red Toa.
Oh, okay.
But thank you. Cameraman for 502 for $5 says, all right, I stand corrected on the extent of the trafficking and the conspiracy surrounding it. Dun, dun, dun.
Nice.
Insensitive for $5 says, Jeet Supreme should be out. Oh, come on. Should be out of the FBI for being both incompetent and a lapdog. He's still in there against the constituency's wishes for some reason. It's because, it's what I said. He's been loyal to Trump, and Trump doesn't want to have to go through the Senate confirmation process. He's gonna keep them in. Just you watch. He's gonna keep them in.
Yeah, this is a problem with the loyalty shit, because like someone who's competent is not going to put up with these fucking loyalty tests, right?
No.
So you have to kind of shoot low. You have to shoot low to get someone who's going to be loyal to you thick and thin, because they have no other option, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the best loyalty is the people who need you, essentially. Like the really competent people, they can succeed on their own.
Yeah,
They don't necessarily
exactly.
need you.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, this is why all these communist countries turn into fucking shitholes too, is because they run on these loyalty tests instead of competency tests.
Right. Excuse Elise. Lethal Strain for $5 says picture of Trump in the drawer is huge news, but nothing is ever said about the Pope on top of the dresser. LOL. That's true. You don't even see it. It's like, the little video of they're like, hey, count the number of times this team passes the basketball, right? And so you're like looking at that, and then the guy in the bear suit walks by.
Yeah.
And they're like, did you notice the guy in the bear suit or the gorilla suit? And you're like, no. Same thing. It's like everyone's looking at Trump. They forget. That's like, oh, look, the Pope's right there.
Yeah.
Meme Spread for $5 says, I'm an SDET. What is that?
Who knows?
Software development engineer in test.
Oh, okay.
A hybrid tech role combining software development and quality assurance. Oh, okay, cool. None of these issues would have ever made it past me. I doubt they even hired anyone to QA their software before dumping any of the files. Well, all the funding got cut, so that would make sense. Ace for $5 says, as someone in left-wing spaces, most of them pretend the culture war never happened, and if it did, it was a good thing. Politics is now a time loop. Oh, that's got to be fucking blackpilling as shit. That's disturbing.
The culture war never happened? The culture war that they've been fighting?
Yeah, it didn't. Well, because they lost. So.
I don't know that it's over. I really don't.
Well, they feel
like
it's a losing battle to focus on now. So they're going to pretend like it didn't happen.
Right.
But then it's the classic meme. It's not happening. Oh, it's happening, but it's actually a good thing. Yeah. That's pretty blackpilling. Contrast for $5. Aussie Buck says Michael Jackson with multiple baby mamas. Proof he's still black. Oh, Jesus. Terrible. How dare you?
That hit. That was a solid joke right
How
there.
dare you, Contrast. Lives in Des Walls for $5 says, thanks for covering my favorite rap news commentator. It's nice to see him branching out.
Who would that be?
I don't get it. Lethal Strain for $2.
Andre Jack?
Oh.
I don't know.
Lethal Strain for $2 says Ted Bundy had charisma too. Isn't that like most serial killers? They got the Riz. That's how they serial kill people.
That's what Riz is from, charisma? I just figured that out.
Oh. Okay. You should not have admitted that.
I was like, what the?
You should have just rolled.
Why do people keep saying Riz?
You should have just rolled with it. Okay.
The Riz.
Like, oh, okay.
You got the charisma. Okay.
That's where it's from. Yeah.
All right.
Patrick Boyle. Oh, Patrick Boyle is the rap news commentator. Gotcha. Luther Shane for $2 says, how was Epstein not friends with Madoff?
Yeah, they probably did know each other. Their paths
Right.
probably crossed at one point.
Listen as well for $2 says, to be fair to Hassan, Pokemon set unrealistic expectations. Zap. Yes, exactly. It was super effective against Kaya. Well, no, he thought the dog was ground type. So he's like, oh, she'll barely feel it. It's not a big deal. Okay. Rich Jammer for 45 months says, 2025 was also a bad year for me. I had a stomach ulcer since April. Oh, God, sorry to hear that. Anyway, I'm going to do an animation and would like to know Adam's eye color.
Blue.
Ooh,
yeah.
Blue eyes.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Just like the Aryan god that I am.
Wow. Sam, we were actually having this conversation because I have brown eyes and Sam has hazel eyes, and she's like, better not fucking dirty up the eye gene pool in my lineage.
Sam has what color eyes?
Hazel.
Okay. And you have what?
I brown.
Brown.
But my mom has hazel eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom has hazel eyes.
Like, she wants to pick the eye color of the children?
She does.
Wow.
No, but my mom has hazel eyes. My dad has brown eyes, but both of me and my brother both have brown eyes. So I don't know what the odds are on that one. You have to work out the little Mendel square on that. Squeeze Louise for $5 says, sports aren't about spectacle. They're about storylines, Adam. A robot will never be a scrappy underdog.
Really?
That's true. That is true. How do you feel? You're the story guy, right?
I feel like Wally is a scrappy underdog. Is that a real human being? When I was enraptured in Wally's storyline, that wasn't real.
No. Wally's basically like a sentient creature.
Mm-hmm. That was a Wally
That's why
actor.
they have it. That's why they have the opening scene for the beginning where Wally's like watching the romance movie and he wants to find love. So that you're like, oh, this is not a cold, unfeeling robot. It's a living creature that feels emotions and has desires and dreams.
I have some good news and some bad news for you.
Okay, what is that?
You want the good news first or the bad news?
I want the good news first. I want to be on a high note.
Okay. Yes, some advanced IVF clinics claim they can help select a baby's eye color.
Wow.
Using some genetic diagnosis to screen embryos for the genetic markers linked to eye color. Look at that. They have it isolated.
Mm-hmm.
The bad news is that you are going to be accused of eugenics. There are some ethical issues.
There you go. There you go.
But look, you can get Sammy those eye colors.
There you go. Yeah.
That special eye color that she wants.
Well, actually, now it's funny because people are like, what is hazel? And I'm like looking up like a hazel chart. My mom's hazel and Sammy's hazel are different because I think hers are green brown and my mom's are blue brown. So I don't know if that has any impact on it. Because my grandma, my mother's side, had blue eyes, and this is really weird. Her great grandmother had like super blue eyes and blonde hair, so much so that they were like wondering if she was actually like if her mother cheated on her father or something.
Oh, really?
Because they're like, she looks so not Jewish. She looks so not Jewish. Like super blue eyes, like super blonde hair, small nose. They're like, oh my God, they cheat. But I know my uncle did one of the DNA tests, and it seems very Ashkenazi Jew. So it doesn't seem like there was any shenanigans going on.
What did Sammy want? I wasn't paying real close attention.
Don't worry about it.
No, I want to know because I'm doing some research here.
Hazel eyes.
She wants the kid to have hazel eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're just not boring brown eyes.
Well, I asked if you could get blue eyes from hazel and brown eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And it said, yes, you can get blue eyes. Because I was thinking, I want the kid to have my
Okay.
But then I looked up a chart. This is fascinating. There's a chart on the eye color mixing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have hazel and brown, well, I don't know which is hazel. Is hazel green? I guess hazel's the green.
It can
on
be
this
green
chart.
brown or blue brown. There's like multiple types of hazel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So brown and hazel is most likely brown, but possibly hazel and possibly blue.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. If it's hazel and hazel, it's most possibly blue or hazel.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think with
Oh my
Sammy,
God. If it's blue, all you get is blue. If both parents have blue eyes, it's like blue. That's all you get.
well, with Sammy, her father has hazel eyes, her mother has brown eyes, and both her and her brother have hazel eyes, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they had strong hazel eye genes.
Mm-hmm. But you're going to come in there with your brown eyes and you're just going to like overpower
it. Yes.
You're going to stomp down.
I'm going to just
any
stomp
hope of a hazel or blue eyed kid.
My dark brown Jew eyes are going to come in there and just crush Sammy's German hazel eyes. Okay. As revenge for the Holocaust.
Oh my God. Sitch, no. No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
That'll teach him. Okay. Andrew Bear for $10 says the anti-war college movement of Nam only happened because they grew up in such an ease of peace. Too young for Korea, grew up soft, too much time for abstract thinking, which caused anti-war, anti-patriotism. I would say it's probably part of it. There's definitely part of it. I think a lot of it also is just Vietnam was the first where they really had a lot of news coverage of the war because they had the technology to have a lot of videos and and photographs and everything that they didn't really have with Korea with World War II. And people saw like how insane it was going on there, and also because it was kind of like a lot more ideologically murky than obviously World War II was, and probably even more than Korea was. So people didn't feel great about it.
Ideologically murky is a great description for it. It's exactly right, because we're fighting against communism, which is like, what? What's that? What are we doing? Right? We're fighting against an idea.
Well, we were fighting on one side of a civil war, but I don't think it was as clearly delineated as Korea between North and South. So it's a little bit more questionable what was going on there. But like all these things, there's a bunch of things that come together that produce a result. Metalworks for 45 months, thanks so much, says you have to put in the rules that don't result in a boring metagame with the bots, like putting a spending limit. True.
Tone. The robot tracks gaze, changes eye expression, tilts its head, repeats after you, and
the robots track the gaze, Adam. Why would this is a very bigoted robot?
Look at how realistic. Look how realistic this hand is. Holy shit.
Can it hold a hot dog? That's like the real question.
That's not like
Now listen, I'm a chef, Adam. Just like you're interested in drawing, okay? I'm a chef. I make a lot of sausages. I just want to know if the robot can make sausages. Okay?
Oh yeah, the robot loves to eat sausage.
Oh, it does. Well, actually, eating is a bit of a problem, okay?
It doesn't. It actually just likes to suck on the sausage.
Oh, okay. That's
taste the flavor. It can't eat. Okay. It doesn't have a. It doesn't have a stomach. So
it doesn't have any teeth.
It doesn't need food. Yeah.
Perfect. Right. Yeah.
Look at this arm. That looks like a human arm there in the picture, right?
It does, but I mean, I want to
forms, smooth reactions, no lag. All this is meant to create the illusion of full live communication. However, at the booth, the robots were static, and only a few performed the simplest arm movements or even blinked. Still, there was an interesting...
These are just sex dolls. They're not even doing anything. They're just sex dolls sitting there. What is this? What is going on? Why is there this picture of like the old man in bed dying with the hot lady? And then they're like, we recreated this with sex dolls. Like, what was the point of that?
Yeah, look.
What's happening there? What is this?
I'm
Some
curious
meme
too.
I don't understand.
I think the old guy is supposed to be the customer.
Well, that would make sense. But why did then they build an old guy sex doll too?
This is going to happen.
Of course it is.
Prostitutes are going to be out of business. Oh my God. It's over. Ladies, the oldest profession is coming to an end.
Well, it's funny because actually we were having this conversation with Sammy about like because this whole conversation about like should porn and OnlyFans be illegal? And I'm like, it doesn't matter. The OnlyFans is going to be dead in 10 years anyway. Because who the fuck's going to have an OnlyFans when you have your magic sex doll?
Yeah, who's going to sign up to an OnlyFans?
Right. Why would you pay for that? It's a total waste.
True. When you could have a real life relationship with a sex doll.
When you got your clanker right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Installation with a robot sitting by the bed of an elderly person, apparently trying to provide company, as this robot certainly wouldn't be able to actually provide any care. But Deep Touch targets the companionship, education, and customer service markets, where
Deep Touch.
It's called Deep Touch. Now, it touches you deeply in the heart. That's why.
No. It's how deep. How deep can you touch this robot?
Oh, okay. Vanessa said, hey, what's up, Vanessa? For 24 months, look at that. 2 years of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Says, I just hit the 2-year mark since it's been a while. S-Class.
It hasn't been 6 months, Vanessa. What are you doing?
Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa.
How dare you?
Metalworks for $2 says, anime, waifu, battle bots, and there. Oh, yeah. Never that one. There, now where's my cuts? I watched that.
I would totally watch that.
Night Manager for $5 says, on robot battles, add gambling. I remember years ago, the Mugen fighting game had salty bet where people would be on computer controlled characters. Well, that's true. Just add gambling.
Gambling makes everything better, right? People just are fascinated by a slot machine.
It is insane how sports gambling with the apps and the online betting just like swept the country so quickly. Remember, there was a time where sports betting was illegal in most states, and then the people that did it, it was seen as like a skeezy thing to do. To like be involved in sports betting. It was kind of like gross. You had to call up some like shady
gaming.
Yeah, you had to call up some like shady booker somewhere that you thought maybe would break your legs or something. Like the whole process of it seemed kind of like, I don't know, sus. And now it's like, oh, well, everyone should just fucking bet infinite amounts of money on their fucking cell phone. And everyone's just cool with it. And I guess we're totally fine with everyone just pissing away their money on sports gambling. Now, I'm like, okay, I'm not in favor of this. Can we not?
The prediction markets are interesting. How they've determined that these betting markets, because you can bet basically on anything now through these betting markets. And the betting markets have a more accurate way of predicting. But it's not really predicting. It's just incentivizing people who have inside information to go and bet, right? Because there's money to be made. So it's everybody who has no information is just randomly betting, and those random bets cancel each other out. And then the tipping point is the one who has the inside information. So you're just getting people with inside information to share that information anonymously.
Right.
Yeah. Is that really a prediction market? Is anything being predicted there? It's like,
that's just what you say. It's
not really.
It's not gambling. It's not gaming. It's a prediction market. Okay.
Oh, I know. It's a big scam to get around the gambling. If I had some inside information on something, I would definitely go up to those and be like, oh yeah, let's make some money. Will Sitch make a video next year?
Where was I? Ace for $5 says, Sitch, your cultural optimism is born from not being on TikTok. Young people, especially young women, are not okay. That is true. I'm sure if I was on TikTok, I would just be like, we're doomed. We're cooked. Everything's over. TikTok is the worst. But that's why I'm not on TikTok.
Yeah. We want to be optimistic.
Lethal Strain for $2 says, robots will go around your house playing ads.
Please, no.
Okay. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to buy your Tifa sex robot, but you're going to have to pay.
Wouldn't you want the removable vagina?
You're going to have to pay an extra $20 a month to have no ads. Because you don't want to be in the middle of like fucking your Tifa sex robot, and all of a sudden it says, have you heard about ground news? Have you heard about Clash of Kings? In your ear. It goes into like some 30-second, like really loud ad while you're like in the middle of fucking the robot, explaining to you Clash of Kings. God.
Yeah. She's always trying to sell you shit.
I know.
Oh my God.
Baby, why are you always trying to sell me stuff? I feel like this isn't a real relationship. You know who else feels like that? People, no, it would say, you're right. And I think you need to feel good about this. And that's why you should get better health. Better help. See betterhelp.com for a therapist. This would be amazing. Ace for $5 says, ire towards Sweeney confirms how different men and women are. Liberal men by a factor of 2 like her more than liberal women. Biology beats ideology. All those mad bitches.
Yeah, very true.
And Ace for $5 says, the men who do hate Sweeney are gay, black supremacists, or feminine nice guys. TM like Film Copper. Film Copper is the woke catfish made physical.
There are men who hate Sweeney? What?
Oh, Film Cooper.
Impossible.
I've never watched this guy. He really, wow, this guy looks like he just drips performative male. Like just looking at his face makes me want to like vomit a little bit. Sydney Sweeney won't say she's not racist. Uh-oh.
They tried to get her to say that?
It was the interview that we watched.
Oh. Well, some old shit.
Yeah, it was like a month ago. Listen to this while for $5 says, idea, robots fight, but teams have a limited budget and can only use IKEA products in their design. Winning team gets let out of the IKEA. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot.
Look at that. People are already coming up with good ideas.
Meme Sprint for $5 says, screw robots fighting. I'll watch robots racing in cars way too fast for humans on crazy tracks with rules that fully allow wrecking the competition. That could be cool.
Yeah, if they're doing things that humans could only dream of doing, I don't know how people would not be interested in that.
BW for $5 says, when you can't trust that music is made by a human, I will only listen to music pre-AI.
Oh, okay. A purist. I like it.
Living does well to live for $2 says, unrelated, chariot racing should be an Olympic sport. We're bringing it back, everybody. Bringing it back.
That would be good. I like chariot racing. I've only done it a few times, but
really,
I've never chariot.
You've only done chariot racing a few times. Wow, so privileged. Okay, back in my day, I had the chariot race all the time to show that I had the cojones to be on the streets in my hood.
Oh yeah.
Imagine for $5 says, I regret to inform you, Fun Time Chica is the Zoomers Tifa.
Fun Time Chica. Wow.
Who's Fun Time Chica? What is that?
I don't know, but let's look it up. Could be amazing.
Oh, God. That's horrible. I think you're probably right, and that's terrifying to me.
Oh, my God. Oh,
that's
my
really
God.
Bad.
Is that the crazy thing from Five Nights at Freddy's?
It's some female Five Nights at Freddy robot.
This is what the kids are lusting after now?
I guess. What do you mean? It's more up your alley, isn't it? More up your speed, Adam. It's a robot. Very clearly a robot.
Now we know. To it. Look, now we know why birth rates are collapsing.
Because The ideal woman is this fucking monstrosity.
Yeah, exactly. Who can get it up for this fucking contraption?
Well, that's what we're gonna get listen, we're gonna get the analytics on that. When you have like the little sex robots, you're gonna see like, what's the most bot
Oh, you're
model,
right. You're right.
Is it the
which is
Funtime Chica or
which
Tifa?
is the most clean?
Right.
Most cleanings for the model, right?
Yeah. Losing this Waltz Billy for $5 says removable vagina implies you'll be able to rent an OnlyFans model vagina cast soon. To fully destroy a certain man or person, you give them everything they want.
Oh my god!
Don't they already do that? They already sell like porn stars already sell like molds of their
That's crazy
vaginas and dicks already. So yeah, that makes sense. That would just be
that's a crazy amount of obsession to have. Guys, chill out.
Well, they'll just no, but it won't just be the vagina. They'll have their OnlyFans model like sex robot.
Who is buying a vagina mold?
People that really like those people, I guess.
Oh.
That darn Kidda. Hey, Kidda. For 33 months, thanks so much for being 33 months of Free Will Seeker, Kidda. Says, Happy New Year. Thank you guys for helping us through 2025. Keep us going through 2026. Also, brown eyes aren't boring. Okay. I agree.
Look at that.
Kidda.
Yeah.
Us brownies, okay? Us brown-eyed folks are tired of the discrimination. Tired of being second-class citizens to these degenerate, light-eyed fools.
Brown eyes are cool. Not that big a deal.
Thank you. Edward Sr. for $10 says, if illegal aliens receive amnesty for exposing a fraudulent scheme, how would the far left react? Oh! That's a hilarious idea. Oh my God. What if Donald Trump is like, the pathway to citizenship is that you have to rat out someone who's illegal, who's doing a crime.
I do like it.
And then you get citizenship. Oh my God. That's hilarious.
That's your pathway to citizenship.
I fucking love it.
Yeah.
That's
the more
beautiful.
schemes you can rat out.
Yeah. Lethal Strain for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year Free Will Seeker. Lethal Strain says, Happy 1 year to me and Happy New Year's to you too. Thank you. Happy New Year's, everybody.
Thanks for sending me that video too.
Solo for $5 says sports betting exploded because there was a federal law banning it in most states that was struck down by the Supreme Court in 2018 for violating the 10th Amendment. Oh,
wow.
I didn't know that. That makes
legal.
sense.
Okay.
That makes sense. That's thank you, Supreme Court, you fucking assholes.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible.
You don't think children should be able to bet on apps?
I thought most of the states, was it just a federal law? I thought most of the states had their own laws against gambling, but maybe not. A Night Manager for $5 says, what if the robot only sold you ads on the couch while watching TV? It'd be like having a real girlfriend. No, see, it's going to be super
true.
It'll be super insidious because you'll have your robot, your hot female robot on the couch with you, and then it gives you an ad for the product it wants you to buy it.
Exactly.
Right. It's like, oh my God, I saw the cutest like little purse. Like, here's the ad for it. Don't you want to buy me this purse so like everyone knows you treat me right?
It'll definitely be asking for clothes. Be like,
oh, you're right.
Outfits.
You're right. That would
you
be
should
the
buy
number
new clothes for me.
That would be the number one thing that people would buy their
It'd
sex
be all
robots.
lingerie.
Would be clothing. That's true. Yeah.
It's like, bitch, you're not going out of the house. You can lounge around in this lingerie all day.
How far away are we from it being like socially acceptable to like go out with your sex robot to eat and it like sits there while you eat? How many years away are we from that?
Yeah, there's got to be like a tipping point, right? Because obviously women are always going to shame men for doing this.
They're going to have it too. They're going to have it just as much.
Well, look, I think women will be shaming each other. I don't think men will be shaming each other. Women will be shaming men, but women's leverage will drop to 0 immediately. So who cares if they're shaming them, right?
Right.
The shaming from real women will be like, yeah. But women will shame each other if they go out with robot men.
I don't think so. I think women of the past would, but not this new generation. This generation that's been raised on, what was it called? Milk Farm, right. Morning Glory. Okay.
They want to be going out in their milk farm robots.
They're gonna want to be able to see. We're talking about like replaceable vaginas. They're gonna have replaceable dicks that can be like different animal shapes because they're all fucking like degenerate monster lovers.
The squid dick.
They're gonna have the squid dick and the cow dick and all this fucking nonsense.
Wow.
Of course.
Wow.
They're gonna go out with their own.
They're gonna have the dick that vibrates.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. Right.
Do what human. Then they're going to be able to say, "Well, look, I would go out with real men, but they're just inferior."
That's true. But men are going to say the same thing. They're going to say the same thing. They have the vibrating vagina. They're like, listen, I can mute. I can mute my girlfriend.
Mute is got to be a very expensive option, though.
Oh, you have to pay extra for the mute button.
Yeah, look, it's obviously it's going to be a coveted item,
right?
A coveted feature, right?
Mm-hmm. It'll be it's not now. Someone said it's now. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say I think that's gonna take a while. It might take a full generation. I'm gonna say 15 to 20 years. Like the sex robot's gonna be way before that, but I think before it's like completely socially acceptable to be in a relationship with your sex robot and to bring it wherever you go, I'm going to give it like a 15 to 20 year before people are like, okay, maybe.
Who is going to be more on the shaming train? Is it going to be left-wing people or right-wing people?
Right-wing people, easily. 100%.
Yeah, the left-wing people are just going to be like, let's not shame these people.
Yeah.
But I mean, they come out and call men that are anyone. They call men incels all the time, though. That's shaming, right?
Yeah, but they only do that for hypocritical political reasons.
Right. So if a right-wing guy goes out with a sex doll, it's going to be, he's an incel.
He's
Fuck
an
that
incel,
guy.
Right? Yeah.
But if a left-wing guy goes out with a sex doll, oh, look, he's so cute with his robot girlfriend. Let's not shame him.
They don't really because like the right, people on the right care a lot more about like the concept of the moral concept of purity and degeneracy, which obviously fucking robots would trigger. Like that would be the one of the primary moral foundations to stop people from fucking a robot.
Mm-hmm.
If the left doesn't really give a fuck about purity for the most part,
yeah, that's a good
or
point.
degeneracy, so they're not going to care.
But is it degenerate? I mean,
of course it is.
It's not adultery,
isn't it?
Is it like spilling semen on the rock? Is that what it is?
I don't know what that means.
There's a passage in the Bible that's about masturbation.
Oh, okay.
That if you spill the semen on the rock,
mm-hmm.
you're bad. You've sinned against God.
I see you sent me a screenshot of the Streamlabs here. Or there, you can update it just in case there's any more. Sella, thanks so much, Sella, for $2,468. Sella says, my younger brother is a diehard Kyle Kalinske fan who has both TDS and IDS. The one difference between him and you guys are that you like to talk an issue to death, trade ideas back and forth, and look at every angle you can find and usually don't get angry, i.e. nuance. Him, on the other hand, is almost always angry and has clear, stark, simple opinions you can fill in one sentence. Trump bad, Israel bad. If I were to tell him about you guys, how would you sum up your opinions on things like Israel or AI data centers in one sentence, if that's possible? But that might be the issue. If you can't, then you shouldn't be made to. He just came to me and said, critical drinker is dropping dog whistles like reviewing an ad, but not playing loud music on the train and saying, we know white people aren't the ones doing that. I mean, that is probably true,
though. What were the one sentence issues that we needed to?
Israel or AI data centers?
AI data centers. I'm not sure on the AI data centers. We haven't really discussed that. I haven't really thought it through. Obviously, I think if the data centers are destroying the local environment and making it dangerous for people, like unhealthy for people, I'm totally against that. They should build those things far away from people where they can't really harm the local environment, and just, you know, hook up a super long data cable or whatever you got to do, right?
Right.
Put some fiber optic in there. On the Gaza thing, I mean, like I've said many times, I'm on Israel's side because Israel is a functioning democracy and Gaza is a failed state. And if Mexico was a failed state, I would be in favor of taking over Mexico and making Mexico part of the United States. I'm very pragmatic about it. We got to solve the problem. I mean, solving the problem, there's a 50-year timeline on, but like we've been trying to solve the problem for the last 50 years, just ineffectively, because nobody wants to do the dirty work that you have to do to solve the problem.
Okay, why can't we put all the AI data centers in one location and then use the heat that they all generate to like power shit?
Google is making patents to build data centers in space because it's cooler and
it's freezing.
Yeah. They also have some patents for building them on ships because obviously the seawater is cold and can cool them. So, but the future is putting data centers in space. Yeah.
Why can't you use the heat for its own energy source?
I'm not sure. Yeah, but that's a
maybe
good idea.
Maybe it doesn't generate enough. That would be interesting. Space AIs. But what would they do? Would they like put them on satellites essentially?
Yeah, because you can use obviously solar energy without the atmosphere in the way is much more intense, and you dissipate the heat generated from the data center into space relatively quickly, which a lot of the energy consumption for data centers is cooling whatever chips you're using down.
I was going to, but if you have the same satellite that has absorbed solar energy, but like, wouldn't that make it hot?
Solar energy is, you're absorbing light, not heat. Solar, you're not getting the energy from the heat. You're getting the energy from the light.
I guess I'm dumb. Yeah. That makes sense.
That's okay.
Okay.
We forgive you.
Thank you.
I just figured out what Riz means.
That's okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Interesting.
Yeah. Most of those satellites do run on solar. I mean, even when they drop one down on Mars, it runs on solar, right?
I guess I never thought about that. Yeah. What do powers satellites? Never really occurred to me. I don't want any nuclear power satellites flowing through space. Okay, that sounds like a bad idea.
The nuclear bombs.
I don't want some satellite that can fall on our head and drop a bunch of nukes shit on us.
I'm trying. Everyone, I say progressive a lot in the video. I bring up progressive thought in the One Battle After Another video. And every time I say progressive, people point out that I pronounce progressive incorrectly, like you pronounce nuclear. Incorrectly.
Right.
But I want to fix that. But it's so difficult for me. How do you pronounce?
I thought you were saying it. I thought you were saying it intentionally.
No, that's just the way. That's my goofy way of pronouncing progressive.
Oh, because I thought
progressive.
I thought it was there's some South Park or something. I thought where he was talking about. He keeps saying progressives.
Maybe that's where I got it from. But
progressives.
Progressives.
People just say it weird. I'm stuck on nuclear for some reason.
No, how do you
progressives?
Say it?
I say it correctly. Progressive.
You say it how?
Progressive.
Progressive.
Progressives.
Yeah,
I guess I say
Isn't it pro?
Progressives. I guess it is pro.
Progressives. Yeah.
Progressives.
Progressives.
That's actually.
How would Carl say it? Right? He's got that nice English accent.
There's a weird thing in Florida. So there's a lot of like weird. There's a couple weird vowel sounds that people say, and I guess progressives, would be one of them.
The way Canadian people say important.
That's weird.
It's so weird to me. Yeah.
That's weird. Yeah.
It's important, right?
Important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Important. Yeah, that's strange.
Important.
Aluminium.
Very important.
Don't say aluminium. It's aluminum. All right, chill the fuck out.
Aluminium.
Yeah, it's a bad one.
When I lived in Northern California, everyone would say almonds.
What?
For almonds.
What?
Almonds?
That's not real. Those people are just fucking trolling.
The people who
grow
who grow most of the almonds in the world.
They can't even say the fucking word.
Call them almonds.
No.
Yeah.
Come on.
I would always say it's Almond Joy, right? Almond Joy has nuts, right? Mounds don't. It's on the commercial.
Almonds. What
almond.
the fuck?
No one almond says that. Butter. It's almond milk.
No, come on.
Yeah. I rebelled at that, but progressives.
Progressive.
I can't do it. No. I'm gonna have to try. Don't you want to pronounce things correctly?
Progressive. I guess you're right. I say pro instead of pro. That's interesting. Progressive. Yeah. Progressive.
Yeah. It feels wrong in my brain.
Okay. It's like nuclear. Nuclear sounds
great. I mean,
no, nuclear sounds gay.
Nuclear is hard for me to say. I say it occasionally just to make fun of you.
It rolls off the tongue so nice. Nuclear. Nuclear is just
nuclear.
No. Nuclear.
All right.
Joe the Mig for $5. Thanks so much. Joe says, from the Christian perspective, it's not simple degeneracy. The act is purpose for creating human life, and banging robot overlords prevents that.
Oh yeah, the logical argument here.
Joe the Mig for $5. Thanks so much. Says there did that in the Doom 2016 remake, and it ended up with an invasion from hell.
Oh wow.
Oh, is that how it started? Everyone's fucking their robots.
They're sex robots.
They're sex robots. And Joe McFarland, $2. Thanks so much. Says you pronounce progressive as retard. There you go. That's what you should be saying, Adam.
Progressive.
GTG.
Oh, I just say retard.
You say retard. Yeah. GTG for $20. Thanks so much. Says they're working on improving artificial wombs too. I think eventually there will be sex bots that give birth using frozen eggs and impregnate with donated sperm. Not a good thing, by the way, but the species will continue, I guess. Yeah, no, that's 100% what's going to be, is that people will they'll find good donors, and then they'll just have their sex robots, or the hospital will just fucking birth a child, and then you'll just raise it with your sex robot.
Talk about your worries about UBI, right? I'm just thinking, look, I want to have like 10 kids, so I need to get 10 sex robots. I'll do my 1 year, then I have my army of little atoms.
Yeah. Well, think about it this way. Human relationships are going to be seen as like a luxury status symbol. Like, oh, I have an actual relationship with a human. Look how cool I am.
Really?
Like, that's going to be like a high status thing.
I think it's the opposite. I think it's going to be considered low status, because
at first,
obviously there'll be much better relationships to be had.
No, because at first, when the robots are expensive and new, it's high status to have your robot. But it's going to reach a flipping point where everyone, it's kind of like, you know how the exact comparison, okay? When smartphones first came out, you're like, oh, I have a smartphone, right? I'm high status. Now it's the opposite. It's like, I have a flip phone. I don't even have a touch. I can't even look at email on my phone. I'm so high status. Like, I don't even have any of that shit. I'm so
high
important.
Status people just do the opposite, right?
Right. Exactly.
They do what's unusual, what's outside the norm. Which, having friends will be outside the norm.
Righteous Indifference for $5 says AI centers in space is how you get gay space communism. That's how it begins.
Can we still be friends even when we have robot friends that are more interesting?
No.
Okay. I'm glad you said it first. I mean, I was thinking it, but...
Yeah, no. Liz in Deswall specific for $2 says nuclear sounds like an acne medication. It does, yeah. Nuclear. Get rid of that acne.
Yeah.
I think Zero Flux sent
Zap that acne.
Zero Flux sent me this link.
Radiation.
This is yeah, there you go. This is a Bloomberg article from May 14th. Power-hungry data centers are warming homes in the Nordic. By pairing computer processing facilities with district heating systems, countries like Finland and Sweden are trying to limit their environmental downside. So there you go. Look.
They're always thinking ahead. They're like, it's cold as fuck around here. Bring those data centers.
See, that would be interesting. Like, what if like if you live in a cold place, you could build the RAM for your AI into the walls to like heat your house.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's
yeah,
smart.
I don't know how. Maybe it's not feasible. But you're probably right. I didn't even think about that, but you're probably right. Put the little data centers and satellites in space, and then you'll just beam down the information. That probably makes the most sense. Unless they completely figure out a way to well, if energy becomes cheap, then that they wouldn't do that. Because they'll just be able to cool it very easily. But until that.
Space is where it's at.
Space is where it's at.
Google's going to do that. You should buy some Google stock just so you can have a decent retirement.
Okay. That's a good idea. Well, how's it going to matter? Because aren't we all going to have gay space UBI communism by then?
It might be unnecessary, but you never know.
Better to be safe than sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
In our future,
I bought Google when it first came out, and I mean it's up like thousands and thousands of %. So,
well, I'm glad you're not bragging about it. Okay.
Well, I am. This is a humble brag right here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it's not very humble, but
right.
I don't think you were born yet.
I told my parents
to buy Google when it came out. Did you really?
Not when it came out. Obviously, not when it came out. Okay.
I remember when they did their IPO.
I remember
like Google.
In high school. I've said this a million times. I was in high school. I had to do a project on stocks. It was before Google split. It was under 100. And I told my parents, I said, you should buy Google. Everyone thinks it's going to split when it reaches 100. You should buy Google. They didn't fucking listen. They didn't do it. They didn't fucking do it. We would have made a lot of money. They didn't listen. They didn't listen.
I bought Netflix at $14 a share. Went up to like $1,000 and did a 10-way split.
Wow.
I don't know if it's done more splits since. Look, I fucked up on the Netflix because I bought it at $14 and I sold it at like $100. But I should have kept it because it went up to like $1,000.
Right.
Sometimes you just don't know. Sometimes you got to let your winners run.
Joe the Maker $5 says nothing like installing radiant heating in your floors that power Skynet. Yeah, at least Skynet's giving something back, right? Why should they just take and take and take? At least they can heat you up a little bit before they, take over the planet.
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right. This was a great show. This was a lot of fun.
This was a lot of fun, even though the subject matter, I think, for a lot of these videos was not fun at all.
Yeah, but it's fun to hang out. It's a new year. I want to be optimistic about the new year. I hope it doesn't fall apart. People are saying we might be in. It's mixed on the economy. A lot of people are saying we're doomed. Recession is on the way. A lot of people are saying, nah, it's going to be great. We're just getting started. So we'll see what happens. We'll definitely see what happens. I guess we're going to hang out on Tuesday, which will officially be our last stream of the year. This is our last Sunday show of the year, but. And you want to do the Isekai protagonist thing? Is that?
So yes, of course. It's the last Isekai protagonist of the year, baby. Gotta do it.
Yeah, we got to do it. Here, let me bring up these filters here. Take them out. Tune in on Tuesday on the media channel, and we're going to talk about one battle after another. Many of you have been asking us to talk about it, so I got to rage on how much I hated it. I'm sure Sitch has just as much rage in him.
I love that movie. You're crazy. That's a great movie.
A movie about Cuck Bob and Jungle Pussy.
AKA Batos at $5 says, any New Year's resolution next year? Yes. I have to make a video by February. That's my New Year's resolution.
I'm gonna try to make a video a week, and I want to sell.
Wow.
I want to sell all of my old paintings. I have a bunch of paintings that I've never sold because I didn't want to. I didn't want to sell them. I kind of wanted them in my personal collection, but I think I'm going to try to unload them. So those are my New Year's resolutions.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You have made it to the end of the stream. You have made it to the end of the year. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true champions that have conquered 2025 and will step forward into the future of 2026, where we all have sex robots powered by AI and live on the moon. And you, listening, are the true isekai protagonist, but the good kind, who goes on fun adventures with giant wolves, cooking delicious meals made from ogres and dragons and feeding the population, and not the bad kind of isekai protagonist who goes on a lifelong revenge scheme where they do rapes and have slavery. No, we don't have that here. And we'll see you all on Tuesday and in the next year.
Bye-bye!